the package in the robot's hand. That's how the hero's personal hell began, with no warning of trouble ahead. The young handsome brunette could, of course, have left this place. However, he didn't really have any options, so he chose the lesser of two evils. The guy also said that his commander was just training on him. He told this to his robot partner. Some people had robots as partners. This robot had scanners instead of eyes, and was very convenient for working in a logistics warehouse. He discovered an unregistered box, and immediately went inside the warehouse, leaving his partner and interrupting the young man's story about his past life. The young man was not offended because he knew that Pax was an excellent colleague who did his job well. They would have time to chat later. A few minutes later, Pax reappeared, loaded with a new batch of boxes. After all, it was an excellent job, which the robots performed quickly and efficiently. There were no more people in the logistics center because only one supervisor was needed. The robots silently scurried around the huge hangar, distributing parcels and sending them to warehouses without causing any problems. There were two things the young man missed in this job. First, friendly human warmth. After all, robots are iron machines. And second, it was very cold in the center because the hangar was not heated, as robots do not need additional heat. But perhaps this job just wasn't right for the guy. 2 months ago, he had completed his military service and been demobilized. The whole world was open to him, and all that remained was to choose what to do in the future. The young man hoped to spend time with his relatives, whom he missed very much. However, in a telephone conversation, they informed him that they had moved to another city and left him their apartment, paying the rent for 6 months in advance. Of course, it was a strange time because the guy started living alone. He didn't have a job, although he had enough money for the time being because he had saved up while serving in the army. When the young man started looking for a job, it turned out that it wasn't easy, and finding a good position was difficult. One of his first part-time jobs was in a cafe. But the world turned out to be not as rosy as in books. Even a waiter needed work experience, so he wasn't hired, without even being given a chance. Endless months of job hunting followed, and the young man began to go crazy and wonder if there was any point in life if he couldn't even get a job as a waiter. His sisters supported him in their correspondence, and at one point, one of them suggested that he contact a logistics company that delivers goods. Although artificial intelligence is used there, they still hire people. The guy went to the center without much hope of finding a job there, but, as they say, he had no choice and had to grab any opportunity he could. And now he works in a huge logistics center surrounded by robots that he can't even really talk to. Or rather, he talks to the robots, but they can't answer him. Kim Jong-gyum would have continued dreaming about something wonderful for a long time if his boss hadn't called out to him. It was the perpetually dissatisfied manager Shin. He reported that the warehouse had run out of tuna cans, but Pax had sent a notification that there were still a few left. The manager sent Jong-gyum to the warehouse to check if there was anything left on the top shelves. The young man disliked this manager, who treated him worse than robots, showing absolutely no human warmth in his communication, only giving orders. The young man entered the inner warehouses and began searching for boxes of tuna cans. This turned out to be no easy task because the warehouse was huge. But soon, climbing a ladder, the young man found a box that should have been in a completely different place. That's why it was lost. Jong-gyum was already descending the ladder with the box of tuna in his hands when the warehouse door slammed shut. He went down the stairs, approached the door, and tried to open it by pulling on the handle. However, the door would not budge. The young man tried to use the phone to call the manager and ask him to open the door from the outside. But it turned out that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. This did not make the young man very happy, but he still hoped that it was just someone's joke and that he would be released soon. He thought about calling the emergency services, but he was afraid of looking like a coward because nothing serious had happened and he wasn't stuck in a freezer. And if he called the rescue team here, he would put the manager, Shin, in an awkward position. The guy messaged one of his sisters and told her that he was locked in a warehouse. They laughed about it a little, deciding that Jong was managing to relax at work. The girl told her brother that she had heard a building collapse near her house. After that, the connection was lost, and the guy became seriously concerned. Now he was worried not only because he was stuck in the warehouse, but also because he couldn't understand what had happened to his sister. The next few moments did not bring any clarity to his life because everything started to shake, and an earthquake began. The warehouse was shaking violently, and the guy could barely hold on, even while sitting down. An alarm sounded throughout the warehouse, illuminating everything around him with a bright red light, and the siren deafened the young man. An announcement came over the intercom that all employees must immediately find shelter and leave the premises. Chong rushed to bang and knock on the doors to let people know he was there. He shouted and called out to someone, but his actions were useless. Putting his pride aside and not caring what his coworkers would think of him, the young man started dialing the emergency services, but soon realized that his phone had lost its cell signal and he couldn't get through to anyone. His mind began to race with possibilities. Perhaps a war had broken out or some kind of disaster had occurred. Of course, in such a situation, there were no good thoughts at all. So the guy was simply torn apart by uncertainty. But what happened next changed his life forever. Someone knocked on the door of the warehouse where Chong was locked up. But they didn't just knock. They left dents from their fists in the iron door. The guy wanted to open the door from the inside, but at the last moment, some inner voice stopped him from doing so. The young man felt that if he made even a sound and revealed his presence, he would die immediately. Because the person who left the dents on the warehouse door was not human. There was nothing to be done. Time passed, and the young man remembered that he was the owner of a precious box of tuna. It is always easier to think and make decisions when you are not hungry. And so the young man spent the next 3 days. He realized that something serious had happened outside because no one came for him or opened the door. Perhaps a war had started, but Chong was sure of one thing. This warehouse had saved his life. The blaring alarm fell silent, and the guy was even able to sleep normally. It was unclear how long he could hold out like this. His phone was almost dead, and it was unclear how he would get out. The young man hoped that the military would soon open the warehouse once they had restored order in the city, and he also really wanted his family to be safe. He was very reassured by the fact that the alarm was no longer blaring and getting on his nerves, but thoughts of what was happening outside kept him awake. Suddenly, there was an unfamiliar sound, and a screen with information appeared in front of the young man. It said that he had been chosen and needed to test his newly awakened abilities. The notification said that the guy was at the first level and could preserve any object in space. This information greatly pleased and reassured the young man, because he realized that he had completely lost his mind and could no longer distinguish fantasy from reality. But it wasn't so bad, because he was able to hold out alone for 3 whole days, and he chose the one object he wanted to keep for himself almost without thinking. After all, he had nothing with him and nothing to keep. So let the pack's order fulfillment center, where the guy had been working lately, remain intact. In the next moment, space seemed to blur, and he began to fall somewhere, not understanding what was happening. The warehouse was gone. When the dust and smoke settled, the young man could finally see the sunny sky, but the rest did not make him happy at all. The city lay in ruins, with mountains of rubble where the streets had once been. The sky was ablaze with the evening glow, as if mocking the people. Streets, broken asphalt, dead trucks and cars, human bodies. Here on the stones lay the dead warehouse workers, all covered in smoke and dust with no signs of life. At that moment, the space flickered again, and the sound of a save notification sounded. The surrounding scene so shocked the young man that he couldn't help himself. He simply felt sick at the sight of the destroyed peaceful city and the dead people. Suddenly, the boy's head spun and began to ache, and the alert announced that the process was being updated. The boy had already begun to come to his senses, still crouching on the ground, when suddenly a huge shadow appeared next to his own, catching the young man's attention. Chong froze in horror, not understanding what was behind him. And there, standing in all its gigantic height, was a huge monster, a goblin. Drenched in sweat from fear, the young man tried to stifle a scream, covering his mouth with his fist, and, calming down, remembered that he had heard a loud roar 3 days ago when he was locked up. A huge foot of an unknown object appeared near the boy. It was similar to a human foot, but gigantic in size and covered in blood. It was clearly not a bear or a gorilla. The young man could no longer restrain himself. He ran at full speed, screaming for help and calling for someone to save him. The goblin hesitated for a moment, but realizing that his meal was running away, he let out a wild scream and roar and set off in pursuit. He had no intention of falling behind and pursued the young man, who still couldn't understand who was chasing him. Soon, Chong could see that it was an orc. It was unclear where it had come from and why it was running so fast. The young man didn't have time to come up with a plan, so he just ran through the streets of the city, continuing to scream and ask for help. But he already understood that if this continued, it would be the end of him. Another notification informed him that synchronization was complete, and he could enter the subspace. A glowing screen appeared in front of him. The guy ran up to it, and just as the goblin was about to grab him by the shoulder, the young man thought it was too late. However, his head was already in the glowing circle, and, closing his eyes, he squeezed them shut and prepared to die. Chong Gyam stood there, covering his head with his hand and trying to push away the orc, who was no longer there. The boy opened his eyes and found that he was safe, and the huge, terrifying monster was standing on the other side of the passage, as if behind glass, unable to reach the young man. Still reeling from the shock, Zhang saw a drone in front of him and asked if the goblin really couldn't enter. The drone confirmed that without the boy's permission, no living creature, object, or energy could enter or leave the subspace. The young man listened to this information, still not understanding who he was talking to and who was telling him this. The young man looked around and realized that he was in his logistics center, which he had saved when he was asked to save one object. Chongyam couldn't believe his eyes and didn't even know what to ask the drone. After assessing the situation, he realized that the entire logistics center, along with the robots and goods, had indeed been placed in his subspace. Soon, a notification informed him that he had entered his subspace for the first time and received a reward: one magic stone. This magic stone was a piece of rock in the shape of a rhombus that glowed and radiated energy. What to do with this stone was not yet clear. Meanwhile, the goblin continued to pound on the entrance to the subspace. He still had no intention of giving up on eating the young man, as evidenced by his bloodthirsty, hate-filled gaze and his jaw with huge fangs, full of saliva and emitting terrifying growls. The boy asked again if the goblin could enter the subspace, but received confirmation that this would not happen. He was then given information about the logistics center and all the products it contained. He was also told about the characteristics of the items that could be delivered. The young man also learned that there were 2 minutes left before the shutdown, and that he could use the magic stone to supply himself with energy and support the objects in the subspace. At that moment, Chan had only 1 stone, enough to sustain the entire object for a day. The drone reported that the logistics center located in the young man's subspace was powered by magic stones. Although it sounded unreal, it was true, and Pax became smarter than he had been before the apocalypse. However, before he could answer the rest of the questions, Pax's drones took to the air and flew away. Soon, the electricity began to disappear, and the facility's power supply was cut off. The drone reported that in the event of a power outage, Pax's products could be damaged. The delivery system allowed fresh produce and meat to be stored and delivered chilled and frozen, as it had been before. But now the situation outside was dire, and the war zone prevented factories from operating, so food became very important for survival. And if the power to the refrigerators where the food was stored was cut off, all the food would be ruined. This meant that the logistics center had to be kept operational. The drone reported that the center was being held up by a single stone for 24 hours. It remained to be seen where the young man could get more magic stones. It turned out that they could be obtained from creatures from another world, who now ruled the streets of the city. Kong realized that they were talking about goblins and various other monsters. The young man gave the magic stone to the robot so that it could keep the logistics center operational. The young man himself turned to Pax for help in getting the necessary items from the warehouse. It was a box of cold weapons, all kinds of axes, knives, cleavers, and the like. The guy picked a camping axe from the box, which could come in handy. It would be difficult to get close enough to the goblin to strike it. Therefore, he would have to throw knives at it. However, there weren't that many knives. If he threw them left and right, they would quickly run out. And anyway, it was unclear whether they would do any damage at all, given that orcs have very thick and muscular skin. So Chan chose a camping axe and decided to try it out on the goblin, who was waiting for him near the exit from the subspace. The young man decided that it was not necessary to kill the orc right away. He just needed to inflict a serious wound on him, and then he would see what to do next. The guy remembered his military past when he served in the special forces, and threw the axe at the orc. The creature let out a loud roar, but it didn't even move or budge from its spot. Kong realized that he simply lacked the physical strength to even wound his opponent. Another camping axe beckoned with its light, as if showing that it could be useful in this battle. The guy had no other options. He just wanted to find a couple more axes like that among the remains. While Pax checked the information on camping axes, Chong continued to plan his attack, intending to throw something heavy at the orc, because he wasn't sure he could pierce it with an axe. Pax found out that there were 15 camping axes in the warehouse. That wasn't very many. They would have to make them last a long time. The young man asked the robot where he could get them and went to gather his arsenal. Every time the guy picked up an axe, it was immediately duplicated. It turned out that all objects in the subspace were created by converting real objects into information, so they could be duplicated. Even if they were lost or broken, they would never run out, which was excellent news. It turned out that this logistics center was an endless supply of absolutely everything. Moreover, the young man did not need to think about how to use resources more economically. He could use as many weapons as he needed without worrying that he would be left with nothing. However, it seemed that the young man would still have a hard time because the orc was very strong physically. Pax explained that this was not necessary because the young man could automatically send orcs outside the space. This could only be done once every 30 seconds, but over time, the guy would improve his ability and be able to reduce the delivery time. Chongyum had to think about the necessary item and say the word delivery, and the item would be sent automatically. This was the young man's unique ability, which he could improve in his next missions. The effect was immediately tested on the goblin. Everything worked perfectly. In a second, the body of the huge creature lay lifeless in the middle of the street. The current delivery speed was 60 kilometers per hour. Pax told the guy that it could also be adjusted and increased. To increase the maximum speed, it was necessary to improve the delivery ability. This could be done with magic stones, and the guy could get magic stones from the bodies of slain monsters. A plan for further action began to take shape in the young man's mind. In order to collect magic stones, he needed to extract them from monsters. Only a few small details were missing. Jungyeom took off his warehouse worker's clothes and asked Pax for some items. In order to walk around the ruined city without discomfort, the young man chose real combat boots that would protect his feet and not hinder his running. Then he wanted tactical combat pants with lots of pockets, reinforced knee pads, and waterproofing. The next essential item was a detailed map of Seoul. A pack of colorful markers also came in handy. After changing into his new clothes and laying out the city map in front of him, the young man circled the areas he needed to visit. He planned his route, intending to find all his relatives. He mapped out the most logical route. The young man understood that if he wanted to reach his relatives, he had to hurry as much as possible. It would be long and difficult to do this on foot, considering that the roads were broken and the streets were full of monsters. Therefore, the presence of a bicycle in the warehouse turned out to be very useful. Of course, a car or motorcycle would have been better. But in this situation, even a bicycle seemed like a great way to get around. This bicycle was equipped with an electric drive and a powerful headlight. Chong made his way to the city, mentally urging his family to hold on and wait for their younger relative. Half an hour after leaving the subspace, the young man had already killed 12 orcs. During this time, while killing monsters, the young man realized two things. Goblins and monsters always attacked very aggressively, and here the young man's ability to throw his opponents away with delivery helped. The young man hid in subspace whenever he couldn't deal with the orcs right away. They were angry and furious, dripping with saliva and hatred when they couldn't get to the boy. Chong could hardly delve into studying his ability, but he did understand something. The delivery ability turned out to be very useful indeed. The young man could inflict wounds by throwing his camping axe without approaching the monsters. However, he had to practice because he regularly missed due to the long distance and the long reload time of 30 seconds. But his performance improved each time with the help of magic stones. In addition, Pax's abilities were not limited to delivery. The guy sent the camping axe with his ability to the orc's head. Then, using the return function, he automatically pulled the sent item back. This was also a very useful thing. Ordinary items, such as an axe, did not need to be returned. But it was especially cool to use this ability to pull magic stones out of the bodies of slain goblins. It was really impressive. It was a pity, of course, that magic stones could only be obtained after the monster's death. The young man did not understand how the return function worked on magic stones, because he did not send the monster's magic stones, but after killing them, he could obtain them. In any case, it was great that the guy had put Pax in his subspace. As long as it held, there was no risk of dying. Therefore, he needed to bring his whole family here as quickly as possible. But there was something else that Jeongyum had managed to figure out at this stage. Among the creatures that were beyond reason and did not belong to the human world, there were not only orcs and goblins. Flying creatures like dragons, which devoured goblins like flies, posed a huge danger. The young man understood that killing such a flying monster would not be easy because of its size and wings. But maybe it was just his imagination painting all these horrible pictures for him, because the nasty screams of monsters were coming from all sides, and it was really scary. Suddenly, a sound like a human scream reached Cheongyum's ears, and he even made out the word, "help." Soon he saw a man running in his direction. This man was alive, but very frightened. He was being pursued by a huge flying dragon which had almost caught up with the fugitive. The monster spread its tail and struck the man in the back. The stranger fell to the ground, and at that moment, another man ran after him, trying to help his friend and get him off the road. While saving his friend, the man did not notice that the dragon was already approaching him. A huge mouth filled with long, sharp teeth opened above the man, ready to bite off his head like an apple, and now there was no chance of salvation. The man stood before the huge dragon and could not even move from the horror that paralyzed his limbs. Suddenly, the flying monster turned in front of the man's face and began to fly away. The man did not understand what was happening and why the monster was not attacking him. The stranger thought that the dragon's target was his companion named Choi. This was very strange because Choi was very thin. The man didn't know what to do or how to save his friend, who was already being eaten by the flying monster. The knife in his hand was shaking, but what could such a tiny knife do against a huge dragon? Suddenly, the man heard the sound of a bicycle bell and turned toward it. The light from the bicycle lamp shone in his eyes and made it impossible to see the cyclist. But in the next moment, something strange happened. Some kind of waves were directed at the dragon, and it was fatally wounded. The survivor, covered in blood, watched what was happening, realizing that today was his new birthday. The dragon flew to the side, fell to the ground, and died, its paws and tail raised. And the people were able to see their enemy, with some kind of object sticking out of its head. When they plucked up the courage to approach, they saw that the dragon's throat had been cut with a camping axe. The man saw that someone had just killed the wyvern with an axe right before his eyes. But how it happened remained a mystery. At that moment, a cyclist rode up out of the darkness, glad that the monster had died from a single blow, and asked how the men were feeling. He covered the light of his flashlight with his hand so as not to shine it in their eyes, and the men saw the childish face of a young boy on a bicycle. He was very young, and his face expressed childish concern. The men opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding what they were seeing. A boy on a bicycle, capable of killing a wyvern with an axe blow, clearly not a soldier. How could this be? They would have understood if a special forces unit had dealt with this dragon, but not a boy on a bicycle. The young man realized that he had made a strange impression on the men he had saved, but he didn't know how to respond. When they came to their senses, the men began to thank him for saving their lives. They bowed and expressed their sincere gratitude. The young man bowed back and said he was glad to help. The guy said that he was not a soldier, but simply worked for the logistics company, PAX. The men were surprised by this fact. They mistook him for a soldier because of his clothes and amazing combat skills. After all, not everyone could kill a wyvern like that. The stranger admitted that he too had awakened certain skills. It was just the ability to drive, but now it was completely useless because he had never been behind the wheel of a car since the apocalypse. The third man had no abilities, so he was just lucky to meet the guys here. The stranger said that many people had originally come to this part of the city, where the logistics centers were located. But besides people, various monsters had also gathered here. Most of the people who came here are already dead. They were attacked and killed by orcs, and some were even eaten alive. Only 10 to 15 people survived. The survivors are in relative isolation in the underground terminal block. The men were looking for a road they could drive on, and they also wanted to find essential food. But the logistics center building suddenly disappeared somewhere. In general, the men believed that they should leave instead of standing around talking, and if the guy had nowhere to go, he could join them. They were located on the 4th underground floor, where there were no monsters. At least they could sleep peacefully there. They also had some food and promised to feed their savior. However, John Guillaume doubted whether he should go with strangers. He didn't need food or shelter. But the men talked about the cars they were going to drive, and they also had useful information, so it was probably worth spending some time with them. The young man thanked them for their kindness and said he couldn't refuse such a wonderful offer. Besides, the strangers were also taking a risk by inviting a stranger into their home. So soon the group set off on their journey. The young man activated his delivery ability, and a magic stone flew out of the slain dragon's body. He threw the stone into his subspace, realizing that his new acquaintances were unaware of his abilities, and if something went wrong, he could escape into subspace at any moment. The body of a huge goblin lay in a pool of its own blood with a spear stuck in its neck. A man who looked very tired after the battle stood over the body of the slain creature. Glancing at the group that had arrived, he immediately addressed the men, asking who the newcomer was. He looked intimidating and frightening, so the young man realized that he needed to be wary of this man. After all, he had just killed a huge goblin. The monster had wandered into their territory completely by accident, and the orc hadn't noticed the people, so they managed to deal with the monster and get away easily. No one was hurt, but this place could no longer be called safe, because the next day, similar monsters could come here, and everything would not end so well. Chong Guillaume stared in horror at the dead orc, remembering how his new acquaintances had assured him that it was completely safe here. But then the local men's attention turned back to the young man, and they demanded to know who he was. The men said that this guy had saved them from the wyvern. He used to work for the logistics company PAX and was very strong. The young man had managed to kill the wyvern with an axe, so thoroughly that not even a wet spot remained of the creature's head. This information made a huge impression on everyone. Many froze, staring at the young man when suddenly his hand was in someone's palm. It was a short woman with a kind face. She thanked the young man for saving her two companions, Yeonsu and Ben Chul. After that, other people began to express their sincere gratitude for saving their friends, which made Jean very embarrassed. He tried to say that he had not done anything extraordinary, but had simply done what he had to do. But the thanks continued to pour in. It turned out that all these people had been working together for over 10 years and had become like family to each other. The general manager of the Tichon Express terminal was Lee Jin-mok. The general manager bowed respectfully to the young man and thanked him for saving Yeonsu and Ben Chul. After all the formalities were settled and the young men got to know each other, the young man was taken through the underground, where he was told and shown how they survived there. The underground was much better than the surface. They had food and water from the logistics center, as well as the opportunity to sleep while someone was on duty. The manager was absolutely sure that the food would last a long time, because they got it from the logistics center. But soon after, a report came from the guys who had returned from the city. They said that the logistics center had simply disappeared from the face of the earth. Everyone present was very surprised by what they heard and fell into a stupor, because it became clear that food supplies were not endless. The manager couldn't believe what he was hearing. However, Yeonsu said that when the guys tried to look around, they stumbled upon a wyvern. No one understood how such a huge building could have vanished. But when monsters roam around, anything can happen. So they just had to accept the new reality. Of course, this situation was unpleasant, and now it was necessary to decide what to do in such circumstances. The manager announced that the guys had to clear the tunnel at all costs, because if they stayed here, things would get worse every day. There was no need to despair. It was just that the time had come a little earlier than expected, and they would have had to leave the dungeon anyway someday. The main thing was that the people had a plan. Chan listened very carefully to everything people were saying and turned to the manager to find out which tunnel they were talking about. The manager explained that before the apocalypse, everyone lived in different places and needed transportation to get to work. That's why they now had plenty of working vehicles. The problem was blocked roads. The road to the north was blocked by a golf course. The eastern direction was littered with containers, and the southern highway was destroyed. The tunnel to the west remained the only option, but a flock of wyverns had settled there. Until today, people had been living off food from the logistics center, but now they had to force their way through the tunnel. The manager told the young man that he didn't have to go with them. After all the roads were blocked only to vehicles, and on a bicycle, he could leave this place in any direction. However, Jonghyum said that he needed normal transportation because he was going to search for his family and believed that he had to help people. The young man confirmed that he would definitely go to help and do everything necessary to clear the tunnel for himself and the others. But the young man did not want to show people his ability because he did not fully trust them. Perhaps they are not as kind as they seem. Of course, these people were not lucky enough to be in a safe place like Chan, and all this time they were fighting for their lives while he was simply locked up in a warehouse. They had food supplies from the logistics center, and people knew the value of food and water. However, they weren't going to share this information with others easily, and that was right. Chan Gyum wanted to go into the tunnel and see how many creatures had bred there. He announced this to his new companions, hoping to use his ability alone to clear the way, and maybe then he would be able to improve some of the abilities that opened up after killing the orc. Perhaps he would be able to reduce the recharge time, thanks to the magic stones. Among his abilities was the ability to send 2 items at once. There was also a mysterious automatic delivery function, but he planned to figure that out later. All he needed for all this was 10 magic stones. Chongyum wanted to face a pack of wyverns to get more magic stones and improve his abilities. Due to people's caution, he decided to go alone, kill all the wyverns, take their stones, and improve his abilities to clear the way. Yeonsu volunteered to go with him on this mission because he was being chased by a giant wyvern at the time. And besides, the guy didn't know the way. Besides, he trusted the young man and believed that he would save them, even if something unexpected happened. This was slightly different from Jonggyum's plan, but he did not argue and accepted the help of his new friend. Besides, Yeonsu wanted to test his driving ability. He had never received a notification and simply knew that he had this ability. He imagined in his head how he should operate the vehicle. However, this information did not impress the hero, who understood that this would be their first ride. The guys went out onto the streets of the city, climbing out of the underground, and Yeonsu got behind the wheel of the bike to take them to the tunnel. Su's ability turned out to be simply amazing. They were racing at breakneck speed and the wind whistled around them, not calming down for a moment. Gyum was terrified. He thought it was impossible to drive so fast because there were many abandoned cars on the road that were difficult to see, but the driver did not respond to his cries. All the young man could do was cling to the bicycle seat with both hands and pray that they would arrive safely. Guillaume sat on the bike with his head down, pressed into the seat and his eyes tightly closed. When suddenly, the driver delivered the bad news. Ahead, among the cars, a huge wyvern was hiding. The driver didn't know what to do, whether to keep going or to drive around it. The dragon had also noticed the approaching people and was staring at them with a bloodthirsty gaze. Yongsu turned to his companion, trying to figure out what to do next, without slowing down for a second, which caused another wave of panic in Guillaume. The young man used his ability on the fly, and a camping axe flew into the dragon's jaw. The companions sped past the dying monster at tremendous speed. Yongsu managed to steer with his foot and even get a look at the dragon. In a split second, they sped on, leaving the body of the slain wyvern behind. Zhang Guillaume used his delivery ability, warning his driver not to turn around under any circumstances, and pulled the magic crystal out of the dead dragon's body. A couple of seconds later, the guys had already reached the tunnel. Yansu was an excellent driver, so they got there in a matter of minutes. But suddenly, he stopped the bike abruptly. He was the first to notice the horror they had fallen into. They were surrounded on all sides by wyverns, leaving them no chance to hide or avoid a collision. Guillaume looked calmly at the monsters preparing to attack, while Yonsu mentally said goodbye to life, realizing that even with an electric bike, it was impossible to escape from such a large number of dragons. The creatures were already drooling in anticipation of their future dinner, so it was impossible to reach a safe place. Yongsu relied solely on the abilities of his new companion, realizing that otherwise they were doomed. The boy was trembling with fear and covered in sweat. Zhang Guillaume cursed and said he couldn't hide it anymore. He activated the app knowing that his new companion would learn the secret. The young man used the remaining 5 stones to reduce the recharge time. After that, the battle with the dragon began, which opened its mouth, preparing to bite off the men's heads. The dragons began moving toward the boys almost simultaneously, leaving them no chance to hide from even one of them. Still holding the handlebars of his bicycle, Yonsu stared in horror at the open mouth of the approaching dragon. And at the moment when the man's head was about to be in the monster's jaws, the delivery ability worked, and all the dragons disappeared somewhere. Zhang Guillaume turned to his companion and said that everything was fine now and that they were no longer in danger. After that, the young man told his new acquaintance about the subspace he possessed and the ability he used to destroy monsters. He also explained that he improves his stats with magic stones, and that in order to further reduce the recharge time, he needs to increase the level of the subspace. This can be done by destroying dragons and other monsters. Using the return spell, the young man extracted magic stones from the bodies of the slain monsters. Zhang Guillaume warned Yonsu not to stray from him and to prepare his camping axe so that he could use it at any moment. Yongsu's head was swarming with questions about the logistics center, packs, and the abilities of his new acquaintance. However, that wasn't so important right now. Another huge flying dragon was about to bite off the man's head, so there was no time for questions. Instead, Guillaume's camping axe hit the monster's neck perfectly and killed it with one blow. Having dealt with one wyvern, the young man began to fight the other, while the cyclist stood spellbound and stunned. He was already tired of being afraid and barely reacted to the huge jaws snapping near his ear. At one point, Yonsu fell to the ground when the flying dragon hit him with its tail. However, these were minor incidents compared to what could have happened. Zhang Guillaume, as always, was nearby with his camping axe, ready to destroy the flying creature at any moment, and he immediately threw the axe at the approaching dragon. But this time, the monster was too strong, and the boy didn't have time to deliver the fatal blow. So he fled to his subspace, terrifying Yonsu. Now nothing prevented the dragon from devouring the cyclist, as his protector was nowhere to be found. However, Guillaume did not lose his composure, and threw the axe, using his ability to deliver it from subspace, straight at the monster's head. Blood spurted in all directions, and the slain creature fell. Everything he saw made a huge impression on Yonsu. He didn't know what to fear more, dragons or his new friend and his abilities. Young still didn't quite understand what was going on. However, it was incredible how a guy who worked in a logistics center could achieve such heights of mastery with battle axes. But one thing was clear. These monsters were no problem for Zhang Guillaume. The young man could handle any tunnel and clear it without much effort. And with the help of the machines in the current situation, it was possible to quickly and safely reach the desired location thanks to Yonsu's skills as a driver. After all, the tunnel was only part of the route, and there would be monsters after it too. They weren't going anywhere. But for Yonsu, it wasn't so scary. All he needed was a car. Yongsu envied his new acquaintance, because with such an ability, he himself could quickly reach his relatives. At the same time, Zhang Guillaume needed a car, and most likely had a long journey ahead of him. These thoughts filled Yeonsu's head as he watched his friend fight the dragons. Soon, one of the dragons simply flew away, considering the guy dangerous, which meant that the reptiles were smarter than they seemed. Jonggyum wanted to improve the accuracy of delivery, but he lacked the magic stones that appeared in the bodies of slain monsters. Yeonsu saw a magic stone for the first time, and did not understand what it was or what it was for. Jonggyum explained that these stones were necessary to improve abilities. With their help, one could strengthen oneself and reinforce the protective properties of one's subspace. Yeonsu had never used magic stones to enhance his abilities because he simply did not know they existed. He admired the young man's skill with axes, throwing them with such power as if he were shooting a gun. That's how the guy managed to kill all the monsters. Gyum admitted that he didn't know if he had completely cleared the tunnel because he just wanted to explore it. He said he preferred not to show people his abilities. Yeon apologized to the young man for ruining his plans. However, the boy asked him not to because, without Yeonsu not knowing the way, he would not have been able to get there himself. Gyeom suggested returning to the dungeon because the dragons had retreated for now, but could return and attack at any moment. After that, Yeonsu asked another personal question. How far was Gyeom going to travel if he needed a car so badly? The young man replied that he was going to where his family was, in Gangnam, and his final destination was Yeongdungpo. Yeongsu admitted that he needed to go to Indaeokwan. It was on the way, and perhaps they should travel together. This option was ideal for both of them. Yeonsu wasn't sure he would make it home even after passing through the tunnel. His ability was related to driving. He was an excellent driver. But, alas, he was not a fighter. The young man, on the other hand, knew how to fight monsters. And if they were going the same way, why not join forces? Gangnam was far away, but Yeonsu would get the young man there quickly. He understood, of course, that he was just a driver, but he promised not to be a burden to Gyeom. Besides, he had a small supply of food that they could share. The idea didn't seem so unreasonable, since Yeonsu's driving skills were beyond doubt. Jonggyum really wanted to hide his abilities from the other players, because he couldn't imagine how they would react if they found out the truth about him. They might force him to do something against his will, such as not giving him the car keys until he fulfilled their demands. The young man wanted to trust Yeonsu because he had gone with him, risking his life, even though a monster had recently been chasing him. The guy confirmed his agreement, saying he was ready to team up with Yeonsu and drive together to his relative's house. However, he insisted that he would clear the tunnel alone and did not want anyone to interfere or learn about his ability. Gyeom asked that no one interfere with him and allow him to clean up the tunnel alone. Yeongsu, putting his hand on his heart, promised that people would not be stubborn and interfere if he asked them not to. Upon arriving in the underground, Yeonsu gathered all the residents and announced that they would soon be able to escape through the tunnel. Jonggyum would clear the passage using his newly awakened ability, and the people would have to wait outside until he was done. He added that he couldn't explain what this ability was because it was a secret. All they could do was trust that Gyeom would succeed. It seemed unthinkable. He had revealed someone else's secret to everyone. The people were so surprised that they couldn't believe what they had heard. It turned out that their new acquaintance would clear the tunnel on his own, and they just had to wait until it was over. Yeonsu even promised to tell them exactly how the young man would do it. The situation was deteriorating before their eyes because they were already wary of the young man, and now their trust could disappear altogether. The manager looked at the young man with a puzzled expression, not knowing what to do in the current situation. Jum also realized that it was too late to back down, so he announced that he would clear the tunnel by tomorrow morning so that everyone could pass through. And although it all sounded fantastic and the unlikely, the people had no other options. Food supplies were running low, and the tunnel needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Manager Chinmok said he would not ask about his abilities, as he saw no point in it. The main thing for him was that the tunnel be cleared. Perhaps the guy decided to do this out of sympathy for the people. If it was easier for him without helpers, they would not get in the way. However, the manager asked the young man to accept the food and drinks that the people had collected, because he would need strength to clear the tunnel. The young man risked his life for all of them, and the only thing the people could do was share their food with him, especially since he was going to clear the tunnel alone. People began to bow to him, expressing their sincere and heartfelt gratitude. They regretted that they could only thank him, and although the young man tried to explain that this situation was beneficial to him, they did not listen. He asked them to leave the food for their families and not give it to him, but the people showed sincere, heartfelt kindness and asked the young man to simply accept the offering, because his refusal could offend them all. After all, the young man had a family somewhere he was going to get to, so he would be able to treat them to these supplies. At the word family, images of his parents, two sisters, and brother appeared before Guillaume's eyes. The people were happy that the tunnel would be cleared and they would finally be able to get out of the underground. And that meant it was time to open the hiding place. The stash turned out to be beer, and the people began to celebrate the happy event, hoping that everything they had planned would come true and their loved ones would be happy to see them. There was not much alcohol, but it was enough to drink to the safe arrival and reunion with their beloved families, as well as to the safety of everyone and their young savior, Guillaume. The next day, the weather was wonderful. The sun shone softly, breaking through the fluffy clouds, and the blue sky seemed peaceful and serene. In front of the tunnel entrance, Guillaume sat on his bicycle with a camping axe in his hands. The faces of those seeing him off were filled with concern about the upcoming event. However, the young man asked them not to worry, and confidently said that he would accomplish the task at hand. Leaving the people at the entrance, the young man rode his bike to the tunnel to improve his skills and clear the passage for everyone. His face was focused and showed no fear or confusion. The young man rode with the firm intention of doing his job well. Entering the tunnel, the young man stopped his bike and assessed the scale of the disaster. The entire ceiling was littered with wyverns waiting for prey. The boy's thoughts turned to his childhood, and he remembered himself as a boy who was often beaten. One eye had swollen shut from a blow. His rival and main tormentor was his older sister, who constantly picked on her brother, although she denied these accusations. They constantly complained to their father, who had to judge between them. But the quarrels between them occurred regularly and always ended in fights. Despite the fact that they often hit each other, bruised each other, and pulled each other's hair, the brother and sister remained very close and dear to each other. And maybe now they even hate each other. But one day, they will realize how important family is. Dad would have continued lecturing the children for a long time if Mom hadn't intervened, wanting him to help her with the housework instead of endless conversations. The night before, when people got drunk and relaxed, they all, in one way or another, began to remember their families. And even the manager was in tears, thinking about his children. Soon, everyone fell into a drunken sleep, and loud snoring echoed through the dungeon. It was simply impossible to sleep in such conditions. In addition, some were already thirsty and wanted water. In the middle of the night, Yeonsu had to replace his colleagues on duty when he noticed that Guillaume was nowhere to be found. The guard said he had gone outside to get some air. Yeonsu went in search of his new acquaintance and soon found him near some huge trucks. He was worried that the young man wasn't resting because a difficult day and a battle in the tunnel lay ahead. Perhaps he just didn't feel comfortable sleeping underground. But the guy said he just couldn't sleep and had been busy gathering small gifts for all the inhabitants of the underground. Their kindness sincerely touched the young man. He didn't load the trucks completely to make them easier to drive, but in principle, the supplies should have been enough. It was the last of 15 trucks that he had already loaded with food and essential items. Guillaume asked him not to tell anyone about this until the tunnel was cleared. Yeonsu didn't understand how the guy could give away food left and right, and who he was anyway, if he could afford to do so. Meanwhile, in the underground, the work of clearing and destroying the dragons continued as usual. Guillaume destroyed wyverns using his delivery ability, without even putting in much effort. He thought about how he would like to put all the people in his subspace to protect them. However, at this stage, it was impossible for him to do so with his abilities. If he could improve his subspace by a couple of levels, he might be able to accommodate up to 20 people there. But to do that, he would need to collect even more magic stones. There weren't that many dragons left in the tunnel. In addition, some of them flew away alone or in pairs, so it was unlikely that he would be able to raise the level significantly. But thanks to the upgrade of his precision delivery ability, the guy managed to kill quite a few lizards. Without this improvement, nothing would have worked. If he wanted to settle his family in the subspace, he would need huge dragons with powerful magic stones. And now one of these creatures was looking intently at Guillaume. People stood excitedly and impatiently near the cars, waiting for the guy to appear. Some believed in his abilities, others doubted and were genuinely worried. Thoughts of helping him arose, but that could only ruin everything. So they decided not to interfere and just wait for his return. Soon Guillaume himself appeared from the tunnel. His shirt was splattered with blood, and his face was gray from dust and smoke. However, as he drew closer, he radiated satisfaction with the work he had done, and the sun's rays illuminated this pure, sincere, and kind young man. People rushed to cheer and praise the young man, who not only returned alive from the tunnel, but also did a great deed for all of them. After that, the manager gave a speech of gratitude to his employees and wished them a safe journey home. The employees also thanked the manager for everything he had done and wished him a safe journey. After that, Gyum told the people that if they ran into any problems along the way, they could look in the cargo compartment. There they would find something that would be useful to them. Everyone got into their cars and hurried to their families. The road was difficult because there were abandoned cars lying in the middle of the highway. But the trucks slowly moved in the right direction. After passing through the tunnel, they said goodbye to each other and each went their own way to meet their loved ones. Chongyum enjoyed the ride, but he couldn't stop thinking about the last dragon he hadn't fought. The wyvern disappeared too quickly without giving him a chance to get a good look at it. The young man was almost certain that the monster was a wyvern. However, it looked different and was enormous in size. Perhaps it was the leader, or maybe it was just an adult specimen that produced ordinary, already quite common dragons. Guillaume was thinking about all this. Suddenly, a sound caught the young man's attention. The car had stopped in the middle of the city. Everything around was still eerie. The bodies of dead soldiers lay scattered, weapons nearby. It was clear that the enemy was stronger than even the national army. All this made the men think terrible thoughts about how they had no choice. Corpses, monster carcasses, and overturned cars were scattered everywhere, and there was not a single normal road. But this was happening everywhere they went, and they were equally frightened and horrified by what they saw. The fact that the bodies of soldiers remained lying in the streets suggested that the situation was even worse than people could imagine. Jung-gyum thought that if he had stayed in the army longer, he might have ended up in the place of these soldiers, abandoned to be torn apart by monsters. Soon, their path was blocked by a wire fence topped with barbed wire, and it was clear that it was impossible to pass. This fence was intended to block the path, but it could only be used against humans, as winged wyverns and huge orcs paid no attention to such barriers. The barbed wire was most likely installed by the military. It seemed that they were trying to block something. They could have looked for another road or tried to cross another bridge, which might not have been blocked yet. But Jung-gyum did not listen to his companion because he saw something at the end of the bridge. Giant wolf-like monsters. The young man immediately figured that if he killed these creatures, he would be able to improve his subspace, although Yun-su was already about to turn back at that moment. However, before he did so, a daring plan formed in Gyum's mind. The young man suggested trying to cross the bridge in one place. He asked the driver if he could drive the truck on the sidewalk. Of course, it was a bit narrow, but there was still a chance. With a satisfied smile and confident in his strength, Guillaume declared that he had come up with a good way to get through the barrier and demanded that the driver not turn the truck around. It was decided to make their way through here. While the guys were discussing the details of their future journey, new participants appeared before them. A giant orc who was tearing wolf-like monsters to pieces. But within a few minutes, the battle took a dramatic turn. The pack of wolves devoured the orc in a matter of seconds. The monsters tore each other apart, ripping flesh and spraying blood in all directions. The humans watched with their mouths agape, amazed at the bloodthirstiness and power of the monsters. Yangsu asked his partner again if he really wanted to cross this bridge. Gayam said that when he was a child, he used to play a computer game where 3 races were at war with each other. In this game, you could customize the maps and additional options as you saw fit. Gyam's favorite map was one where you had to fight off hordes of monsters using limited resources. Now they were in a similar situation. The driver turned the truck so that the rear end was facing the desired spot in the wire fence. He did everything as Gyum had instructed and broke through the wire fence with the rear of the truck. Their actions attracted the attention of the monsters, who were already finishing off an unlucky orc that had crossed their path. The young man had wanted to try out the new option for a long time, but he didn't think the opportunity would come so quickly. He ordered Tax to use all the remaining magic stones to improve the truck's performance. Soon his delivery speed increased, and automatic delivery was activated, allowing him to destroy several monsters at once. The young man was ready to face the pack of wolf-like creatures that were already rushing towards him, intent on tearing him apart. Gayam began fighting the pack of monsters with huge refrigerators, which he threw, knocking the monsters down in midair. Almost immediately, he received 12 magic stones and thought that it was not in vain that he had improved the range and accuracy of delivery after clearing the tunnel. He could have thrown an axe, but the delivery direction was only slightly adjusted. These wolf-like monsters were very fast, and even if he threw an axe at them, they could dodge it at high speed. Moreover, they did not stop attacking, even when they saw the death of their fellow creatures. Given the situation and the speed of delivery, it was best to throw refrigerators at the monsters. They couldn't dodge them in time. In addition, the refrigerator was not only large and knocked down several monsters at once, but also weighed a decent amount, thanks to which it crushed the creatures. This was made possible by improved automatic delivery. The process of destroying monsters became very convenient. and it was almost impossible to keep track of it. The huge creatures did not have time to reach the young man, meeting their death in midair. The flying refrigerator spared no one. Young-soo sat locked in the truck's cab and watched the battle unfold in the rearview mirror. Monsters and refrigerators flew through the air. The sight was enough to drive anyone mad. No one had ever seen flying refrigerators before. At the same time, Young-soo understood that there couldn't be that many refrigerators in the truck. Where did they come from? And what was going on in general? Perhaps they were somehow reappearing. Of course, Guillaume took the axes from the slain monsters. But what about the refrigerators? It was unclear. Yeon-soo's head was bursting with thoughts, while Guillaume suggested a snack. It dawned on the driver that the young man's supplies were endless. This knowledge struck him as much as everything else. He thought the guy was collecting axes because there weren't many of them. But it turned out there was a whole wagon load. Guillaume said he was picking up the axes so they wouldn't lie on the road and hurt someone. Perhaps Yeon-soo just didn't understand everything correctly. However, the young man did not deny that his supplies were endless, and the guys agreed to have a snack while the refrigerators continued to destroy monsters. Yeon-soo continued to argue that he still didn't know what abilities the guy had. But it didn't matter anymore. They were enough to get the job done. Yeon-soo said he was very grateful to Guillaume for clearing the tunnel and helping them get to the city. If they crossed the bridge, they would reach his home in about an hour. Yeon-soo hoped that nothing had happened to his family and believed that they were all right. To distract himself from his sad thoughts, Guillaume said that Yeon-soo couldn't appear in front of his family looking like that. It would take some time to destroy the wolf-like monsters so the boys could find some clothes for Yeon-soo. At first, the driver was embarrassed, surprised that the young man was even helping him with clothes. However, he didn't have to beg him for long, and soon he voiced his preferences. Now there was a very cool guy behind the wheel, wearing aviator sunglasses and a stylish jacket that resembled the uniform from the movie Top Gun. Having received his new outfit, the driver felt like a real pilot and said that since almost all the problems had been solved, it was time to get going. Guillaume watched what was happening with apprehension and understood where this was leading. However, it was too late. The truck took off immediately at breakneck speed. It raced across the bridge, crushing the surviving monsters and not slowing down for a moment. The truck raced so fast that it left no chance for anyone. The frightened creatures were left far behind. Less than half an hour later, the truck reached its destination before Jeon Guillaume lost consciousness from motion sickness. What his companions saw was very sad. Houses were destroyed, streets were littered with debris, windows were broken, and there were no signs of living souls. The buildings were in terrible condition, but there were no corpses in sight. The absence of dead bodies on the street gave him hope that Yeon-soo's family was all right. However, when all that remained was to open the door, the man was terrified. The truth he might find behind that door paralyzed him. Perhaps it would have been better to remain in ignorance than to confirm that his family had perished. Jung-gyum guessed how his friend felt and offered his help. He understood how eager he was to see his family, and now the man was paralyzed with fear. He was afraid to find dead bodies inside. Guillaume volunteered to help his friend. He put his hand on the driver's shoulder, which was covered in sweat from tension and fear. Jung-gyum asked permission to ring the doorbell instead of Yeon-soo. No one wants to confirm the death of their family, even if the probability is low. In Yeon-soo's place, no one would want to open that door. Guillaume asked his friend to get ready and was about to knock on the door when something happened. The door swung open silently, and the men looked at what was hidden behind it. A beautiful young woman and a little 5-year-old girl were standing on the threshold of the apartment. They were frightened, but immediately recognized Yeon-soo. The woman couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't believe that the man she loved, whom she had mourned for the past few days, was standing in front of her alive and well. In a burst of joy and happiness, Yeon-soo rushed to his beloved women. He hugged his wife, and his daughter clung to his pants and pressed herself tightly against her father. What followed was a touching scene. Tears, sobs, joy, and happiness. The woman said that she heard voices behind the door and saw a man who looked like her husband through the peephole. When the initial emotion subsided, everyone remembered Guillaume, who was standing quietly nearby, trying not to disturb the happy family. Yeon-soo introduced the young man as his savior, thanks to whom he was able to get here safely. But Guillaume was already very far away in his thoughts. The guy had lost a lot of strength fighting monsters. He hadn't slept the night before the tunnel cleanup, so his eyes closed and he simply fell asleep. Guillaume dreamed of his father, who was sitting very seriously. They were at his grandfather's funeral, and his father told him that parting does not always bring only sadness. The more time people spend together, the stronger their feelings of affection, gratitude, and regret become. Therefore, the moment of parting does not necessarily have to be sad. His father felt more gratitude to his parent for allowing him to experience true love. After all, when you give without asking for anything in return, it's hard to understand. But someday Guillaume will grow up and realize that love is not easy to receive and not easy to give. Then he dreamed of another fight with his older sister, who was practicing her moves on her little brother. She justified herself by saying that she didn't hit him. She put a pillow there to soften the blow. But the boy still ran to his father to complain. However, Dad didn't take either side because he knew that one day the children would stop fighting and understand how important and valuable family is, and that the love in their hearts is the most important thing. Years passed, the children grew up, and it became more and more difficult to gather everyone around the table. After some time, the children grew further apart as they grew up. The older brother advised Kim Sol to join a boxing club. Finally, it was time for Guillaume to go to middle school. He was very happy and proud of himself. However, the boys did not want to be friends with him because their suits were more expensive, and so were their phones. Guillaume got his older brother's jacket, which was full of holes and worn out. That's why no one wanted to be friends with him. Instead, his classmates enjoyed practicing their punches on him. Besides Guillaume, there was another bespectacled boy who was regularly beaten up by the other boys and couldn't defend himself, so they were both considered weaklings. During one such fight, when a classmate was about to deliver a powerful blow, someone grabbed his arm and stopped his fist in midair. It turned out to be his older sister, who had been practicing her moves on her brother for many years. Kim Sol announced that from now on, Guillaume would train with her in the mornings. This marked the beginning of another hell for the boy, because his sister exhausted him with physical exercises and continued to tease him, just like when they were children. Several more years passed, and Guillaume was now a high school student. No one dared to bully him because he had become physically fit and strong. Soon, the family received wonderful news. His older sister, Ju Young, had been accepted into medical school. Time passed, and soon there was news about Guillaume himself, which his parents had been eagerly awaiting. By that time, the young man had grown into a strong and handsome guy, capable of protecting himself and others. It was a letter confirming his enlistment in the military. His parents and Kim Sol saw off the young man, who was about to become not only a strong defender, but also a professional warrior. His parents wished him not to lose heart and to take care of himself. With that, the young man's childhood came to an end. Together with other young men, he left to serve in the army. The young man woke up lying on a bed in an unfamiliar place. He couldn't understand where he was or how he got there. He assumed that he had fainted and lost consciousness. Guillaume remembered how Yeon-soo met his family. But after that, there was only silence and darkness. An unfamiliar voice called out to him, greeting him just as he was about to use his camping hatchet. He saw a woman and a girl sitting at the kitchen table, eating their dinner with gusto. Nearby, exhausted from the long journey, driver Yeon-soo was sleeping on a mattress. The woman explained that Guillaume had lost consciousness and then immediately fallen asleep, so they had put him to bed and tried not to wake him. Guillaume looked in horror at the axe he was still holding in his hands and realized that he could have accidentally used it against these defenseless people. He immediately put the weapon away in his subspace and asked how much time had passed and how long he had been asleep. The woman said that only 3 hours had passed, but she wanted to thank him for what he had done for her family. Her husband told her that they had only been able to get there thanks to Guillaume's strength, and now, finally, their family was reunited. At that moment, Yeon-soo woke up and said that the young man had saved his life many times, and that his help with driving was nothing compared to what Guillaume had done. The woman assumed that the young man was hungry and suggested that the men eat first before continuing their conversation. Yeon-soo did not want to eat without his friend and waited for him to wake up so they could share their food. The woman prepared stewed fish, just like Guillaume's mother used to make. The young man was sincerely touched by this situation and the hospitality shown to him by this family. He said that it was his favorite and most luxurious dish. The woman and the girl had already eaten and left the men so that they could enjoy their meal and talk in peace. It was the most delicious food Guillaume had had since he left his parents' home and went to serve in the army. The delicious lunch was eaten. Nostalgic feelings overwhelmed the young man. He remembered his family and the food his mother used to cook for him. When lunch was over, Yeon-soo got down to business and said he wanted to take Guillaume to his relatives. This proposal surprised the young man, but Yeon-soo insisted that he had already discussed everything with his wife, and she supported his decision. Guillaume tried to stop Yeon-soo, saying that the nearest town, Gangnam, was not the final destination of his journey, because he was going to travel further and would need a car. Yeon-soo understood all this and set only one condition. First, he wanted to talk outside. Standing by the car, the guys continued their conversation. Yeonsu was going to drive the truck to the nearest town, Kanam. Then he wanted to leave the truck with the young man and get an electric bike from him in return, so he could return to his family himself. He planned to ride the bike back home very quickly. It all seemed convenient, of course, but suspicious Guillaume immediately had questions. Of course, Yeonsu was an excellent driver and could outrun any monster. But even with his driving skills, it was very dangerous. And since Yeonsu had already met his family and even brought them supplies, there was no point in taking the risk again. After all, the man had come all this way for his wife and daughter, and now he was ready to take the risk again. Guillaume asked directly why Yeonsu was trying to help him. Scratching behind his ear, the driver said that he just wanted to repay his savior, because he felt he owed him his life. This answer seemed very strange to Guillaume, and he hesitated, wondering whether to accept Yeonsu's help. Of course, if it weren't for Guillaume's help, they would all have died in that tunnel. And now Yeonsu was simply trying to help as best he could. They were both in the same situation. Their normal lives had collapsed, and now each was struggling in their own way. And even if Guillaume had awakened good abilities, that didn't mean it was easy for him. The world had become cruel, but everything was held together by thoughts of family. And now Guillaume was also worried about his loved ones, and it was very difficult for him. Therefore, it would be better if comrades helped each other survive. Although it seems presumptuous from the outside, Yeonsu promised to run away if the situation became really dangerous. He wasn't stupid enough to risk his life and family. Guillaume remembered how he left early in the morning to clear the tunnel, leaving his friends outside. Near the tunnel, he saw a car with the key still in the ignition. This key gave him great hope that the young man would be able to take the car and get to his family. With this in mind, he drove into the tunnel, determined to return to find his family. Guillaume began to explain to his friend that nothing could penetrate his subspace ability without his permission, and as long as it was maintained, all goods could be copied. Guillaume was ready to accept Yeonsu's help, but he also had a condition. He asked the driver to accompany him the entire way, not only to the nearest town, but to all 4 towns where his family members were currently located. In addition, the young man wanted to strengthen his subspace so that other people could stay there, and he could settle Yeonsu there with his wife and daughter. Therefore, if Yeonsu was going to go with him, he would need to take his whole family with him. And thanks to the capture of the mutants, the young man would be able to increase the level of the subspace in time. And while Yeonsu would help search for the young man's family, Guillaume, in turn, would be able to protect the driver's family. Yeonsu enthusiastically accepted the proposed plan and immediately went to find his wife and daughter. Guillaume had enough stones to raise the level of the subspace, and now other people could be there. However, the price of his service became significantly higher, but the guy decided to take care of that later. Guillaume allowed strangers into his subspace, and Yeonsu's entire family appeared at the logistics center. They were all simply stunned by what they saw. Before them lay a huge logistics center, its shelves filled with goods of all shapes and sizes. Moreover, there were no monsters nearby, and the area seemed completely safe. Guillaume introduced the family to Pax, a robot that would help them if necessary. He could check the availability of necessary items and bring whatever was needed. In addition, this logistics center had a lot of fresh produce, so the woman had access to all the ingredients. She could take any food and items she wanted. The guy explained that the supply of food and items was endless. Everything was duplicated every time something was taken. So there was no need to be shy. They could use absolutely everything. Guillaume suggested that everyone rest, because in half an hour they would have to set off and use their abilities. The whole family was speechless, unable to express their impressions. They were surprised and happy at the same time. Guillaume decided to check what new abilities he now possessed. His main ability was a subspace into which he could send anything at any time and access the object at any time. No one could enter the subspace without the young man's permission. When the logistics center entered his subspace, the artificial intelligence Pax and the operating system merged, resulting in new functions such as delivery, which threw out goods at tremendous speed. After the merger, the capabilities of the subspace became simply fantastic, and now the young man didn't even have to control some of the functions. It was very impressive, and it seemed that the level of new abilities could not be increased any further. However, this turned out not to be the case. The young man could now store items right in front of him, as well as create a laboratory capable of combining and transforming goods in space to create new items. In any case, it became clear that as he leveled up, he would gain even more powerful abilities. However, this was not yet possible due to a lack of magic stones. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into the young man's head: to put the entire planet Earth into his subspace. But at this stage, this function was unavailable. The subspace tried to execute the command, but nothing happened. The target was outside the range of the ability. and the young man suspected that it would not work because the idea itself was too bold and even terrifying. At that moment, Yeonsu approached the young man, having studied the city map, and looked up the route to the Gangnam district. He suggested a different route, saying he thought it would be better. Guillaume was surprised that the driver was already busy planning his future trip instead of spending time with his daughter. But it turned out that the girl was fine. She had gathered her favorite toys, played to her heart's content, and was now fast asleep, feeling completely safe. Yeonsu thanked the guy again for his help, but he replied that everything was fair. They had helped each other, and there was complete balance between them. When the guys were sitting in the car and started their journey, Guillaume had a bad feeling because the driver suddenly became very serious. Yeonsu said that he could only help in one way, by driving the car, but he would do it faster than anyone else. And although Guillaume hinted that it was possible not to drive too fast, it was useless. The driver was already speeding at a tremendous speed. Soon they left the city, and the landscape around them changed. The streets and roads became completely deserted. The driver said that he had deliberately chosen routes where there were fewer monsters, because they usually gathered near people. For Guillaume, this was a completely unfamiliar place. The road was bumpy, he felt very sick, and all he wanted was for the journey to end as soon as possible. Suddenly, they drove up to a completely empty area and saw that the road was blocked by a barrier. These were military barricades with iron spikes, which were impossible to cross without damaging the wheels. The guys didn't know if there were any soldiers nearby who had left these barriers, but then Guillaume saw the headlights of the car that was chasing them in the side mirror. The equipment and weapons in that car did indeed belong to the military, but the people inside were clearly not soldiers. It seemed that they had set up an ambush and were watching the truck approach. Guillaume knew that it would not be easy to get out of this situation. He opened a small compartment under the steering wheel so that Yeonsu could hide in it. Guillaume himself moved to the driver's seat, deciding that if the strangers wanted to kill them, they would have started shooting right away. He estimated that there were 3 armed men. When one of them approached the driver's window, Guillaume asked what was going on. The stranger replied rudely that it was a check. He demanded that the young man get out of the car and open the trunk for inspection. The young man obediently complied with the armed stranger's demands, and they saw that the car was filled to the brim with goods. They were happy to see such a successful catch, and realized that the young man was a courier. After that, one of the bandits, probably their leader, told Guillaume that now all this belonged to them. He also demanded to know where the young man was taking these goods. Guillaume honestly admitted that he had taken everything from the logistics center, but it was now impossible to get there. All the roads leading to the center were destroyed and blocked. However, he was willing to bring supplies to these people if they needed them. The leader was interested in how many more supplies were in that logistics center. While they were talking, one of the bandits hinted that they had no choice. Time was running out. But suddenly the soldiers became agitated and began to discuss that it was too late, and time was running out. Therefore, they needed to take the food and stop talking. They took the truck and were about to harm the young man. Before Guillaume could escape into his subspace, he received a powerful blow to the solar plexus. It was very unexpected and painful, and the young man fell to his knees because his breathing was labored and excruciating pain spread throughout his body. His further impressions were only auditory because a bag was placed over his head. He heard how he was taken somewhere and explained to someone that he had brought food from the logistics center. As soon as the bag was removed from the young man's head, a bright light blinded him, and at first he could not see anything. When his vision returned, he realized that he was sitting on a chair with his hands tied behind his back in the middle of the room, and there was an unknown man sitting at the table. A guard was standing next to Guillaume, and a little to his left, he noticed another prisoner with his hands tied behind his back. The stranger was lying in a pool of his own blood, showing no signs of life. The commandant of the place spoke to him, saying that his men had told him about the truck with food that the young man was driving. According to the military, the young man was the only one who could get into the logistics center, and now the commandant was interested in whether this was really true, why only he could get into the center, and where it was located. Guillaume confirmed that he had picked up food at the Kunpo Center, and, of course, the commandant himself wanted to get into such a place. The young man also had questions. He wanted to know where he was and what was going on. It turned out that he was on military property. The commandant himself did not remember exactly which military structure this unit belonged to, the communications command or the command communications. But it did not matter. The military man himself had not served here before, and he was not going to explain anything about what was happening. But it would soon be 6 o'clock, so the young man could see everything for himself. That would be easier than explaining. At that moment, the whole room was illuminated by a red light, and the commandant announced that they had arrived. At the same time, there was a terrible, familiar sound that even Guillaume recognized. It was the wyverns flying over the military unit. For some reason, they did not touch the soldiers, as if they did not notice them at all. There were many dragons, varying in size, and soon their huge numbers practically blocked out the daylight. The young man watched in horror as the huge wyverns flew past the window. The commandant said that these creatures were extremely dangerous. In addition, they were unusually strong, because the commandant himself possessed strength. But during attacks and battles with wyverns, all his abilities were blocked by the dragons. The commandant drew Guillaume's attention to a soldier who was lying there in the room, his hands tied in a pool of his own blood. This guy was a real soldier, and the army had a plan to attack the wyverns with weapons. However, it didn't help, and all the soldiers who were recruited to fight the monsters died. This particular soldier wasn't killed, he just wasn't feeling well, and probably knew a lot of useful stuff. But now, he wasn't in the best shape, because he hadn't been fed in a long time. Now the commandant ruled this place. He reported that the military base was full of weapons, but there was no food at all. So Guillaume had to take his men, go with them to the logistics center, and get food. If they succeeded, the young man would be accepted into their ranks. This would be beneficial both to the bandits and to him, because they would be able to protect him from the monsters. Guillaume began to say something strange about how this place seemed perfect, and therefore he wanted Pax to send the ministry's communications command to the subspace. It seemed like complete nonsense, and the soldiers nearby decided that the guy had simply gone mad. The next moment, the young man found himself with everyone around him in a completely different place. They were sitting on chairs under the open sky, against the backdrop of high mountains and a ruined city. The sun shone brightly on everything around them, creating a peaceful landscape. The men looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened and where the building they had been in had disappeared to. Guillaume was still sitting on a chair with his hands tied, and next to him was a guard with an automatic weapon. The commandant looked around in confusion, not understanding how this was possible and where the building had gone. At that moment, the young man sitting on the chair with his hands tied was seized by another attack, and he vomited right in front of him. This was a side effect of being packed into subspace. The rope had to be cut quickly before it was too late, but then there were sounds that needed no explanation. A huge flock of wyverns was approaching the people, and all eyes were fixed on these sources of death flying straight at them. The dragons were impressive with their gigantic size, enormous wingspan, and powerful, well-developed musculature. Their mouths were full of sharp, long teeth, and their ever-hungry mouths were ready to start their meal. The people rushed to flee as soon as their stupor passed. Guillaume tore the ropes and tried to pull himself together to meet the dragons, preparing his camping axe. The commandant came to his senses and shouted at his men not to run away, but to start shooting at the small wyverns with their firearms. Then, according to his plan, they would take down the large ones together. If the weapons didn't help, he would use his strength. However, it turned out that all his subordinates were traitors and cowards. They simply ran away, leaving their boss alone with the huge dragons. The commandant realized that he had no choice but to fight when he found himself face to face with a giant wyvern. The dragon's attention was drawn to Guillaume, who, supporting the wounded soldier, was retreating into subspace. Chong allowed subspace to let the soldier in. The stranger was in very bad shape. He was exhausted and could barely move his legs. Guillaume managed to safely enter subspace while the others were distracted. But next time, he should think about the consequences. The side effect could rob him of his senses. The young man was preoccupied with what was happening outside. He saw that the commandant was not afraid at all and was standing in front of the wyvern, not even trying to run away or hide. The dragon itself watched the man with obvious interest, following him with its gaze. It seemed as if the monster was thinking or remembering something, as if it possessed a mind. At that moment, the commandant punched the wyvern in the chest, and the monster finally turned its attention to what was happening right in front of it. The commandant shouted that he had already raised his level and was no longer as soft-hearted as before. Besides, he was not a coward who ran away. The last thing Guillaume saw from his subspace was the wyvern devouring the commandant, despite all the man's abilities. Once he got to his logistics center, Guillaume was able to catch his breath and said he felt fine. But the unfamiliar soldier was in very bad shape. He seemed to be a military officer. The bandits had tortured him, so the man was in serious physical condition. He needed at least a little rest before he could say anything or explain what was going on. It seemed that the soldier had no serious injuries or bleeding, but it remained unclear what exactly was happening to him and what his condition was. The man was fast asleep on the bed. His condition and weakness were caused by prolonged starvation. As soon as he wakes up, he will need to be fed. Jonggyom warned Yeonsu that another building would soon appear in the subspace. It was very strange and interesting as well as unexpected. The guys had never seen anything like it before. From the outside, the building looked very large and resembled a military base. Guillaume said that he himself had no idea that it would be so huge, because he couldn't estimate its size while standing with a bag over his head near the building. Yeonsu was already tired of being surprised, so once again, he just stood there with his mouth open, staring at what was happening. Guillaume warned his friend that he wanted to check something, and Yeonsu had to look after the sick soldier who was sleeping on their bed at that moment. It was just incredibly strange that Guillaume had transferred an entire military base into his subspace and was now going there to check something. He said that there must be many useful things at the military base, so he hopes to find something necessary. Bases usually store weapons, ammunition, explosives, strategic materials such as gas masks, and a variety of military equipment. All of this is essential for survival in an apocalyptic world. But using these items will be more difficult than using the resources of the logistics center. Pax is in charge of everything at the logistics center, and he can deliver the necessary items. But at the base, among the warehouses and arsenals, he will have to find everything himself. In addition, the problem was that Yeonsu was not a military man and was unlikely to know how to handle weapons. But he was willing to learn, as he had already spent too much time at the logistics center. It is important to note that supplies at the military base are not unlimited, as they are at the logistics center. So weapons should be used less often, and more reliance should be placed on one's own strength. While Guillaume was thinking about this, a drone appeared above him and explained something about subspace. It turned out that subspace was programmed by the PAX logistics system, and the newly annexed sector should also be considered a type of logistics warehouse operating on the same principles. It turned out that as soon as the classification of all goods from the newly annexed sector was completed, they could be used in the same way as goods from the logistics center. This meant that all weapons, rifles, and ammunition could be copied and sent again. It was so astonishing that the young man couldn't believe what he was hearing. The only problem was that it would take time to complete the classification, as the current progress was less than 1%. It was difficult to give an accurate estimate of the time it would take to complete. It all depended on the specific item. Guillaume already wanted to get firearms, ammunition, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. The drone promised to assign codes to these items first, so that the young man could use them immediately. In addition, it turned out that Guillaume could restrict the rights to order these goods. It was not a matter of distrust of Yeonsu or his family, but there was still an unfamiliar military man in the subspace. This was very reasonable and logical, and now that the boys had weapons and vehicles, the situation outside should become easier. With all these weapons, it would be easier to deal with the beasts and monsters that had taken over the outside world. Of course, one would hope that these creatures would be frightened by the weapons and disappear on their own, but that was unlikely to happen. There were too many monsters to get rid of, and it was unlikely that Guillaume would be able to deal with the giant wyverns on his own. Therefore, the only suitable option was to enlist Yeonsu in military service. He had served in the army in his youth, and now it was time to remember his combat skills. The guys examined their newly acquired military arsenal. Guillaume explained that if the barrel broke, they should just throw it away and take a new one, because they had an unlimited supply of ammunition. It would have been ideal if the automatic weapons came with ammunition, but unfortunately, the military base did not have any, so the guys had to assemble their weapons by hand. Of course, they hadn't fired in a long time, but there were so many targets in their subspace that they could easily practice their skills on them. Yeonsu took aim and decided that it would be quicker to show his skills than to explain them with words. A huge volley of fire burst out of the subspace, and the wyverns began to fly apart. The guys didn't spare any ammunition and literally showered the monsters with fire. After a few minutes of such active firing, the barrels of the automatic weapons were red hot. Guillaume was generally pleased with what he saw, and Yeonsu admitted that firing rapid volleys was quite difficult. Nevertheless, the guys did quite well. They killed the small wyverns, whose huge bodies lay in a pile in front of the entrance to the subspace. And although they did not see a single dragon showing signs of life, Guillaume was dissatisfied with what was happening. The young man did not understand where the large and impressive dragons that had been there initially had gone. This greatly alarmed him. As it turned out, his doubts were not in vain. The huge wyverns were indeed intelligent, and one of them lay in wait to attack the humans as soon as they emerged from the subspace. No matter how hard the guys tried to peer into the darkness, they couldn't see the enemy. Then Guillaume came up with a plan to make bait and release it outside. If no new dragon appeared after the bait was released, they would be able to move on. And if the wyvern showed itself, they would ambush it. Soon the bait was ready, The guys made a mannequin out of whatever they had on hand and placed it on 4 remote-controlled cars. Using the remote controls, they activated the movement, and the mannequin lying on the cars drove out of the subspace onto the street. In the next moment, the giant wyvern's huge claw pierced the mannequin through and through. The guys were convinced that the wyvern was indeed hiding in ambush, which meant that it possessed intelligence. There was no longer any point in hiding, and the monster, realizing that it had been tricked, stared hatefully at its rivals. Chongyam took aim with his rifle and gave the order to fire at the target. It jumped back from the entrance to the subspace, trying to avoid the fiery flames that rained down on it. The monster was very large, so ordinary bullets did little harm to it. They couldn't penetrate its powerful muscles. When the smoke cleared, the wyvern, alive and unharmed, lunged at the boys, opening its mouth and preparing to devour them. They were, of course, protected by their move into subspace. But the monster still made a terrifying impression. It remained standing and withstood a hail of bullets. The wyvern seemed to have incredibly thick skin. Guillaume remembered how the commandant had told him that all his attacks on the wyvern were blocked by something incomprehensible, and now the commandant's words finally made sense. He too began to suspect that it was not the skin that was the cause, but something external that blocked all attacks, preventing damage. There really was something protecting the wyvern from any damage. John Guillaume decided not to hide in subspace and to go on the offensive. He left Yansu in cover and jumped out himself. The guys had an endless supply of weapons, and now it was worth remembering that. Jumping out into the street, Guillaume unleashed a barrage of ammunition on the huge wyvern. The whole area was ablaze and shook from the explosions. The guys threw lemons, grenades, and other explosives almost non-stop. The shells exploded near the wyvern, and soon the entire area was shrouded in smoke from the grenade explosions and gunfire. Both attackers' hands were numb, and their shoulders ached with fatigue when they finally stopped firing. The boys hoped that would be enough. The smoke began to gradually dissipate, and the dragon reappeared before them, intact and unharmed, staring with an unblinking, meaningful gaze. It understood everything, and the expression on its face was conscious. The wyvern tried to break through into subspace with its claws, despite the fact that the boys had unleashed an entire arsenal of explosives on it. But suddenly something distracted the giant monster. It turned its head toward the source of the sound. In the next moment, the flying monster flapped its wings and left the area, leaving the guys alone but without answering any of their burning questions. The guys came out of subspace and assessed the extent of the destruction. Huge craters covered the entire area. It was clear that the monster had escaped. That meant it was time for them to leave too. They jumped into the car and hurriedly left the place. 2 guards drew attention to themselves with a noise that sounded after the protective wall of cars was blown to pieces by some force. It became clear that something dangerous was approaching. After all, the wall of cars was very sturdy and could not have collapsed just like that. The fact was that a new projectile, created in Guillaume's subspace, had been fired at it. When the smoke cleared, the guards saw the headlights of a rapidly approaching vehicle. It was military equipment, and it was unclear what to expect. In addition, the car was traveling at tremendous speed, so the guards did not even have time to think about what to do. It was clear that the driver was extremely aggressive. The guards looked at the people who had come to them, trying to figure out if they were dangerous or not. And since they only had sticks and batons at their disposal, there was little hope for the best. The passenger window of the car rolled down, and a young, handsome guy appeared in front of the men and asked if Nurse Kim Ju-young was there. In their distant childhood, when Guillaume's middle sister was practicing her skills on him, they both made a terrible noise and disturbed their older sister. The girl was preparing for her medical school entrance exams at the time. Kim So thought that her sister was sick because she suddenly started studying hard instead of playing. The younger siblings decided that something was wrong with their older sister and that they needed to tell their mother about it. Ju-young was 8 years older than her brother, and when she suddenly changed, deciding to get her act together and start studying hard, the whole family was alarmed by this change. However, the girl explained that she had a dream, which is why she had changed her habits so radically. One of the fiction books she read during that period made a huge impression on her. The beauty decided that even if the end of the world came tomorrow, she would continue to care for the sick and suffering until the very end. Her younger relatives did not understand her actions and her desire to become a nurse, but soon her efforts were rewarded. Her aspiration turned out to be more than just a childhood dream. The girl's grades improved, and she was eventually admitted to medical college. And now this young, beautiful girl in a medical uniform was standing on the street, not believing her eyes. Tears of joy and happiness streamed from her eyes when she realized who she was looking at. Questions poured out one after another. Where was he from? How did he find her? Why hadn't he shown up before? Jung Jum couldn't hold back either, and he cried with happiness and relief. thanking heaven that this meeting had finally taken place. His older sister Ju-yeon was standing in front of him, alive and unharmed. They embraced each other tightly, covering each other with kisses and telling each other how scared and lonely they had been, how they had feared they would never see each other again. When the initial emotion subsided, Guillaume introduced his friend, saying that it was this man who had helped him get to his sister. In turn, Kim Ju-yeon thanked Lee Soo-yeon for helping her brother and took a chocolate bar she had stashed away for a rainy day out of her pocket to share between the men, knowing that food was now worth its weight in gold. Jung tried to say that there was no need to treat them. He had something more important, namely, a patient who needed medical attention. Ju-yeon immediately got to work, demanding that the patient be taken out of the car immediately. However, it soon became clear that the patient was not there. He was in a subspace that could only be accessed with the help of Jeom's power. The nurse realized that her brother had awakened, and although this surprised her, such cases had become common recently. Guillaume did not want to open the subspace in front of strangers, as he did not intend to tell anyone about his abilities. But Ju-yeon noticed that there were too many prying eyes around and that it was impossible to act openly. Led by the nurse, the guys went around the hospital to find a secluded room where they could safely enter the subspace. Once they reached the logistics center, the girl could no longer contain her emotions. Everything seemed simply amazing and unreal to her. In addition to the logistics center, her brother also controlled a military complex with an entire arsenal. Guillaume promised to tell her everything later. They immediately brought the medic to the soldier, who was still lying on the same bed, showing no signs of life but not dying either. He seemed to be in a deep, lethargic sleep. Ju-yeon asked how long the man had been in this state, but no one had that information. Jung had found him unconscious, and it seemed that he had been tortured before that. It was unknown how long he had been unconscious. The doctor's verdict was harsh. She announced that the soldier would not live long. The situation was very bad, but there was still something that could be tried. It soon became clear that Ju-yeon also had powers that had awakened after the apocalypse, and she became a healer. Her power was still at a low level, so treating the soldier would take a long time, and it would be difficult to cure him completely. However, he would definitely not die, and the girl placed her hand on the patient's body. Soon she said that it was necessary to stop the treatment because the man was severely malnourished. His malnutrition had become more dangerous than his wounds. Therefore, he needed time, and with proper nutrition, he would recover much faster. Gum remembered how his sister had said that even if the end of the world came, she would still take care of the sick. The young man admitted that he now remembered her every word because he realized how important family was in a person's life. After the treatment was over, Ju-young asked her brother to tell her about his powers and his life. The story was a bit long, so they decided to talk over dinner. It turned out that Yeonsu's wife had taken up cooking and baking bread out of boredom, so the group moved to the kitchen. Gam began to tell his sister how he got out of the locked warehouse and realized that he had become the owner of a logistics center. Then he rescued Yeonsu and met the other residents of the town, whom he helped to return to their homes after clearing the tunnel. He told her all this, while his sister devoured her food with gusto. She listened very attentively, even though her jaws were working nonstop, and the young man continued to recount his adventures. The girl thanked Yeonsu's wife for preparing such delicious food. She also said that she had prepared a restroom on the first floor for her sister, and that the girl could stay there. After that, Gum told how he brought Yeonsu's family to his warehouse. Now the guy's main goal was to bring his whole family to this place, and since his older sister was already there, he would calmly go to the next city to pick up his middle sister, who was in the city of Yuljiro. And then Ju-young surprised her brother by saying that she would not stay in this place. Although she feels very comfortable here, he must understand her. The fact is that there are a lot of people in the hospital, and there are patients who need constant monitoring or medication. However, that wasn't even the main problem, because other nurses could take care of the patients. The problem was something else entirely. The buildings around the hospital looked completely abandoned and deserted. At that moment, the man was looking into the night and listening to his subordinate's report. He was told that there were two strangers, that there was a loud noise, and that the protective wall of cars collapsed, and then a military vehicle arrived. According to the guards, they were not special forces, and one of the men in the vehicle turned out to be the younger brother of Nurse Ju-young. It seemed that the men were not hostile to the doctors, and that they had nothing to worry about. The head of the hospital department, Jin Seong-hak, believed that the strangers had come to eat and spend the night at the hospital. Their food could be controlled, and Nurse Kim Ju-yeon could also be used. In any case, no matter how strong these men were, they were clearly not stronger than the man the doctor had spoken to. The huge bruiser, whose neck was no smaller than a bull's, said that it was indeed unlikely that anyone could be stronger than him. Sunhak instructed the strong man to first warmly welcome the strangers and pretend to be nice. The Hulk said that he had already repaired the broken wall and even made it higher. Gom listened to his sister's story about how people changed overnight. Most likely it was either poisoning or withdrawal syndrome. It turned out that Sunhak, the head of the infectious diseases department, was using his position to poison people and control them. It could be said that all those who had awakened had died, except for his sister. In essence, they were all drug addicts. The doctor guarded his food and magic stones. The girl did not know why the other nurses had not become addicted. She gradually stole the magic stones to strengthen her abilities. If she raises her level a little more, she will be able to cure people of their harmful habits. She agrees that her brother should go in search of their entire family, while she will try to survive here somehow. She demanded that her brother leave and not interfere, because the situation is very dangerous, and she is worried about him. But Gom said he was not afraid at all, because the only weapon the manager had was food. Gom will deal with this part as quickly as possible. So during this time, it is necessary to take a closer look to find out what abilities her brother has. And to stop the pointless arguments with his sister, Gom activated the delivery, and boxes full of food and medicine piled up into huge stacks. The most essential medicines were also stored here to make life easier for the patients and get rid of the evil head nurse. Soon, a subordinate came to the head of the department and reported urgently that the nurse's younger brother had brought food. This information did not please the doctor at all, and even the fact that there was a lot of food did not impress him. He believed that two people could only bring a small amount of food, considering that they had arrived in a simple military vehicle. However, the reporter said that the guys did not hide the food, but shared it with everyone. But when the supplies ran out, the nurse's brother would also come to the hospital and start asking for a share. The doctor believed that the task had become easier because they didn't even have to do anything. But then it turned out that the military had more supplies than the doctor. This was very strange and even unbelievable. Currently, all hospital food was delivered from outside, and it would hardly be enough to fill an entire truck. And these two arrived in a military vehicle, so it's unclear how they could have more food. Most likely there is an ability at work here, an ability to produce something. Or maybe the guy can shrink objects and then return them to their normal size. Either way, this man is very interesting, and he must be won over to our side. The doctor handed his subordinate a bottle of medicine so that the nurse could make the younger brother drink it, and if that didn't help, the brother would have to be killed. Late at night, canned food and energy bars appeared near all the patients. Jungum personally delivered it and now wanted to deal with the man who had kept the patients without food and manipulated them. Gyum left the ward, trying to find the stranger who, according to his sister, he would recognize at first glance. Jung-gyum wanted to find the right person as soon as possible, so he could finish his business here and go in search of the rest of his family. His sister Ju-young's plan was to neutralize the weapon in the hands of the head of the infectious diseases department. Although it would have been easier to slip something into his food to subdue the drug addict with abilities. The girl did not know what abilities the poisoned patients had, and she did not understand whether the doctor himself was a threat. There were people who could open cans or do laundry for others. It sounded like a joke, but it turned out to be true. There weren't many people in the world whose abilities were a threat in themselves, except for one man named Sun Hyung-gu. After chaos reigned in the world, this man had traveled a long way from afar because he was worried about his mother, who had been hospitalized. And now Gyom was able to meet this man in person. His strength lay in his extraordinary physical power. He was simply huge, and it was immediately obvious. This guy built a mountain of cars near the hospital with his own hands. Soon, a big guy named Hyung-gu appeared in front of Gyom and asked if he was the nurse's younger brother. It turned out that Hyung-gu wanted to talk. He was so tall that Gyom looked like a junior high school student next to him. The big guy wasn't aggressive and stayed totally calm when he heard that Gyom also had business with him. The guys went outside. The big guy stood there, and the look in his eyes was just inhuman. It was immediately clear that the man was under the influence of some kind of drugs. He got straight to the point and said that Gyom had only two options for his future. Either he would drink the medicine right now and then live happily ever after with all the other patients in the hospital, or he could refuse and die immediately. The big man warned him that escape was impossible. Gyom did not understand why the man had brought him to such a gloomy place, because he had no intention of fighting or running away. With a physique like his interlocutors, he would catch the young man immediately. Running away from him was pointless, and fighting him was even more so. But Gyom decided to offer a third option, and that's the one he chose. The information about the third option caused confusion and incomprehension in Hyung-gu's eyes. It turned out that this option was to lure the bully into a trap. Hearing this, without waiting for any action, Hyung-gu rushed towards the young man to grab him, twist him around, and fulfill his promise. But the guy just dodged slightly, showing no fear. In the next moment, space distorted, and the subspace forced the thug to helplessly grab at the air with his hands. Hyung-gu didn't have time to figure out what was happening when suddenly a charged bowling ball flew out of the subspace at tremendous speed. One ball wasn't enough for such a giant, so the young man threw a few more and managed to knock him off balance, forcing him to bend over. Be that as it may, Hyung-gu was still human and felt pain like any other person. When the giant crouched down, Gyeom began throwing heavy 20-kilogram barrels at him and warned the giant not to stand up. Otherwise, the barrel would hit him and break his bones with its weight. Soon, the barrels began to line up around Hyung-gu in the form of a tall and sturdy fence. But the giant did not lose hope of escaping. At one point, he grabbed the barrels with his hands and tried to squeeze and break them. His strength was enough to destroy the entire structure, which greatly impressed Gyeom. He had never encountered such a strong man who could catch barrels falling at tremendous speed and stack them in an orderly fashion. However, strength was Hyung-gu's only ability. As he dismantled the barrels flying at him, he arranged them in neat rows around himself, without even thinking about what this would lead to. Soon, Gyeom thanked him for his help with the arrangement and asked him not to be upset, saying that he just needed to wait a little while, and he would definitely be freed as soon as everything was cleared up. By the time the barrels stopped falling, Hyung-gu found himself surrounded by them in several layers around the perimeter and firmly trapped. Gyeom said he was worried about the guy and hoped he wouldn't get seriously hurt or hit the railing. But, in his opinion, Hyung-gu was strong and should be able to handle it. After the matter with the thug was settled, Gyeom entered the hospital to deal with the main culprit of the problems in this place. The guy told his sister that he had already met with the thug and that everything had gone very well. He warned that Hyung-gu was in the barrel tower and had agreed to wait there for further developments. Ju-young told her brother that she had already distributed food to all the patients, and now all that remained was to wait for Yeonsu's return. At that moment, Yeonsu himself appeared. He had a terrible headache and could barely move, completely bent over from feeling unwell. He didn't understand what was happening. His head was splitting. Could this be a symptom of poisoning, and had he also fallen victim to this hospital? Ju-yeon confirmed that this was most likely the case, as severe headaches were the main symptom. Yeonsu didn't understand how this could have happened, because he had simply shared his food with people and heard a few words of gratitude. Then, an attentive nurse noticed a cut on the young man's arm that didn't seem to have been there before. It seemed that someone had stabbed Yeonsu with a knife and poisoned him. Although the wound was shallow, it was enough. Yeonsu didn't notice anything because the person probably just bumped into him by accident. His friends decided to immediately go to the subspace to rest there. It was necessary to isolate Yeonsu from his family and keep him locked up for a while. This was extremely unpleasant because Gyeom did not know how the poison worked. But if Yeonsu completely succumbed to its effects, the situation would become critical. Therefore, it was necessary to urgently meet with a doctor and find out how to cure their friend. Gyeom decided to send his friend to the recreation room and, just in case, block the windows and doors. However, this proved impossible. The subspace did not want to let in the unidentified energy that was trying to penetrate from the outside along with Yeonsu's body. At that moment, it became clear that Yeonsu's head no longer hurt. But then Hyung-gu broke out of the barrels and, together with his friends, tried to enter the subspace. Gyeom did not allow the bully to enter, and he fell down nearby, not understanding what was happening. Everything that was happening seemed very strange to everyone present. In addition, it turned out that the subspace was invulnerable, not only to physical attacks from outside, but also to mental influences. After the poison's effects had worn off, the bully visited his mother and confessed to her what he had done. His mother reassured her son, saying that he was not to blame for what had happened. The young man promised that he would return as soon as he had finished all his business. Gyeom suggested that the bully go with them, but Hyung-gu decided to stay at the hospital to put things in order. He was confident in his abilities. In reality, Hyung-gu's memories were still too fresh. He was ashamed that he had followed the chief physician's instructions, and he felt guilty. The young man wanted to thank Gyeom and apologize for the harm he had caused. The big guy said he would always be indebted to Gyeom, but he still had a couple of personal issues to resolve. The head of the department was checking the data of his subspace in his office when his favorite subordinate, the big guy, entered the room. The doctor didn't understand why the connection to his powers had suddenly been severed. But first and foremost, he wanted to tell Hyung-gu something important. He sincerely, almost imploringly, asked the big guy to spare him. However, Hyung-gu had his own opinion on the matter and was not going to listen to the doctor's instructions anymore. One blow from his powerful fist was enough to dot the I's and cross the T's and put an end to the vile man forever. After Sun Hyung-gu went to deal with the doctor, a small meeting was held where friends discussed how to help patients overcome their addiction. Guillaume suggested first determining which of the people were truly addicted. To do this, they needed to be placed in a subspace, and their reactions observed to understand each person's condition. Once all the patients had been tested, they could develop a plan of action to treat their addiction. However, the friends did not even have time to start implementing the plan when strange things began to happen to the hospital patients. One of the patients suddenly came to his senses, got to his feet, and began to realize that he was a normal person, understanding that he had been out of his mind all this time. Now everything was fine. The man realized that he had recovered, and it seemed that the effects of the drugs had completely worn off. Just then, Hyung-gu approached his friends, his hands and clothes stained with blood. He announced that he had finally figured everything out. Then, bowing his head low, he thanked his rescuers for himself, his mother, and all the patients in the hospital. Guillaume understood how the bully had taken care of the doctor, and thanks to that, the people had recovered. Now there was no need to waste time treating them. After that, it was Guillaume's turn to apologize for being too harsh with the guy and throwing heavy bowling balls at him. Hyung-gu admitted that he was amazed. He had seen many monsters and strange phenomena, but he had never seen barrels and bowling balls falling from the sky. The big guy joked that no monster could match Guillaume in strength and tenacity. This made everyone laugh, including the young man himself, who still didn't fully realize his abilities. Hyung-gu turned to the young man again and asked him to stay in the hospital, even though he knew it sounded too selfish. But Guillaume told him about his plans, which he had to carry out. He wanted to meet the rest of his family, and it seemed that he would have to leave soon. Hyung-gu said that he felt it was his duty to express his desire to keep Guillaume there, but he understood his desire and hoped that he would be able to meet his family peacefully. Guillaume said they were heading to Yuljiro, and Hyung-gu, a native of that town, warned that it would be extremely difficult to get there. The next day, huge supplies of food and provisions were delivered to the hospital, for which Hyung-gu never stopped thanking his rescuers, and promised to repay them with kindness. The men shook hands, promising to meet again and spend time together. After that, Guillaume and his loyal driver got into the car and set off on new adventures. As they drove away, the driver asked what obstacle the big guy was talking about. It must be something serious and probably related to someone's ability. Guillaume also hoped that they would be able to meet the right person. Otherwise, it would be impossible to overcome the obstacle. According to Hyung-gu, a huge wall had grown between the cities. It was hard to believe, but according to him, a stone mass had indeed risen from the ground. When the giant fled his hometown in search of his mother, the wall already towered above the ground higher than a skyscraper, and movement on land became impossible. Destroying this wall was also unrealistic. In addition, Hyung-gu learned that the types of monsters that inhabited this area and Iljiro were very different. There, skeletons, which Guillaume had never even heard of, were the main threat. Now the bruiser called them undead. Not only did they resurrect after being killed, but their bodies continued to roam the area. Monsters that never died, and a giant wall towering above the skyscrapers made Yuljiro an extremely dangerous area in every respect. But the strangest thing was that Guillaume wasn't the least bit worried about his second sister, who lived in that area. On the contrary, he was confident that the girl could handle the monsters even without any abilities. At that moment, a call came from subspace from his sister, who was caring for a soldier. She told her brother that the soldier they had been caring for seemed to have regained consciousness. The girl wanted to know when Guillaume planned to return so she could talk to him in person. The return was immediate, as the soldier might have valuable information. He thanked everyone for saving him and introduced himself. His name was Han Kyung-ho. He was a lieutenant colonel and headed the Ministry of Defense's Information Corps. Han admitted that he did not understand where he was, because outside he could see the headquarters of the Armed Forces Command. However, there were no familiar buildings around, so the lieutenant colonel was completely confused. Guillaume explained that they were in the break room of the logistics center employees, in a subspace created by his own power. Outside this subspace was the town of Hannam, and now they were heading towards the bridge. What he heard astonished the soldier. His sister added that, in simple terms, it could be explained as follows. The entire space around them had been created thanks to this guy's abilities. In fact, they were now in Kanam. The lieutenant colonel asked if they would mind dropping him off here. It was clear that he couldn't yet wrap his head around the information about the subspace and movement in everyday life. In addition, Guillaume immediately began to explain that he had no intention of harming the soldier. Khan was sure that he did not consider the guys a threat, because they had saved and healed him. It was not a matter of mistrust, but something else. He couldn't even explain it himself, but he knew he needed to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff as soon as possible because there was a serious problem. At that moment, the robot Pax brought banana milk and a sandwich to treat Lieutenant Colonel Khan. It was a very clever gesture on the part of Gum, who had recently served in the army and knew that soldiers were always hungry. He said he would release the lieutenant colonel as soon as he had eaten, and when a person who has been without food for a long time finally gets it, they become kinder and more talkative. The lieutenant colonel was no exception, and when his favorite food was placed in front of him, he began his story. Once, creatures from another dimension began to appear simultaneously all over the world. By creatures, he meant not only monsters. Beasts from another world attacked everything in their path, including those who had come with them from another dimension. While the government was responding to the monsters and trying to destroy them, the monsters began to search for and recruit awakened people, and from those recruited, they formed new units. These squads were very effective at destroying monsters, and at first it seemed that the zone would soon stabilize and be completely cleared, but the main problem arose when that very monster appeared. No weapon, grenade, or shell could defeat this dragon. The military tried to join forces, but by that time, the strength of all the groups had been greatly weakened by the powerful monster, and the Defense and Communications Command did not even send a response. This was very strange. The lieutenant colonel contacted other groups that were fighting monsters, but they did not come to their aid, and in the end, there was no way out. It became clear that if things continued like this, they would all die because of this dragon. Therefore, it was decided to move forward towards the Defense Communications Command. Many comrades died and were wounded in the relentless pursuit of the monster, and the military had to turn to the awakened ones to advance with them. After several long journeys and dangerous battles, they finally reached the command post. But as expected, the command post was already empty, and it soon became clear why. Documents found in the archives of the command building indicated that a plan for a coup d'etat had been devised. After that, Lieutenant Colonel Khan tried to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but fell into a trap. The dragon pursued him, and the awakened ones he had called for help killed the regular soldiers and seized control of the command. One of the corps is currently preventing the government from gathering troops, and the head of the command seems to be on their side. All of this is being done in secret, so Lieutenant Colonel Han must report the betrayal as soon as possible. Guillaume was, of course, saddened by the news of the coup, but he needed to go to Ilgir to pick up his sister, so he promised to give the soldier a ride to the bridge over the Han River. The lieutenant colonel thanked him for his help and said that they could drop him off right away and not to worry about him. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Khan was trying to figure out who this guy was, who had saved his life. After all, if he had encountered a dragon and survived, it meant he possessed incredible strength. But from his appearance, it was completely unclear what abilities he possessed. At that moment, a huge goblin appeared in front of the entrance to the subspace, but the guys didn't even pay attention to it. However, in the next moment, a huge barrel flew out of nowhere, knocked the goblin off his feet, and threw him a long way. The lieutenant colonel realized that he didn't understand anything, and when a military vehicle appeared out of nowhere, Lieutenant Colonel Khan was left speechless and emotionless. Guillaume told the lieutenant colonel to eat and rest, while they drove in the right direction. Khan would be able to watch what was happening through the open portal. Guillaume launched a stack of discs, and even summoned a military vehicle. It was beyond comprehension. It was impossible to explain what kind of power could achieve such an effect. Lieutenant Colonel Khan decided that perhaps his mind had not yet fully recovered from his injury. Another huge goblin jumped out right in front of the vehicle and was about to attack. But the stack of 20-kilogram discs did its job and knocked the monster down. It was boring to die alone, so the barrel and discs stacked together knocked down 3 monsters at once. Lieutenant Colonel Khan watched this spectacle as if he were at the movies, not believing his eyes that such a thing could happen. The last to appear on the scene were the magic stones, which automatically flew out of the bodies of the slain monsters and were sucked back into the portal. Lieutenant Colonel Khan first thought he was imagining it all, but it turned out to be real. The young man shot heavy objects at tremendous speed, striking the monsters. He managed to shoot up to 4 times per second in different directions, while restoring the number of discs and managing to extract the magic stones from the slain creatures. It was truly an incredible display of power, a real show. So Lieutenant Colonel Khan decided not to sit back and watch what was happening live. He got out of subspace. The car was driving across the bridge, but suddenly it became clear that it would not be possible to cross the river. The bridge had been destroyed. Guillaume's mood remained excellent. He explained to the lieutenant colonel that they would definitely find another way. It would just take a little time. Lieutenant Colonel Khan thanked the young man again for his help and said that he was in no hurry, so it would be better to return to subspace for now. The lieutenant colonel was impressed that the car had made it in just an hour, considering they had to drive on a destroyed road and fight monsters. It was amazing, and it became clear that it wasn't just Gom's abilities that played a role in this miraculous feat. The driver behind the wheel had incredible skill. The lieutenant colonel quickly returned to subspace because he almost threw up everything he had eaten the day before. But he managed to draw conclusions about the abilities of his new comrades. They were both simply incredible, and their teamwork made a truly strong impression. The guys stopped at the next bridge, trying to assess the situation and figure out if they could get across that way. However, there was some strange noise coming from behind the hill. Ahead was something resembling a wall, and it was impossible to drive through it. This wall was apparently so huge that it could be seen from afar. Guillaume wasn't sure he could destroy this wall, because it was too high. But first, he had to at least get to it. The guys decided to drop off the lieutenant colonel, since they were passing by his military unit anyway. So they did. The lieutenant colonel, who arrived alive and unharmed at his destination, thanked his rescuers. The guys, in turn, wished the lieutenant colonel all the best, hoping that everything would work out well. Chong Guillaume announced that all their interim business was complete, and now all that remained was to go to El Giro. Unfortunately, he couldn't move the wall into his subspace. He didn't have enough level. The young man continued to analyze and count the number of magic stones he had already obtained, estimating how many more he could get in the near future, when suddenly someone knocked on the driver's window. Lieutenant Colonel Khan addressed them again, saying that he was inviting the boys to come with him. He had something that might interest them. It turned out that the government provided magic stones to the awakened and supported their early growth. If the young men became subordinates of the government, they would receive serious support. Guillaume thanked him for the honor, but said that his family was his top priority right now. He could earn the magic stones himself while traveling to El Giro. Lieutenant Colonel Han was a little disappointed that he couldn't get the guys interested in the magic stones, when suddenly Guillaume had a new idea. After all, the government surely had helicopters, and that was exactly why the young man was willing to stay in this place a little longer. The atmosphere in the commander's office was gloomy. He understood that many of his subordinates and units had already been killed or were missing in action. He stood near a map of the area and tried to figure out which units were performing best and what could be done in the current situation. This would determine whether the government could still be considered to exist, or whether it had been completely left without an army. With each passing hour, the situation became darker and more depressing. His thoughts were interrupted by his secretary, who announced a visitor. The visitor turned out to be the sole survivor of the First National Defense Information Corps, and he had urgent news. The very fact that the commander of the National Defense Information Corps had appeared was a miracle in itself. The men greeted each other, unable to believe their eyes that they had finally managed to meet. Lieutenant Colonel Khan handed over an important document that he had obtained during his mission. The commander read the plan to overthrow the government and was horrified by what he saw. However, according to Lieutenant Colonel Khan, all was not lost. He had brought people who could be useful to the government right now. The commander personally went down to the street and thanked the men for their help and the tremendous work they had done for the country. Lieutenant Colonel Khan told the commander about the men's abilities and also conveyed Gom's request to exchange the helicopter for ammunition and food. Of course, helicopters are strategically important assets, but given Gom's abilities, such a request could be considered. However, the commander had one condition. He wanted the men to become soldiers. Everyone knew that the government was having a hard time dealing with the situation. But if the guys joined the army, maybe they could find a way to fix things. Guillaume tried once again to explain that at this stage of his life, the most important thing was to save his family. The commander sincerely understood the young man's feelings and supported his decision, but it was difficult for him to simply give a helicopter to a stranger. Guillaume understood the refusal, wished everyone luck, and hoped that the situation would change for the better and people would be able to return to normal life. The young man got into the car, buckled up, and asked Yansu to start the engine and drive off. A new knock on the window interrupted their departure. The commander made a personal request. He promised to provide a helicopter if the guys helped him with one mission. Soon, a convoy of trucks accompanied by Guillaume and his driver set off through the streets of the city. The commander said that military reserve forces were gathering at the train station in Seoul, and that they were still in contact with them. The problem was that skeletons were blocking the road. These were not just monsters, dangerous because of their strength. These creatures were extremely annoying. There were an incredible number of them. Each skeleton had a core in the lower right part of its chest. If this core was not destroyed, the skeletons would continue to respawn. In other words, the commander wanted Guillaume to destroy the skeletons and help the isolated soldiers escape. This turned out to be easier than easy. The flying discs dealt perfectly with the fragile bodies of the skeletons. Soon the road was littered with bones, and the convoy of trucks continued on its way. Cut off from the rest of the world, the soldiers at the station greeted their rescuers with joyful cries of, "Hurrah!" The guys immediately settled into the trucks that had been brought in. When everyone was seated and ready, the convoy set off in the opposite direction. The ordinary skeletons were easy to deal with, and the men fought them with weapons. But the commander warned that there was something to keep in mind. From time to time, unusual skeletons would appear. They were called skeleton knights, and if you encountered one, it was best to avoid combat as much as possible. It was strongly recommended to retreat without hesitation, regardless of how much damage Guillaume could inflict on a skeleton knight. A huge stack of discs flew into the skeleton knight's body. However, the monster did not even stagger or move from its place, because the attacks had no effect on it at all. This surprised even Guillaume and Yeon-su, not to mention the soldiers sitting in the trucks. This skeleton knight really resembled a medieval warrior. His body was encased in armor, he held a sword and shield in his hands, and a red cloak hung over his shoulders. In addition, he began to speak in an incomprehensible skeleton language. After that, the monster stuck his sword into the asphalt and took out some magic stones. Clenching his fist, he turned these stones into magical dust, which scattered around him. Then, the skeleton knight spoke in human language, greeting the young man and saying that he was glad to meet a representative of another world. The skeleton knight introduced himself as Gwyn, one of the 12 knights serving the king. Guillaume realized that by breaking the magic stones, the monster had gained the ability to speak. The skeleton noted that the greeting in the form of flying discs was very original and asked why humans had invaded his territory. The skeleton knight stated that they were at different stages of development, but that there were mutual morals and ethics, so it was probably not a good idea to greet strangers with flying objects. Gwen said that throwing discs at him was useless. Such a weak weapon could only damage dull orcs. His words were followed by a new wave of flying discs, and the monster realized that no one else was going to communicate with him. Guillaume had no other options or backup plan, so he focused all his power on throwing the discs as fast as possible. The skeleton knight did an excellent job of deflecting the flying discs with his sword and shield. The next moment, the monster decided to counterattack and rushed at full speed toward the trucks. The guys were in shock, while Guillaume continued to wonder how the skeleton knight was able to handle all these projectiles, as if he were cutting soft tofu. But then an idea popped into the young man's head. He needed to throw another object at it that could cause damage and bounce off the sword. Guillaume activated tracked delivery and programmed it to be delivered directly to the chest. Another batch of discs was released from subspace in the direction of the skeleton knight. Now they weren't just flying. They had a guided trajectory. No matter where the knight dodged, the delivery had to be made. And so it happened. A huge stack of discs knocked the skeleton knight off his feet. The monster quickly recovered from the blow and was eventually able to deflect the discs, although it sustained minor damage. But the next blow, delivered with pinpoint accuracy, proved to be much more dangerous. This time, the object had to be delivered directly to the skeleton knight's eye to blind him. The bowling ball did an excellent job of this task, and one ball was followed by others, giving the skeleton knight no time to recover. Guillaume purposefully sent the balls to specific points on the head, directing the continuously flying balls to the back of the head, the top of the head, and the left, right, and front parts of the head. The young man set the sequence of actions that Park Soo now had to perform so quickly that his jaw even started to ache. The boys could only watch as their instructions were carried out, and Yeon-su, drenched in sweat from fear, once again thanked Guillaume for saving him. This knight was clad in armor and therefore represented an even stronger version than the giant dragon. He was armed with a shield and a sword, which made him more dangerous than a wyvern. It was unknown how long it would take to break his head, but while he was busy, the people had to be escorted to their destination. The skeleton knight continued to take blows, demanding that they stop immediately, and calling Guillaume a goat and a dimwit. It didn't seem like the skeleton knight was going to die, because he didn't stop talking. So the young man followed up the bowling balls with stacks of discs, hitting him from the left, right, front, and back at the same time. After a while, a powerful explosion rocked the spot where the skeleton knight had been standing, lighting up everything around it with fire. The skeleton knight's skull crumbled into separate bones. But he managed to say that he would not die, even if he fell apart, because everything in his life was for the king. After these words, separate pieces of the skeleton knight's armor rolled across the asphalt, and he was gone. A large pile of large magical stones remained at the site of the battle. These magic stones rose into the air and transported themselves into the young man's subspace. The soldiers who witnessed this battle could not believe their eyes. The young man had destroyed the skeleton knight, who had withstood several shots from a tank. Joyful cries rang out from all the vehicles. John Guillaume had defeated the skeleton knight. The commander reminded them that when they encountered the skeleton knight, he had ordered them to retreat immediately, but they had destroyed it, and that seemed impossible. The commander again asked the boys to join the armed forces and the army. He asked Guillaume to think about the offer again after meeting with his relatives, because the guys were reliable allies, and together they could do a lot for the people. After that, the commander led the boys to the promised helicopters, but Guillaume's thoughts were preoccupied with the battle with the skeleton knight. The young man understood that he was now a hero to the soldiers, having defeated an invincible enemy. But all this seemed meaningless, because if there had been 2 skeleton knights, there would have been nothing left of the soldiers. The biggest problem was that there were at least 11 more such knights. It was unknown who their king was, but he was most likely much stronger. Even carefully prepared heavy shells did not cause significant damage. But a bowling ball managed to crack the armor, which meant that the ball was stronger and heavier than the shell. The commander reported that he had received news from Lieutenant Colonel Han. He reported that the young man was going to Ilijiro. According to available information, a high wall had appeared in that city. The military had gone there on a reconnaissance mission, but contact with them had now been lost. The military periodically conducts aerial reconnaissance of the interior of the wall and can confirm the activity of people inside the city. Members of the unit inside report that it is safe, so the commander is confident that Guillaume's family is also fine. The young man remembered his sister and did not ask for details, nor did he worry about her, because she herself would give any monster a run for its money. Recently, reconnaissance discovered something unusual. The upper part of the wall, which had grown, gradually narrowed, as if forming a roof, and it was unknown whether it would be completely closed. Now the commander could lend Guillaume a helicopter, the technical condition of which immediately made the guy's jaws drop. It was just a rusty metal box with a propeller. Guillaume couldn't understand how it could even take off, and even if it didn't fall apart during takeoff, it would be a miracle. But it turned out that the young man was simply looking in the wrong direction. Their helicopter was very close by. It was a real beauty, completely intact and shiny, with perfect propellers. The commander proudly showed the machine to the guys and said that it was the most reliable equipment, because he was lending it to his future allies and didn't want anything to happen to them. Young-soo looked with delight at the Black Hawk, which he was now supposed to fly, and already anticipated sitting at the controls. The commander wanted to clarify who would be the pilot, because according to his information, Young-soo had never flown before. This was true. He had never flown a helicopter before, but the driver looked at his abilities. He found out that he would be able to fly the helicopter using 50 magic stones. Young-soo only needed to register before taking the controls of even an unfamiliar vehicle. It seemed that his task was not related to leveling up. It was enough to simply obtain a driver's license. This was excellent news. He didn't need to level up, because the problem of the lack of magic stones still remained. But then, the commander asked him to wait a minute. He left the guys to guess what he was doing and headed for the crashed helicopter. Inside was a box full of magic stones that the military had collected while destroying monsters across the country. There were about 200 magic stones in this box, a gift from the army to the guys. At first, the commander wanted to surprise them and hide the stones on board the helicopter, but now they needed them more. This was followed by an exchange of thanks and mutual bows. Young-soo told his comrade that he only needed 50 of them, and Guillaume could use the rest as he saw fit. Using the stones, Young-soo declared that they could now depart, as he had fully grasped how to operate the machine. Guillaume already imagined the hell that awaited him in the near future, and understood that all his requests to fly slowly would be ignored. Young-soo recommended that he prepare himself mentally before takeoff, but there was almost no time left, so it was better to just relax and ignore it. To distract himself from the impending horror, Guillaume decided to check his stats. He learned that the large magic stones he had received from the skeleton knight were equal to 100 ordinary stones. It turned out that the guy had earned a huge amount of energy by killing skeletons and could now increase his level. He also studied information about the amplifying stone. It turned out that such stones had additional properties. Specifically, this one could be attached to an object and enhance its abilities, giving it a fiery property like the skeleton knight. The young man used this stone to enhance a bowling ball, which now became fiery, and could pierce and ignite everything around it. The drone suggested registering this item, and it was the right decision because the young man remembered that the most powerful blow in the battle with the skeleton knight was delivered with bowling balls. By this time, all the preparatory work had been completed, and the helicopter was ready for takeoff. The commander said goodbye to the guys, expressing his hope that they would save their loved ones and return safely. But the information about his new skills and improved abilities no longer pleased Guillaume because the helicopter had begun to rise. The commander watched the guys depart with admiration, his mind racing with thoughts of a shared future with these super soldiers. The commander gave the guys magic stones for the Black Hawk and hoped that they would be able to discuss cooperation at their next meeting. However, Guillaume's frightened expression slightly confused the commander. A thought even flashed through his mind. Had he made a mistake by allowing the guys to use his helicopter? After the upgrade and level increase, the logistics center became even more powerful and modern. It still had one drawback. It only performed one function, storing objects and items. It was still difficult to store unregistered items, such as a helicopter, but it was considered a military object, which meant it could be registered in the military equipment category. The commander had almost left the helipad when he heard the sound of the helicopter returning. And indeed, it turned out that the guys were coming back. Could something have happened to the helicopter? Damage or breakdown? However, the helicopter had simply flown into subspace. The airflow became depleted, the image flickered, and new helicopters began to descend from subspace onto the pad. The guys flew off to do their business, and several military vehicles remained on the landing pad. The commander couldn't believe his eyes. What was happening was real, and Guillaume's ability had once again amazed everyone. Soon, a huge wall appeared on the horizon, tapering upward like a cardboard box, and inside the city, in one of the cathedrals, whose windows were decorated with red mosaics, something sat on a throne. Most likely, it was the king of the Skeleton Knights, for he wore a crown on his head and sat on the throne, propping his cheek with his hand. The king of Skeleton Knights had received terrible news. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand how it was possible. The initial level of the earthly dimension was only 8th, and in order to get to Earth, he had to lower his own level. But an unknown mage, famous for his arrogance, had risked lowering his level and come here to the place where the king lived, and had also killed Gwen. According to what Gwen told his king before his death, the knight tried to talk to the mage, but the mage immediately attacked him. This mage was very dangerous, and another skeleton knight named Lancelot was ready to cut off his head and bring it to his king. However, it is likely that this mage came to Earth to take the initiative before the opening became full scale, so he really needs to be destroyed. Since the murder took place outside the castle, there is no need to kill the mage. However, it is necessary to obtain a strengthening stone, with which it will be possible to go to the wizard. At that moment, it was reported that people had entered the castle, but the Night King decided that it was just another crazy flying toy of the people and did not react, believing that the roof would close soon. Huge flying mice met the helicopter pilots in the air. They were quickly dealt with using energy discs, and the helicopter safely flew over the wall. Young-Soo said that they had almost reached their destination, but landing would be difficult, and not because there was no landing pad. It turned out that a skeleton knight was fighting another monster below. So the helicopter hovered over the battlefield, unsure of what to do next. A real battle was unfolding below them. A skeleton knight in blue armor, wearing a helmet and wielding a sword, was fighting an unknown enemy. He was opposed by a stranger who was not afraid of fire attacks. His hands were like steel, and his fists were strong and unbeatable. The stranger threw a fireball at the skeleton knight, knocking the monster off its feet and throwing it a considerable distance. The boys watched the battle with fascination, and Yeon-Soo noted that both opponents were magnificent. If they landed the helicopter now, they would have to deal with 2 monsters at once. Guillaume asked if his friend really saw 2 monsters there, and when Yeon-Soo confirmed it, the young man announced his verdict. One of the creatures fighting the skeleton, the one who had just blown up the skeleton knight, turned out to be Kim Jong-gyom's sister. It was strange, of course. The girl looked at the skeleton knight's body, not understanding why he was still alive. All her life, Kim Sol had fought and loved combat. She enjoyed spending time in front of the TV when mixed martial arts matches were broadcast. Soon she realized that she had a younger brother she could practice on, because he always wanted to play with her. She didn't understand why the matches on TV lasted so long and her younger brother was always lying beaten up. The girl didn't have time to feel like a winner. She was not attracted to defeating weaker opponents. So Kim Sol went out into the yard and took on not only the neighborhood children, but also their parents. Her father recognized his daughter's talent and enrolled her in a sports club. Having experienced the pain of her first defeat, she did not weaken or give up, but realized that she had something to strive for. Her competitive spirit was awakened, and her natural strength and unquenchable passion came to the fore. The girl no longer had any rivals, even in sports circles. She trained with insane determination, sparing no effort. At one point, it reached the point of absurdity. Kim Sol suffered a serious injury. Her ligaments were torn. However, the girl resumed training without waiting for a full recovery. She suffered more injuries but increased her workload and continued to train hard. Finally, last year, Kim Sol made her debut in the professional arena. Guillaume asked his friend to lower the helicopter. The guy wanted to throw a bowling ball. Meanwhile, the battle continued below. The skeleton knight had fully recovered from the explosion that had caused him some damage. He asked his opponent why his attacks were not hitting their target. The girl explained that the skeleton knight was too slow. The monster objected that he was not slow at all, unlike others, and that it was not a matter of speed, but rather the technique that the girl possessed. Kim Sol tried to explain that it was not a matter of technique at all, but rather the incorrect position of his shoulders, waist, and feet. The knight replied that the basics were indeed important, and he was always happy to learn something new. If it weren't for the hierarchy, he would have lost long ago. But the girl, by raising her rank, could become the best knight. This seemed like complete nonsense, and Kim Sol did not understand what he was talking about at all. At that moment, the knight announced that he would let the girl go, because there was little time left, and if she did not leave the castle, her death would be inevitable. He promised to talk to the king and beg for permission for her, because he would not have done so if she had not shown respect and taught him the basics. Kim Sol did not hear his last words, because all that remained of the knight was a pile of scattered pieces. A powerful explosion tore him to pieces, and where the skeleton knight had stood just a moment ago, there was now a bowling ball. A bowling ball as a weapon was very strange. Moreover, it was this very ball that was able to destroy the knight that Kim Sol had been unable to defeat. One oddity followed another, and what was happening became less and less understandable. But then, in the place where the skeleton knight had been blown apart, magical stones appeared. They were quite large and rushed upward, to the place where the wall had not yet closed, and then disappeared into subspace. Soon a helicopter descended from the sky, which in theory should have shed some light on what was happening. When the blades stopped spinning, the helicopter door opened, and a new monster appeared. This monster was the handsome Kim Jong-jeom. Kim Sol was very happy to hear her brother's voice, who, as expected, was glad to see his sister alive and well. She greeted the third monster with surprise. Soon they were in subspace, and Guillaume and Juyeon watched their sister, afraid to disturb her. They had already discovered that Kim Sol's ability was to create a transparent barrier, and while this barrier was active, her physical abilities were greatly enhanced. Guillaume said they were very lucky. All three had awakened their abilities and survived. Now they could go to where their parents were. Kim Sol immediately began to resent the fact that Guillaume was in charge and calling the shots. Guillaume did not argue with his sister and said that he had to leave because the castle ceiling would soon close. It was closing too quickly, so they had to hurry. When the boys arrived, the ceiling was already beginning to close. In addition, Guillaume wanted to collect some magic stones, so he had to leave urgently to get out of the castle in time. But the guys were too late. Right before their eyes, the ceiling closed, and it became almost dark around them. They immediately started the helicopter and began to ascend, hoping to escape through the gap. As they flew up, fireballs flew out of the subspace toward the roof. They covered the gap with fire, trying to break through it so that the helicopter could leave the castle. However, even such a powerful attack did not leave a single scratch on the wall. It did not seem likely that the roof would ever open again. The young man did not want to put this place into subspace, and besides, he did not have enough magic stones because he had spent them on the helicopters he had given to the military. Moreover, it was unclear whether such a huge castle would fit into subspace, or maybe the young man would be able to place not only the castle, but the entire town of Iljiro into his subspace. At that moment, Kim Sol realized that the knight she had fought with seemed to have been telling the truth. He said that she would die if she stayed in the castle, so he wanted to spare the girl and give her a chance to leave. He didn't have time to say anything else because he was killed by a bowling ball. There was very little time left, and the king of the skeleton knights himself was in Iljiro. Guillaume couldn't think about anything else because his comrade Yeonsu had activated his driver ability. The helicopter began to turn at breakneck speed and rushed across the city in a different direction. Meanwhile, at the castle of the king of skeleton knights, it became known that Lionel had died without landing a single blow on his opponent. Most likely this was due to the intervention of the mage, but Lionel did not explain anything, simply presenting everyone with a fait accompli. The king realized that the mage was interfering in his affairs and trying to prevent the harvest. If this was indeed the case, there was no point in waiting any longer. However, circumstances were such that there was no need to even go looking for the mage. He was approaching on his own. At that moment, the sound of a flying helicopter could indeed be heard outside the castle windows, and soon it appeared in the windows. The king of the skeleton knights managed to make out the silhouette of the person inside. The sight of this man horrified the king. He was pale and, judging by all appearances, belonged to a species of undead. Of course, this mage saved the king from having to search for him, and moreover came alone. But the Skeleton King did not want to go that far. After all, these mages could be dealt with by the hands of the guys who had already been hired and scattered around the neighborhood. At that moment, the doors flew open and a man appeared in the doorway. White and terrifying, with white slime dripping from his mouth. He spat and muttered that he would never get into a helicopter again because his vestibular system couldn't handle such overload. An orc immediately pounced on him, opening its mouth wide and preparing to devour the man. A powerful blow from the sister's fist knocked out the monster's jaw. The ensuing fire attack completed the clearing of the room. The brother and sister entered the palace hall, ready to face new monsters. It was suspiciously quiet around them, but Kim Sol understood that someone was ahead. In the distance, she could see a red glow and hear strange snoring. A flying mouse lay on the carpet, struck by Kim Sol, and behind it were many eyes of similar creatures. Gyum sent the driver into subspace, deciding that it would be unsafe for him here. Yeonsu didn't even argue. Kim Sol, on the other hand, was absolutely delighted. She would have been very disappointed if there had been only one monster. She announced to her brother that she would be the first to engage the monsters and rushed into the attack. In an instant, her boot crushed the head of a flying mouse, which didn't even have time to squeak or do anything to defend itself. The bats scattered in all directions from the blows of the girl, who was clearly enjoying what was happening. She not only hit them with her fists, but also launched fiery attacks to seal her success. At one point during the battle, one of the vampires crept up to her neck, hoping to bite through her skin. With a blissful smile on her face, Kim Sol unhooked the monster from her neck and slammed it forcefully onto the ground, striking it several times from above. Anyone watching from the sidelines could see that Kim Sol was having a great time. Guillaume stood helplessly in the doorway, unable to see anything clearly. There were too many enemies, and he needed to come up with a plan quickly. There were many enemies, and Guillaume couldn't stay on the sidelines. He began to analyze the situation, trying to come up with a way to help his sister. Meanwhile, Kim Sol continued to destroy the bats, doing so with her eyes closed and practiced movements. For her, it was like a game where she made the task more difficult for herself and systematically destroyed all the small monsters. Suddenly, all the bats turned away from the girl because they were attracted by a sound coming from the portal. The fact was that Guillaume had turned on an electric mosquito and pest repeller, which, as it turned out, also worked on bats. It was amazing and very useful because the young man, sitting in his chair, watched as hordes of bats died. The spirit of the skeleton knight sent by the king to watch the battle studied everything and was amazed. He went to report to his king and told him everything he had just seen. In addition to the wizard who used unfamiliar objects, there was another man whose abilities were on par with those of a knight. The king clutched his head in horror, for he would have to fight not only the wizard, but also such a strong man. The king realized that he could not cope on his own, and it was time to call on the knight Lancelot for help. Lancelot was also amazed that they had encountered a 7th-level wizard on Earth. Everyone would be shocked when they found out. It turned out that the wizard was at least level 8. And even if the king had the same rank, the wizard's power was still greater. In addition, the man fighting alongside him ensured their victory in any case. One of the skeleton knights named Tristan gave his life to the king, and now the Lord of Skeletons was able to strengthen all ranks. The king of the skeleton knights used Tristan's magic stone to summon the most powerful sword in his service. He gave it to a knight named Lancelot, who was about to go into battle. In the current situation, the king had no choice, and all hopes were pinned on this battle. Kim Sol was offended by her brother for interfering in her battle and not letting her enjoy the process of destroying the bats. So she broke the insect repellents. Then she took the wires from them and wound them around a baseball bat, thus creating a new weapon that did not yet have a name. She was pleased with her invention and was about to test it on the bats that were still alive. Kim Sol immediately felt that the space had become more powerful and thanked her brother for the weapon, believing that this electric baton would be perfect for crushing heads. Jong Gyeom warned that when combining a reinforced item with another, the power decreases, the class drops to semi-rare, and the characteristics receive a minus. But even in this case, the item, albeit semi-rare, was still valuable and could be useful in battle due to its uniqueness. She scratched her neck again and her brother noticed. Then the girl confessed where she got the bite. Everything was fine until she entered and exited the subspace. Perhaps she would soon turn into a vampire or some kind of monster. The girl did not feel any changes in her body yet, and perhaps the subspace helped her get rid of the poisoning. But just in case, Kim Sol asked her brother to kill her if she turned into a vampire, because she didn't want to become a monster. They talked like this until they heard voices coming from the depths of the hall. Someone sitting on a throne confessed that the name Arcane made him cry, and he was surprised that the famous wizard had come in person to such a poor place. The king of the Skeleton Knights asked the wizard why he had interfered in other people's affairs and started causing problems. The brother and sister were astonished. They realized that they were in the presence of the king of skeletons, and at the same time were glad that they would not have to search for him and waste time. The king continued saying that he would like to hear a direct answer from his guests, and even if they had come from Arcane, he was now in a position where he had no choice. Kim Sol did not understand what he was talking about, what Arcane was, and what was going on here in general. The king said he had been a fool to try to talk to the guests. It seemed they had no intention of engaging in dialogue, so the only thing left for them to do was to die right here and now. After that, the Lord of Knights summoned Lancelot and ordered him to kill the visitors. The appearance of an opponent made Kim Sol very happy. She wanted to test her new electric baton. She asked her brother not to worry about her and rushed to attack the Skeleton Knight. The rivals crossed weapons. The knight had a sword in his hands, and Kim Sol was armed with an electric baton. The tension grew, and the girl realized that the baseball bat with wires and her strength were not yet having the desired effect, and in the next moment, she was left completely unarmed. The knight cut the bat in half with his sword. It was surprising because the baton was a semi-rare item, yet it broke so quickly as if it were made of ordinary rubber. Kim Sol immediately understood what was going on. The problem was not the fragility of the bat, but the fact that this knight was really very strong. Guillaume knew that his sister rarely called anyone strong, which meant that the opponent was truly worthy. In addition, Guillaume had run out of magic stones because he had used them to create the baseball bat. Meanwhile, the Skeleton Knight was advancing on his opponents, intending to destroy them on the king's orders. Guillaume launched a volley of fireballs which flew toward the knight at tremendous speed, but strength and a sturdy sword once again came to the aid of his opponent, and he chopped the fireballs flying at him like grapes. His strength and speed were enough to repel absolutely all attacks. But while Knight Lancelot was busy with the bowling balls, Kim Sol rushed to attack. She figured the knight's attention was distracted by the balls and hoped she could land a precise blow. And that's exactly what happened. Her fist slammed into the knight's head with full force. Lancelot swung his sword in response, but the girl was very quick and managed to crouch down to avoid his attack and not be hit. The next moment, she jumped in front of the knight and hit him in the jaw with a low hook, then followed up with a blow to his left side. By that time, the fireballs had also reached their target, and Knight Lancelot was knocked off his feet and flew to the side. But the hope for a quick end to the battle was short-lived, because the opponent immediately got back on his feet, completely unharmed, without a single scratch on his body. Guillaume was amazed at this outcome, because the blow had hit the knight squarely in the head, yet there was not the slightest damage left on him. The young man realized that this skeleton knight belonged to the same species and rank as the huge wyvern they had failed to defeat. He activated the return function and, together with his sister, instantly moved into subspace. Kim Sol was, of course, unhappy that her brother had interfered in her fight, but the young man believed that the situation was too dangerous and that they needed to think about how to deal with it. It was absolutely obvious that the bowling ball strikes did not harm the knight. He was an opponent who could not be defeated yet. The king of the Skeleton Knights gave the order to catch up with the humans and kill them, so the knight even tried to break through the subspace with his spear. Guillaume and his sister were amazed at how the knight was trying to get inside the portal. It became clear to them that their opponent was indeed very strong and dangerous. Standing in front of the screen, Guillaume began to consult with his subspace's operating system. It was decided to attack the knight with fireballs from a minimum distance in order to inflict maximum damage, but the result was just as disastrous. Even the balls flying right in front of him did not stop the knight. He continued to chop them with his sword like grapes, as if he felt neither the power nor the force of the weapon's blow. The Skeleton King, watching this battle, analyzed the enemy and realized that he was hiding behind the gates of dimensions and only using items. Such a strategy and tactics could be justified if the opponents were equal in strength and trying to avoid defeat. But the mages were indeed very strong, and Lancelot was a 7th level knight, invulnerable to attacks. The king summoned only one fighter, so no penalties were imposed on him. But he felt that his end was near, for the king had invested all his resources in coming here. If he hadn't summoned Lancelot, he would have already died and lost all his property. And since he was destined to die, it was better to receive punishment from the Chamber of Commerce. However, he was disappointed by the pitiful spectacle that this battle now presented. If the king had known that everything would turn out this way, he would never have summoned Lancelot. The Skeleton King watched the battle and wondered how many items the enemy had. Moreover, the enemy did not use magic, which meant that he obtained items by some other means. Instead of wasting items, it would be much more effective to use magic. So why wasn't this wizard doing so? Guillaume continued to watch from the portal as the skeleton knight dealt with his attacks, trying to figure out what to do next, perhaps using his new abilities. Usually, creating new items required a lot of magic stones, but perhaps due to the current high level of the subspace, his abilities had expanded, and the young man would be able to create weapons without worrying about the consequences. After all, he had to deal with enemies using what he already had in stock, and the most powerful weapon at the moment was still the fireball for bowling. But the problem was that this fireball was useless. The boy tried to figure out whether it was worth continuing to hide in the subspace, because if the knight killed him in front of the portal, he would be able to get inside and heal himself. But suddenly his further reflections were interrupted. The Skeleton King himself addressed the young man. He said that he understood. He was not facing a mage, but a human. And if he was a human, then he was capable of duplicating objects. This Skeleton King turned out to be not so foolish after all, and managed to figure it out by watching the battle. Indeed, it was impossible for a mage to have come to such a place. It seemed that the young man simply did not realize what power he now possessed. The king ordered Lancelot to put away his sword, because his opponents were not mages. Now they were on the same side and could even become partners. The brother and sister listened to the king's speech, trying to connect the dots and understand what kind of partnership he was talking about. The Skeleton King realized that the humans still knew nothing and decided to start with explanations, telling them everything from the beginning. The people met the skeleton knights on their way to this city, killed them, and obtained the strengthening stones. These stones can only be created in the castle. To be precise, the castle is called Camelot, and it is capable of creating power stones in exchange for living beings. Enhancement stones are mainly used to enhance items and increase their stats, but they are also used for artifacts with special functions. If such a stone is used in Camelot, 12 knights belonging to the castle can be summoned, including Lancelot, who is now standing before them. The enhancement stone is a valuable commodity, but the boy is capable of copying objects, so the Skeleton King offered a partnership to create copies of the stones. It is strange that no one has offered the young man anything like this before. Perhaps it will take some time at first. Due to the nature of the item, which absorbs living beings in the castle to create the strengthening stone, they will have to wait. But as soon as the stone is ready, the king guarantees that everything will go smoothly. In addition, any requests the young man makes in the future will be carried out by the knights without question. At this point, Guillaume interrupted him, saying that the idea of cooperation was indeed excellent, and he was grateful for it. Thanks to the king's advice, everything worked out perfectly and Pax moved Camelot into subspace. The King of Knights did not expect this at all. It turned out that the castle he had built no longer belonged to him. At one point, the Skeleton King saw the moon in the clear sky and realized that his castle, which had protected him on all sides and hidden him from the outside world, was no more. The Skeleton King still could not understand what was happening. Soon he was struck by the size of the diminished Camelot. The castle looked like a toy house that children play with. It fit in Guillaume's hand and glowed like a magic stone. At that moment, the Skeleton King let out a wild cry, accusing the young man of daring to steal royal property. But then a huge, sturdy bowling ball appeared in his armored hand. Filled with fiery energy and magical power, the bowling ball flew toward the Skeleton King. There was a powerful explosion, and everything was engulfed in flames and smoke. Guillaume turned to the Skeleton Knight and asked his name. He asked if Lancelot would kill the king of the Skeleton Knights. The answer came immediately, and Lancelot said he would carry out his master's orders. The King of Knights tried to prevent this, but realized that along with Camelot, the young man also controlled all the knights. This meant that Lancelot now obeyed Guillaume. There was absolutely no point in fighting Lancelot, so the end came very quickly. Where the king had stood just moments before, a large purple magic stone split apart. When the smoke and dust settled, everyone saw the shreds of armor and the crown lying on the ground. The large yellow magic stone went to Guillaume, along with all the king's knights and all the power he possessed. The young man was amazed at the number of magic stones he now owned. Of course, he didn't count how many creatures he had killed. But then his sister intervened and spoiled her beloved brother's joyful mood. She reminded him that if he had a conscience, he should give her at least a third of the stones because she had saved his life by destroying the goblins. Guillaume sincerely thanked his sister for saving him, but said that a third of the stones was like extortion because he had spent his stones when he made a special weapon for her. The brother and sister continued to haggle for a while, but soon they noticed that Lancelot was watching them, waiting for a decision on his fate. Indeed, something had to be done about their new companion, the skeleton knight Lancelot, who was ready to serve and obey his new master. Lancelot reported to Guillaume that he had broken the neck of the King of Knights. as he had been ordered, and had also brought the king's magic stone. No one knew how to interact with the skeleton knight, so at first he became a horse for Yonsu's daughter, who enjoyed riding on his shoulders. The girl was bored in the subspace, so she quickly befriended the skeleton knight, and now her parents didn't know what to do about it. Lancelot was happy because he believed that by helping his lord's companions, he was also helping him. The skeleton knight showed remarkable care and even held the girl so she wouldn't fall and hurt herself. Everyone liked such an attentive and caring person. In addition, he fought well for his young age, and Guillaume realized that his sisters treated the skeleton knight as a human being. In any case, Guillaume was going to leave for the Dobong area because there was a house there that he wanted to visit. The young man wanted to get there as soon as possible because he was still worried about his relatives. But his older sister, a nurse, showed concern and said that her brother had hardly rested in the last few days. She didn't want him to faint from exhaustion, so she suggested that he stay and sleep in the subspace with her that night. Such care touched the young man deeply. Besides, it was more dangerous to travel at night, and Yonsu's daughter had not yet finished playing with Lancelot. When everyone went to rest, Guillaume decided to prepare a place for Sir Lancelot to sleep. First, he needed to study the data on Camelot. It turned out that this castle could be expanded to different sizes, but the young man did not understand how many stones he would need to expand the castle to the right size for 12 nights. He spent 300 magic stones, and the castle became quite large, but something eerie appeared in the subspace. Guillaume wanted to know if all the knights could live together in this castle. Lancelot said that it was not a problem for him, but it was too small for the king. Kimsal was very surprised and began to calculate how much the Skeleton King had spent on building a castle that covered the entire space up to the sky. Lancelot did not know the exact number, but he estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of stones. After that, while the young man was busy calculating and planning, Kimsal turned to Lancelot with a personal request. She had been watching the knight for some time and was impressed by his sword skills. Now the girl wanted Lancelot to teach her this technique. Even through his helmet, it was clear that the skeleton knight was flattered by such a request and gladly agreed to do so. In return, he also dared to make a request of his own. He really liked the punch to the jaw that she had used in battle against him. Lancelot wanted to learn this move. It would have been difficult for Kimsal to find a better friend. And so the night passed, and even when Guillaume went to bed, he realized that Lancelot had become a member of Kim's family. The next morning delighted everyone with wonderful sunny weather. There was an armed patrol on the streets of the city, carefully inspecting the area. The soldiers did not understand what was happening and could not believe their eyes. The guys watched what was happening from their subspace and realized that someone else had decided to set off on a journey, even though it seemed a little strange. Soon they saw the fuselage of a helicopter beginning to land not far from the subspace. This was especially surprising because only they and Lieutenant General Yu had helicopters. The helicopter door opened and Commander Yu indeed appeared. The men greeted each other warmly and joyfully, and the Lieutenant General said that he had been looking for the men for a long time when he saw that the city's fortress wall had disappeared. Guillaume hoped that the military man would not try to lure him back into the army, but the Lieutenant General had important news. He wanted to warn the boys at all costs that they could no longer travel by helicopter because the rebels who had staged the coup had captured the air defense base, and now they were shooting down everything that flew through the air. The situation was as follows. The Joint Chiefs of Staff held a meeting based on the documents and information obtained by Lieutenant Colonel Khan. It became known that the First Corps had captured the capital's defense forces and was shooting down all drones and aircraft that appeared in the air. The military analyzed the firing points and confirmed that powerful air defenses had been installed there. The military was in a difficult position because security was very tight, and the Lieutenant General remembered that the guys were going to fly to Yeonbu, so he hurried to find them. If the guys flew there anyway, they would have to make a big detour. However, the commander did not have accurate information about the distant terrain and, unfortunately, could not recommend any route. The news was indeed worse than they would have liked. But the guys were grateful to the commander for the warning and decided to discuss their travel plans again. If the goal was simply to get to Yeonbu, they could have flown around and made a detour. But Gyomu also needed to stop in the city of Dobong. This meant that a clash with the rebels in Dobong was inevitable. The problem was that, in a sense, the rebels were even more dangerous than the monsters. It turned out that his brother, his wife, and his parents were now threatened not only by monsters and beasts, but also by militarized rebels. The young man realized that there was no time to waste and that they had to move out immediately. So he immediately summoned Lancelot. Lieutenant General Yu was once again so surprised that his jaw almost dropped and his eyes bulged. Guillaume explained to the commander that they had indeed defeated the King of Knights and were therefore able to remove the wall. This knight, who was now in the young man's subspace, was able to help them in this matter. The lieutenant general was shocked when he realized that the skeleton knight was now working with Gyum. Since the young man needed to go to Dobong and a clash with the rebels was inevitable, Lancelot could be of great help to them. The young man suggested that they all come up with a plan to destroy the rebels. Coming up with plans and strategic military operations was Lieutenant General Yu's favorite thing to do, so he gladly agreed to participate. The anti-aircraft defense system's anti-aircraft guns were hidden in dense green forests and guarded by equally green guards. In addition, the green rebel guards guarded the cages in which the people were locked up. Their condition was deplorable. They were either dead or on the verge of death from exhaustion and dehydration. This was the scene that the skeleton knight's spirit saw. Lancelot carefully studied the area and estimated how many rebels were in the vicinity. One of the green goblins had officer's epaulets, and the creature looked like a mixture of a human and a green goblin. The knight's spirit watched and listened very carefully to everything that was happening at the base. One of the options available to Camelot Castle was to summon skeleton knights. A knight in ghost form had no physical contact with anything, but could pass freely through walls and fly through the air. If you summon a knight in one form, physical or spiritual, you can change his incarnation at any moment. In other words, summoning a ghost proved to be the best means of reconnoitering the enemy camp. So Lancelot conducted reconnaissance of the enemy's positions. He determined the number of forces, the location of anti-aircraft guns, and the characteristics of the enemy. In 2.5 hours, Lancelot obtained complete information and returned to base. However, it became clear that some military units had been transformed from ordinary soldiers into goblins. In addition, these creatures kept people in cages and sacrificed them. The world was changing rapidly and getting worse by the minute. Lancelot reported that one of the goblin commanders was a very important officer and that they were planning to organize an additional transfer of personnel. This was invaluable information that Lancelot had obtained by observing everything with his own eyes. But at the same time, it was difficult for people to comprehend, as they could not even imagine that someone would be capable of capturing civilians and plotting such a thing. It seemed that the rebels had joined of their own free will, but it remained unclear why they were holding civilians captive. Lancelot heard the military talking about the priest. The skeleton knight also believed that people were being held to cause repulsion. He explained that all beings in the dimensions have their own ranks, which are called hierarchy. This power, which the hierarchy possesses, gives the right to protect oneself from beings lower than oneself. The lower the rank in the hierarchy, the stronger the repulsion. For example, an attack from the 9th rank has no effect on a creature of the 8th rank. That is, they sacrifice people to get a higher rank in the hierarchy. Using sacrifices to gain rank is a method used by beings with low intelligence. It is a kind of trick. And when such tricks are used by low-ranking beings, in many cases they involve deals and contacts with beings of higher ranks. Lancelot could not say exactly what kind of deal was involved in this case. However, in any case, it doesn't matter, because these creatures make sacrifices, and for that alone, they must be destroyed. The lieutenant general believed that things were not so simple, and that the rebels' plan was probably more dangerous than it seemed at first glance. The information Lancelot brought back was excellent, and the probability of success had increased significantly, because now they knew the location of the brigade commander and the anti-aircraft guns. However, the main problem lay elsewhere. The rebels' line of defense turned out to be much stronger than expected, and as soon as the operation began, they would surely call for support. If the First Corps joined in, there was a chance that it would escalate into a full-scale war. And that option was completely unacceptable, because they were few in number and needed to capture the base before reinforcements arrived. But to do everything quickly on their own, they needed air support. An attack from above would help them capture the base quickly, but this was almost impossible due to anti-aircraft guns. Guillaume understood that he did not have time to wait for support, because his older brother's house was in that area. He had to finish everything quickly and go there. Of course, Lancelot was a 7th level knight and could destroy everyone on his own. But the area was too large, and reinforcements would arrive before Lancelot could clear everything himself. The spirit of the knight Lancelot suggested summoning another knight to solve the problem of the anti-aircraft guns, but this required enhancement and magic stones. And right now, Guillaume didn't have any such stones. He could have canceled Lancelot's summoning, taken the enhancement stone, and summoned him again, but there was no point in doing so because it wouldn't increase his power. Besides, Guillaume couldn't even imagine how he would communicate with some other knight instead of Lancelot, who had already become a member of the family. It would have been nice to copy the strengthening stone, but unfortunately, The young man did not know how to copy magic and strengthening stones. Lancelot's spirit reminded him that by defeating the King of Knights, he could obtain an enhancing stone. And indeed, with all the commotion, Guillaume had completely forgotten that after the death of the King of Knights, he had received a yellow magic stone. Everyone looked at Guillaume, not understanding how he could have forgotten about such a treasure. Now it remained to choose which knight to call to Lancelot's aid. Lancelot said that absolutely all the knights possessed skill and loyalty, so people would not be disappointed no matter who was summoned. However, it seemed to him that a knight named Bedivere would be the most suitable. This knight was so good at long-range attacks that he was once called the greatest archer of all time. At the rebels' secret base, even the pleasant sun did not look very pleasant because it had to be viewed through the bars of a cage. The girl sat with her legs tucked under her and tried not to look at the people around her. Most of them were already dead, and the same fate awaited the girl. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and then a whisper directed at her. One of the mutants, a military rebel, was standing near the cage. He said he had a business proposal for the girl. The freak offered to help her escape if she was kind to him and fulfilled one personal request. The girl did not even have time to think about such an ambiguous offer when the mutant's head flew off his shoulders. It happened so quickly that the captive didn't even have time to react or scream. She was numb from what she had seen and watched what was happening. A skeleton knight passed by the cage in which she was held, cutting off the heads of goblins as he went and breaking the locks that secured the cages. A few seconds passed and the girl was free, not understanding who had saved her. However, there were no guards around. The cage was open and she could go in any direction. As she looked around trying to see her savior, a fiery bowling ball flew past her at tremendous speed. The goblin warriors were also interested in the flight of this unknown flying object, trying to figure out what was flying in the sky. But they couldn't make out the object, because its rapid approach meant that death was flying toward the goblins at the speed of a fiery bowling ball. Along with the goblins, the bowling ball tore the anti-aircraft defense installations to pieces. Without any enemy approaching, and for reasons that were completely unclear, the anti-aircraft guns were destroyed in all locations where they were deployed. The skeleton knight's hand clamped down on the fireball because it posed no danger to him and was not hot. After that, the ball was placed in a special slingshot-like device and sent with a precise strike at the intended target. At the last moment, Lancelot remembered a small detail that everyone needed to be warned about before offering Sir Bedivere for restoration and summoning. Sir Bedivere was one-armed. Despite this, he was a brilliant archer of his time and shot with only one hand. It was an old story. Long ago, Bedivere served as a knight under the command of a duke, and the commander, jealous of the young man's talent, cut off his arm. Since then, the knight has held a thick leather strap in his hands instead of a bow, and used it to throw stones and spears. He became one of the Knights of Camelot, and this is a very short but sad story. Guillaume doubted that a one-armed knight could destroy the anti-aircraft guns. However, Lancelot had no doubts about his abilities and combat skills. Therefore, Lancelot was confident that Bedivere would be enough to accomplish this mission. Guillaume once again trusted Lancelot, and the task of destroying the anti-aircraft guns fell to the one-armed skeleton knight. Bedivere did an excellent job, and his fireballs, launched with one hand, miraculously blew up the guns and destroyed the goblins. One of the goblin commanders, who was at the main detachment's location, saw explosions through the window, occurring where the anti-aircraft defenses were stationed. A strange commotion broke out among the goblins, and it seemed as if something was interfering with them. The space around them became unstable, but then it became clear. The commander saw that his lieutenant had already been killed. A skeleton knight with a long sword in his hands was moving towards him across the room. The goblin understood that it was impossible to get to where he was just like that, which meant that this knight was no ordinary monster. At this time, Guillaume was studying his profile, trying to figure out the number of stones and the possibilities available to him. The speed at which the number of magic stones was increasing was simply astonishing, and Guillaume even broke out in a sweat from the tension. Of course, this was very good, but even Yonsu was surprised as he watched what was happening. Fireballs flew out one after another at tremendous speed. After that, they all exploded together, leaving no chance for anyone to survive in this fiery hell. And in the end, a fiery flower bloomed in the sky. This was the signal that the knights were to give if all the anti-aircraft guns were destroyed. Apparently, it happened very quickly. Lancelot's tactics and Bedivere's skill proved to be just perfect, so the guys could be immediately enrolled in the special forces. The guys really turned out to be excellent knights, and Guillaume could now advance to his destination without fear of being ambushed. Bedivere was trying to read the instructions at that moment to understand where to go next. He had already destroyed everything that needed to be destroyed and even sent a signal. But now he didn't understand where Lancelot had told him to go. The knight stood at a crossroads and did not know which direction to turn, so he decided to go where his intuition told him to go. Meanwhile, Lancelot was dealing with the goblin commander. It was very difficult for the knight to control his power. He wanted to hear the truth from the goblin before accidentally killing him. Lancelot wanted to find out from the goblin who had trained them in the art of war and sent them here, where their leader was, what their plans were, and how many soldiers were in the First Legion. The goblin noted that the knight knew too much about them. He agreed to tell the whole truth that the skeleton knight had asked him about. Their commander's name was Tonatiuh, a creature of such magnitude that the skeleton knight, who was 8th in rank, was not even fit to be his footstool. Lancelot had never heard of such a creature. He wanted to know what Tonatiuh's plans were. The goblin admitted that he knew nothing about it and begged not to be beaten because he was old and sick. While the knight was thinking, trying to remember the name of this creature, the goblin began to slowly crawl away, and as soon as he felt that he needed to seize the moment, the goblin jumped to his feet and rushed to the window, breaking the glass and flying down from a height. The goblin commander landed badly on the asphalt. He twisted his leg and could no longer run. His subordinates ran up to the goblin general, and he gave the order to bring his motorcycle immediately. At that moment, Lancelot also jumped out of the window after his captive. However, his body was completely unharmed, and he declared that it was useless to run away. The goblin subordinates rushed to defend their general from the skeleton knight Lancelot. They selflessly stood up for their general, sending him to safety while they stayed behind to delay the night. This behavior surprised Lancelot. The fact that the goblins were willing to sacrifice themselves was strange. However, they believed that it was better to be like that than to be empty-headed like a skeleton. One of the goblins, aiming his rifle, told Lancelot that he'd better not be so arrogant, because there were several 8th-level representatives in their squad. And the goblin who said this, if he ate a dozen more people, would become equal in level to Lancelot. The goblin confirmed that all the soldiers who had turned into goblins did the same thing. They ate people and raised their level. In the world that had emerged after the apocalypse, intelligent people tried to adapt, and this was one way to survive. Knight Lancelot cut off the goblin's head with a light swing of his sword, believing that killing such creatures was not difficult for him, because they deserved to die. At this time, the general, accompanied by one of his subordinates, continued to retreat from the battlefield while the knight was busy with the goblins. The general was already hoping that his escape had been successful when the blades of a helicopter appeared above him. Yongsu announced that he was going to land right away. But Guillaume, who was severely seasick, was completely confused and did not react to this at all. The goblins were terrified when they saw the helicopter. They decided that government troops had arrived. The brigadier general did not have time to answer his subordinate's question about what to do. His subordinate's head had already been cut off by Lancelot's sharp sword. Lancelot stood next to the goblin, making it clear that running was useless. By this time, Guillaume had regained consciousness and joined his comrade. However, the goblin brigadier general had no intention of dying. He grabbed a handful of magic stones and swallowed them. After that, his transformation took place, and the monster became an 8th-level creature. He grew in size, became even more powerful and embittered. His eyes glowed with hatred and burned with fire. In order to raise his level, the brigade general completely lost his humanity, and his body now resembled that of a gorilla. This happened because he tried to raise his level too quickly. After all, it was the shortest path. The brigadier general stood facing his pursuers and was no longer going to run away, because he did not feel threatened by them. Lancelot's level was only 7, but Lancelot was not upset because he knew that Bedivere would deal with this guy perfectly well. At that moment, the one-armed knight was on the roof of the building where everything was happening. He happened to be in the right place and was glad that he hadn't followed the plan, but had gone where his feelings led him. The spinning, flaming bowling ball hit its target and tore the brigadier general to pieces. The lieutenant general of the army also arrived at the scene and was delighted with how the two knights had destroyed the key target and saved the civilians. In addition, all that remained of the brigadier general, who had become a goblin, was a pile of dead muscles. Unfortunately, Lancelot was unable to learn anything about the rebels' plans, except for the fact that they had a high-level creature giving them orders. This creature is called Tonatiuh, and Knight Lancelot himself heard this name for the first time. This was another mystery, but Lieutenant General Yu suggested looking through the documents in the building where the brigadier general was located. Lancelot reported that the room they needed was on the 4th floor of the building, but the scale of the work was enormous because there were so many documents there. The lieutenant general thanked him for his help and said that now the military would take care of sorting through the papers, since the knights had already done so much. But then Guillaume asked Pax to classify all the documents and maps as military. because sorting them would require 120 magic stones. Guillaume told the lieutenant general that Pax would take care of it and that the military would not need to waste time on paperwork. The young man himself wanted to go in search of his family as soon as possible. Suddenly, a notification came from Pax. Documents that did not fit into the military category had been found, and he was asking for instructions on what to do with them. It turned out to be a spatial being registration form, a document that could increase one's rating. Lancelot stated that the document written correctly was official, and the one in poor condition was a forgery. It turned out that the military was turning into goblins by using fake document registration methods. The documents stated that magic stones and an account were required to register one's existence in the dimension. However, unlike the usual dimension, the current dimension of Earth was just beginning to develop, and at present, there was no one who could meet these conditions. The only person who met the conditions was Guillaume, because he killed an 8th level creature that already had an account in the dimension and got it. In any case, such a document should not exist on Earth. But since Guillaume now has this document and meets all the conditions, why shouldn't he register right now? If the young man fills out the official application form, he will not become a goblin. The registration application form is adapted to each dimension. Therefore, it was written in plain language. Guillaume carefully reread the application form and saw that 1,000 magic stones had to be paid for registration. The young man signed his name and the registration of the spatial being was complete. As soon as this happened, Lancelot began to explain to his lord how to send this document. At that moment, one of the goblins who had been sent to fetch the motorcycle finally returned and began apologizing to his commander for the delay. He found the brigadier general in terrible condition, practically smeared across the asphalt. The one-armed knight Bedivere was sitting on the roof admiring the surroundings when he heard voices coming from below. He looked down in surprise and saw a motorcycle on the asphalt, and next to it a couple of goblins who, in theory, should no longer have been alive. At that moment, Pax finished registering the documents. It turned out that there were more than 40,000 papers related to the military. Guillaume left all these documents with the Lieutenant General Yu, as he was in a hurry to find his family. It was known that the Dobong area had been captured by rebels, so Guillaume decided to drive the car himself. It was too dangerous to trust the wheel to Yun Su. The young man was going to take only the skeleton knights with him and planned to travel in a regular vehicle. However, a new problem arose. The entire transport fleet consisted exclusively of military vehicles. Guillaume wondered what to do now. He hadn't thought to acquire civilian transport after all that had happened. In the end, the young man decided to ride an electric bike for now and find a normal car in time. Of course, the journey would take longer, but he had no choice. Someday he would definitely have his own comfortable car. Guillaume and Lancelot left the building and were stunned to see the second night. The one-armed man was sitting on a fancy motorcycle. Guillaume tried to find out where Bedivere had gotten the motorcycle, but as it turned out, sometimes it was better not to know the truth. The knight admitted that this iron horse belonged to a red-haired goblin. He thought it was funny and simply took the trophy for himself. In short, it was the brigade general's own motorcycle. The orcs guarding the perimeter of Dobong City noticed the approaching noise. They saw a motorcycle riding toward them on the road. It seemed like nothing unusual, but the guards had not been warned that guests were expected. Therefore, they decided to greet the uninvited visitors with gunfire. After all, this was not a place where one could just show up. However, at that very moment, a fiery bowling ball hit its target, destroying one of the goblins forever. The second guard didn't even have time to understand where his partner had gone before it was his turn to die. Lancelot, without slowing down, cut off the goblin's head with a light movement of his sword. The perimeter guards were dealt with, and the two motorcycles rode unhindered into the city blocks. In the silence of the abandoned city, the sound of rattling motorcycles carried far, and the nearest goblins immediately reacted. Soon the group reached the right house. The area looked gloomy. The walls were cracked, the streets were deserted, and the asphalt was broken. Climbing up to the right apartment, Guillaume began knocking on the door and calling out loudly, shouting that it was him, his brother, Zhong Guillaume. No one answered. The young man decided to go in himself, feeling sweat running down his body. He was afraid to see what he feared most. However, there was no point in delaying any longer, and the young man entered. He was met by an empty, abandoned apartment with signs of a hasty departure. Fortunately, he did not find any dead bodies, which meant there was still hope. The apartment did not look ransacked. Most likely, the owners had left voluntarily to hide in a safe place. The young man's attention was drawn to a neatly folded envelope. His brother used to leave him notes just like this when they were children. The letter said that the phones in the city weren't working, and Hyunsu had left the note in case any of his relatives came looking for him. His brother wrote that they had decided to go to their parents' house because it was too dangerous to stay there. He warned them not to go to Weijongbu because soldiers were kidnapping people right on the streets. Inside the city, everything was calm, but there was nowhere to hide from the soldiers. My brother wrote that the soldiers were dragging away adults and children, regardless of gender or age, so it was extremely dangerous to move around. He assured Guillaume that he and his parents would survive and asked Guillaume not to risk his life, but to stay safe. Guillaume realized that his brother and his wife had managed to escape before the rebels captured the city. He gave the note to Bediver and asked him to show it to his sisters in the subspace. It was unknown when exactly his brother had written this letter, but Guillaume guessed that the first rebel corps would soon reach the city where his parents were hiding. Therefore, he decided to leave immediately and ordered the knight to prepare for the journey. The knight understood that his master was very upset and did not want to let him drive in such a state. Guillaume and Lancelot ran out of the entrance, but an unpleasant surprise awaited them. A helicopter hovering directly in front of the house and a machine gun aimed at them. A goblin sat at the controls and confirmed via radio that he could see a man and a skeleton and was ready to open fire. A second later, a hail of bullets rained down on the street, sweeping away everything in its path. Machine gun fire literally sprayed everything around, leaving no chance of survival. Soon, the entire street was covered in smoke. Visibility was completely lost. Guillaume froze in shock for a moment, realizing that he had miraculously survived in such circumstances. He ordered packs to keep the Black Hawk in the military items category. The goblin at the helm was stunned when he saw that the young man was alive and well, despite the heavy fire. He was even more surprised when he realized that the helicopter was no longer beneath him. The goblin screamed and crashed to the asphalt. While Guillaume hurried his knight along, he didn't want to linger for a second. The young man thought about how they had destroyed many rebels on their way here, and even captured a helicopter with rockets and guns. Now all his thoughts were occupied with his family. He wanted to find them as soon as possible. The sunset sky shimmered with fiery hues. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, the goblins were discussing that the priest would distribute the victims according to their numbers, and they reminded each other that several days had already passed. Therefore, the goblins needed to hurry and look for new victims. But no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't destroy this strange building. Lieutenant Park Han-jun's number of victims had already reached 300. However, he still couldn't destroy the building. He didn't have enough level. He had to either ask another goblin for help or come up with another way. Lieutenant Park ordered his subordinates to find and bring new victims to make up for the shortfall. Everyone knew what had happened to Sergeant Kyung Gyumin. Now, he was just a goblin. There was only one thing left to do with him: eliminate him. The huge goblin, who had been human not long ago, rushed off in search of new victims. Meanwhile, a group of motorcyclists approached the goblins chatting on the street. The guy riding the first motorcycle was yelling at the top of his lungs for the damn creatures to get lost. "This is my house," he yelled. "I'll deal with all of you now." Behind him rode a skeleton knight, clutching a sharp sword in his hand. When the motorcyclists sped past the goblins, the monsters' heads were already rolling on the asphalt. The decapitated bodies twitched for a few more seconds, flooding everything around them with blood. The motorcyclists drove up to a hardware store surrounded by barricades. The entire facade was covered with steel sheets, with only one tiny hole left, from which muffled whispers could be heard. A man sitting on a chair watched through this hole and told the others what was happening outside. He sat on a makeshift shelf made of chairs and said that motorcycles had appeared on the street, and one of them was carrying a skeleton, all of which seemed extremely strange. He suddenly remembered his grandfather's funeral. At that time, his grandmother said that good and bad things only happen where there are people. Over the years, these words had taken on meaning. Even when a person experiences misfortune, they still have a chance to experience happiness, thanks to those who are close to them, thanks to love. That is why children need to be raised with faith and love, because it is the most important thing. While the children were growing up and arguing, their father was dreaming. He wanted to build a large, cozy house where the whole family could live together. But it turned out to be much more difficult than it seemed in his dreams. The costs were enormous, so the dream remained just that. But the children grew up healthy and the future seemed bright until the monster appeared. Fortunately, the man worked in a hardware store and managed to fight off the goblin with improvised weapons. But then things took a turn for the worse. They had to conserve water, search for food, and constantly hide. There were looters everywhere. Soon, their eldest son and his wife came to live with the parents, and now they were all hiding together. The daughter-in-law's alchemy abilities awakened, so the family didn't have to worry about water. Soldiers began to turn into monsters, and instead of patrolling the streets, they started kidnapping civilians. They dragged people out of their homes, regardless of gender or age, and took them away to an unknown destination. Therefore, the parents decided to isolate themselves completely. The man wanted only one thing: to make sure his children were safe. and that's when his ability awakened. He became an architect capable of building anything. Thus, his long-held dream came true. Thanks to the powers of his daughter-in-law and father, the family was able to survive. He built a completely self-sufficient house that was impossible to break into, and his daughter-in-law supplied everyone with water. Now, the father watched through the peephole. Several soldiers were wandering in front of the house, and then they brought a huge monster with them. They decided to destroy the dwelling. His father had expected this day to come, so he had made a detour in advance. Now he quietly told his relatives to get ready and go out into the hallway. His son did not want to leave without his father, but his father was not sure that the emergency exit was still safe. He believed it was better than sitting inside the building and simply waiting for death. The father promised that he would also leave the house, but would be the last to do so. But then the sound of a motorcycle was heard outside, and everyone started moving, so there was no time, and the father ordered everyone to leave. He understood that the monsters were going to evict him from his own home. However, something strange began to happen on the street. Everyone was alarmed and didn't understand why their father had fallen silent and what had happened. And then his father announced that Jung-gyeom had returned. He had arrived on a motorcycle with a skeleton. The young man looked at his house but did not recognize it because now it was some kind of steel box protected on all sides. It was unclear where the iron sheets and bars had come from, but it didn't matter. The main thing was that at least someone from the family was inside the house. Suddenly, the door flew open and the young man saw the most pleasant sight he could have hoped to see. His father, brother, and mother, all shocked and surprised, looked at their beloved son and couldn't believe their eyes. It was not for nothing that Jung-gyeom was the youngest child in the family, so he could always shed tears without fear of being judged. The young man rushed into his parents' arms, and the main goal and dream of his last days came true. His parents looked apprehensively at the two skeletons accompanying their child. But Guillaume immediately explained everything and introduced his parents and the knights to each other. After that, the young man opened a portal and showed his two sisters, who were having dinner at the table at that moment, and more tears of joy flowed from the eyes of everyone present. When the hugs were over, Cheon-gyeom took all the relatives into the subspace, and they sat down at the common table, began to eat together, and celebrate their happy reunion. Only Mom remained tense because the food turned out to be very tasty, which meant that she would have to prove her culinary skills. 2 women in one kitchen was too much. Grandfather decided to get to know the knight better. He was no longer afraid of him. Lancelot introduced himself by name, and Grandfather immediately asked if the skeleton knight knew how to play Changi. It turned out to be a Korean chess-like board game. The knight noticed that the inhabitants of his hometown were famous for dismembering the corpses of monsters. But his grandfather did not understand the humor, and besides, he was hard of hearing. So he suggested that Lancelot bring some chairs, and set out to teach him how to play the Changi. Hyunsu's older brother held a magic stone in his palm. He showed it to Guillaume. It turned out to be an amplifying stone with a fire option. His brother told him how he got it. Once he saw a monster rhino and a monster griffin fighting. The monster griffin defeated its opponent and ate it, and this stone was lying where the monster rhino had been killed. His brother gave Guillaume this magic stone because he thought he needed it more, and the guy didn't refuse such a useful artifact. Guillaume reminded his brother that he could get anything he wanted and advised him to take care of his wife's family so that they would be comfortable and want for nothing. The brothers were happy to see each other, especially since they had hardly communicated during most of their childhood due to their age difference. Hyunsu thanked his brother for the warm welcome and went to his wife to tell her relatives about all the conditions. Guillaume noticed the scar on his older brother's face and realized that he had been through a lot. However, the main thing was that he had survived. His father caught him thinking about this and remarked that his son's abilities were simply excellent. His father said that he was sincerely happy and grateful to his younger son. Not only was the whole family now safe thanks to his abilities, but they were also able to eat their fill. But his father reminded him that good and bad things only happen where there are people. Jung-gyeom remembered this phrase very well and understood that he could not have done everything on his own, even with his unique powers. When he first started helping people by clearing the tunnel of wyverns, he wondered why he was doing it at all. Hyunsu then told him that even if his ability had awakened, it would still be very difficult in the end. And then Guillaume realized that the main reason he helped people and others helped him was this. Everyone wanted their families to be safe, and the young man was sure that his family also needed help. He hoped that someone would help them just as he helped others. Regardless of our abilities, we are all the same. Each of us suffers and fears death, but we live in the same world, so we help each other. Otherwise, it would be too heartless. And the ability to empathize is one of the main distinguishing qualities of a person. After these words, his father realized that he had raised a truly good person, and he was very proud of him. At headquarters, the military was sorting through classified documents. Half of them had already been sorted. Everyone worked diligently, and it was time for a break, as their eyes were already popping out of their heads from fatigue and tension. Suddenly, the secretary knocked on the door and reported to the lieutenant general that a one-armed skeleton knight had come in. Bedivere asked him to convey that his master, Guillaume, had left for the city of Haju. The lieutenant general understood who he was talking about, but did not know why the young man had gone there. The lieutenant general's mind quickly raced, and he realized that the 1st Rebel Corps was located in that area. The young man had gone to fight them alone. The setting sun pleasantly illuminated the road, glistening on the knight's armor and motorcycle bodies. The young man was traveling with his chief assistant, the knight Lancelot, because the main goal of his journey had been accomplished. He had gathered his family and ensured their safety. Kim Sol was completely focused and absorbed in her training. She pounded the punching bag, practicing her moves and feeling no pain. Soon, another bag was torn to shreds. After that, the bag flew into the far corner of the hall, where it joined a pile of other torn-up bags. The girl ordered Pax to bring another sandbag immediately, and to do so as quickly as possible. Her father watched his younger daughter's behavior from afar, and did not understand what was going on. Her older sister, Ju Yeon, said that Kim Sol was upset with her brother for not taking her with him on the mission. Of course, the girl was very talented, but guns and tanks were too dangerous. So now she was training on sandbags to relieve the tension. Her family understood the girl's behavior, who, despite the danger on the streets, wanted to get out of the safe place. She had always been like that. Ju Yeon noticed that her brother had a large scar on his face, but the young man did not want to talk about it. He said that it did not bother him at all. If you did not touch it, everything was fine. The sister healed her brother's scar, as she had healing abilities, and told him how she worked in a hospital, where the head doctor used his powers to poison the staff and control them by brainwashing them. It was very scary, and the girl was afraid that she would be exposed to the drugs and become like everyone else, but now she didn't want to think about it anymore. It was lunchtime, and Yeonsu's wife tried to gather everyone in the kitchen. At that time, Yeonsu himself was entertaining his daughter, and his father was playing the role of a devil. Grandpa refused to eat because he was engrossed in playing Changi. Although Mr. Lancelot was playing this game for the first time, he quickly figured out the rules, and now Grandpa couldn't figure out how to play. So he waited for Lancelot to ask for advice. Tanks were racing down the roads at tremendous speed. It was unclear who they belonged to: the rebels, government troops, or perhaps they were Guillaume's tanks. Suddenly, shots rang out, and huge streams of fire rushed toward the tanks. Guillaume stood in his subspace and sent winged missiles at the tanks. They belonged to a rare class, causing powerful explosions and penetration, carrying hellish fire with them. The tanks suffered exactly what was expected. They were blown apart by the winged missiles. The young man was pleased with the results of the test. He deliberately did not use weapons of excessive force, so as not to harm people. The spirit of the knight Lancelot had conducted reconnaissance the day before, and learned how the 1st Corps of rebels had spread out across the area. The rebels were hiding in the same place as the civilians and the main enemy forces. Therefore, according to Lancelot's plan, he himself was responsible for rescuing the hostages. Chongyum was supposed to stop the attack of the main rebel forces. In other words, there were no civilians in the tank battle zone. In addition, the Black Hawk helicopter was equipped with missiles when it entered the subspace laboratory. The young man used the power stone his brother had given him. In addition, he strengthened his basic movement ability, which he had previously postponed, increasing its range and maximum speed. All this led to the powerful rocket being further enhanced, and now, Guillaume could collect magic stones in the shortest possible time. To advance to the 4th level of the subspace, it was necessary to collect 10,000 magic stones. Now the young man had about 2,000. The young man realized that for some reason, the magic stones had stopped gathering, even though he could clearly hear the sound of their delivery. After checking, he found out that these stones were credited to a subscriber named Tonatiuh. It turned out that Tonatiuh was from the Mesica dimension, and was the very same priest Kim Bon-su that Lancelot had told him about. This news literally stunned Guillaume, because a quarter of his income was going to the enemy. At that moment, Lancelot returned from his mission and reported that all the rebel camps had been destroyed. Bedivere also arrived, having stayed behind to help the people. But then Lancelot noticed that the young man looked anxious and preoccupied. He thought the boy was wounded. Guillaume reassured the knight, saying that everything had been difficult and hard, but he was fine. However, the young man wanted to ask him about the high-ranking being who had made contact with the rebels. The young man said that Tonatiuh and the priest Kim Bon-su were intercepting his magic stones from the Mesica dimension. He did not understand what this dimension was, But the knight explained that it was the name of Tonatiuh's home planet, or civilization. Just as the dimension where Lancelot's master lived was called Earth, it turned out that Priest Kim Bonsu was no better than a traitor who sacrificed people to other worlds. Priest Kim studied Guillaume's data because he had seen him recently shedding tears when he met his family. And the very next day, the speed at which magic stones appeared in his account became very high. But before that, the most powerful explosions imaginable occurred. Although Goblin did not hear anyone firing weapons or machinery, it was unclear where all this firepower came from. First of all, it was annoying that no one had come forward to report it yet. Where was everyone and what were they doing? At that moment, a powerful blow knocked Goblin off his feet, and he flew across the hall, scraping his back on the ground. Guillaume barely caught his breath after climbing the steps and wanted to know who this goblin was that they had just knocked down. But then a red and black mist began to appear over the goblin's body lying on the ground, and the wounds on his body began to heal before their eyes. Guillaume had never seen anything like this before, and Lancelot explained that it was a process of self-healing and restoration of the body. Lancelot said that he had already seen this dark red smoke rising above the entire camp, and now he understood what it was. And now the huge and powerful goblin, Priest Kim, stood whole and unharmed again, a mountain of muscle equipped with sharp teeth and long claws. Priest Kim was also surprised by the alliance that stood before him, a skeleton knight and a human. He understood that the knight was infinitely devoted to his master. The goblin, who spoke human language, surprised the people, and the priest explained that his soldiers had hastily eaten magic stones, which is why they had turned into goblins. This was a side effect that occurred if the bodies were not given time to adapt. The priest personally gave them instructions, but the people were greedy. He knew that Guillaume was 8th rank, judging by the fact that he had an account, and therefore offered cooperation. He wanted the young man and the skeleton knight to stop destroying everything and leave the area. Then Priest Kim would not harm them. As they had already seen, they couldn't kill the priest anyway, and he in turn could kill Guillaume and the knight. He was sparing their lives for one reason only. If they were gone, the goblin would also suffer losses. Fighting now would be a waste of time, and he was making good money by receiving a portion of the magic stones from the exchange. Knight Lancelot was sure that the priest Kim couldn't even hurt them, let alone kill them. Guillaume tried to figure out what the goblin was thinking and why he was suddenly offering peace. He needed to understand whether the young man really couldn't kill this monster, and if not, then most likely because of the smoke. He needed to find out where the smoke was coming from. Maybe it was caused by the sacrifices? The young man had already seen it in prison, but he didn't understand how it was formed. Soon, the sky behind Priest Kim turned black and scarlet, and smoke began to gather high above. Meanwhile, the sky gradually turned burgundy, and something completely incomprehensible and unprecedented began to happen. Suddenly, the sky seemed to part. The clouds moved aside, and a huge eye, glowing from within like the sun, looked down on the earth. This heavenly eye looked simply unreal, and Jung Gyum realized that he was looking at a being of the highest level. Priest Kim guessed that his guests did not expect to see such a thing, and apparently were encountering a high-level being for the first time. Beings who never communicate directly and always act through intermediaries due to hierarchical restrictions. But soon Tonatiuh himself would arrive here in person. Priest Kim was the only one who could help bring about the appearance of a higher-level being. The goblin hoped that now people understood how foolish they were. Nevertheless, Priest Kim was willing to give them another chance because he felt sorry for losing Guillaume's unique abilities. After all, they were too valuable to simply disappear. He added that if the boy knelt down now and begged the priest to let him become his right hand, but he didn't have time to finish. The skeleton knight Lancelot was offended that some goblin dared to try to subjugate his master, and with a slight swing of his sword, Priest Kim's head rolled away. Priest Kim's severed head began to scar in the neck area, and red and black smoke lifted it off the ground. In the next moment, the head clicked back into place, and the huge brute, Priest Kim, was once again ready to face his opponent. He seemed to have become even broader and more powerful. At this time, the eye of a higher-level creature continued to watch the participants of the duel from the sky, and against its backdrop, the priest looked like a real demonic creature. Knight Lancelot was upset by the goblin's behavior, but he was determined to fight, even though he knew that the battle was essentially meaningless. But for any knight, it was a matter of honor to serve his master. Priest Kim was not going to give up either, and the skeleton knight had already infuriated him. He decided not to wait for an attack, but rushed into battle himself, his huge muscular body hurtling toward the knight at tremendous speed. But then Lancelot remembered the lessons Kim Sol had taught him, lessons in hand-to-hand combat. The knight took a stance, putting away his sword. A powerful punch landed squarely on the goblin's nose, and its huge snout twisted to the side, spilling blood everywhere. It was clear that the goblin was immortal. But this was an excellent opportunity for the skeleton knight to practice the recent tasks he had received from Kim Sol. Everyone understood that Priest Kim was immortal and impossible to kill. But it was perfectly possible to beat him up. And now Lancelot was going to do just that. The knight put the goblin's severed head back in place and immediately cut it off again. He tried very hard, but it was clear that the goblin would regenerate endlessly. Guillaume understood that it was impossible to defeat Tonatiuh without trying to understand him. Perhaps there was a way to at least disrupt his regeneration. And then Guillaume remembered the big guy from the hospital, who had been quickly cured of his daze. The young man ordered Lancelot not to kill the priest Kim again. He ordered the knight to throw the goblin into subspace right now. With a slight movement of his hand, the knight carried out his master's order, throwing the goblin towards the subspace portal. Ju Yan received a notification about the return through the portal and thought that her brother had finished his business quickly this time. However, she read that an unidentified energy had attempted to penetrate and had been blocked. In the next moment, the girl almost lost her voice and nearly had a heart attack from fright. Before her stood a terrifying, dead, emaciated goblin, wailing pitifully throughout the subspace room. Before it could do anything, a strong female hand grabbed the monster by the snout. Kim Sol's younger sister turned out to be just what was needed. She wanted to understand what kind of creature it was, because it clearly didn't look like their brother. Soon she saw Guillaume, who watched with satisfaction as his sister dealt with the uninvited guest. The young man quickly shouted at the system to close the portal immediately. Chongyum gave the order to eliminate Priest Kim. The order was carried out instantly, and a thin, terrifying, emaciated creature with no teeth, hair, or muscles flew out of subspace onto the street. Priest Kim looked pitiful. He could no longer recover or even stand up. Guillaume, looking at his sister's fury, thought she was even more terrifying than Tonatiuh. The young man received a notification that the account owner had been changed, and the magic stones were automatically added to Guillaume's account. The numbers were huge, and the young man was amazed at how much the priest had managed to earn if he had received so many stones. Moreover, this time, there was no notification about the transfer of some of the stones to Tonatiuh. The boy looked up at the sky and saw that the eye was gone. Only a lone moon lit up the sky. Priest Kim had said that he was the only one who could summon Tonatiuh, and by killing the priest, they had severed the connection between them. Since the Supreme Being had failed, it was unlikely to return here. Chongyum sat exhausted on the ground and did not understand why he was so tired. After all, he had not even fought. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from afar, and soon, as always on time, the Lieutenant General appeared before the boy and the knight, bringing reinforcements. He hoped that they were not too late and would be able to protect Guillaume and help his knight. Lieutenant General Yu wanted to see the tank commander immediately, and was surprised when he was shown the goblin lying on the ground. The young man tried to explain in a few words what had happened, but in general he was just happy to meet the military and hoped that everything would be fine with them. The commander was informed by radio that reconnaissance inside and around the First Corps had found the mummified bodies of rebels. According to intelligence reports, there were no survivors. The lieutenant general gave the order to rescue civilians and clear the area. The commander turned to Guillaume and said that he did not know how he had done it. But this time, the young man had accomplished the task. The lieutenant general bowed his head low, expressing his immense gratitude. He did not straighten his back, continuing to talk about how foolish he had been when he first asked the young man to join the army, thinking only of the advantages. All these advantages turned out to be completely meaningless to Guillaume because the lieutenant general underestimated the young man's abilities and influence, assessing the situation only from a military point of view. Now the lieutenant general felt very foolish, but he still wanted to ask Guillaume to continue helping people. He felt ashamed and awkward asking for this. But many people were still in a difficult situation. Some had lost their families and loved ones. Some had suffered serious injuries, and some were anxious because they had not yet revealed their abilities. The damage caused by the monsters was severe due to the incompetence of the government and the military. But now more than ever, people needed help. Guillaume said he was ready to continue helping people, not for the sake of a deal or magic stones, but simply for the sake of doing good. He did not want to join the army, but he would help as his heart dictated. Lieutenant General Yu's face lit up with a happy smile. The men shook hands as a sign of respect and mutual trust. The Lieutenant General promised Guillaume that he would be able to receive help from the military at any time, at his first request. In addition, he announced that Kim Jong-Guillaume would be awarded the title of Honorary Colonel for his great contribution to strengthening the armed forces and neutralizing the rebels. From that moment on, all military personnel, without exception, were to treat Honorary Colonel Kim Jong-gyo with courtesy and actively cooperate with him when necessary. The young man was simply speechless at all this pompous and, in his opinion, unnecessary ceremony. Then, the lieutenant general wished him a speedy recovery and promised to organize everything as quickly as possible. Guillaume was very tired and wanted to leave as soon as possible, taking Lancelot with him, who had also had a hard time during the fight with Priest Kim. Lancelot reminded his master that something had to be done about the Knight Bedivere. Guillaume activated the item search function to find the one-armed knight faster, but the attempt failed. The item was too far away. The guy figured out how this function worked and decided to try again. He remembered how his sister had thrown the goblin out of the subspace and realized that the system did not always work the way he wanted it to. Since the item search didn't work, Guillaume decided to team up with Lancelot and go look for the one-armed knight, leveling up packs along the way. Meanwhile, on the street, the military was trying to organize the civilians and distribute humanitarian aid to them, water and food in the necessary quantities. But, while the soldiers were helping the citizens, it was unclear what the Knight Bedivere was doing. At that moment, he was at military headquarters and accidentally stumbled upon a registration form for a spatial being. The knight decided it was a great idea. Who would have thought that he would find such documents simply out of boredom? He was sure that his master would be delighted when he received these papers. All that remained was to find out where exactly he had found them. It turned out to be Kim Bon-su's office, and the one-armed knight handed the documents to his patron. The young man thanked the knight and began to think about how to make the most useful use of this information. Soon, Kim Sol approached him and said that she had been waiting for him impatiently. The older sister allowed her younger sister to deal with her brother for letting the goblin into the subspace and scaring Ju-yeon. But instead of becoming a punching bag again, Guillaume showed Kim Sol a piece of paper. It turned out to be an application form for registering a spatial being. Guillaume explained that he had forbidden Kim Sol from going out not out of stubbornness, but out of fear for her. If she filled out the application, she would be able to fight alongside her brother without fear. He didn't want to tease her or lock her up. The application stated that the girl needed her own account. Guillaume had, of course, forgotten about this, and his sister's fist landed squarely on his jaw. With her next blow, she knocked her beloved younger brother into the far corner of the subspace. The young man remembered that in such situations, quick feet are the best help, and he ran away, while his sister rushed after him. Ju-yeon warned the knights not to even think about interfering, because this is what love looks like for older sisters who worry about their brothers. As the girl spoke, the knights standing nearby began to tremble. After a while, they were already shivering and were practically exhausted. Guillaume ran up with Kim Sol, but no one understood what was happening to the knights. Suddenly, his whole body began to itch wildly and then hurt. He admitted that he had been feeling itchy for some time, but now it had become unbearable. The nurse began to think about what disease could cause such intense itching and pain. Kim Sol remembered that her neck had also been itchy, but before she knew it, the itching had gone away. Jong Guillaume tried to understand how this was possible, how someone could make a full recovery after such a serious illness. Guillaume understood that the subspace life support system had enhanced the therapeutic effect. He did not want to send the knights out of subspace, but Lancelot noted that he felt much better in Camelot. They had to move back inside Camelot Castle. Inside the castle was a huge white magic stone. This stone seemed to have fallen from the roof of the building and bounced loudly, hitting Lancelot's helmet. Guillaume and his knight assistants learned that this white amplifying stone that had just fallen looked as if it had been specially created. Its main property was resistance. It penetrated objects struck by electric current and was almost identical to the blue amplifying stone. It turned out that the blood sacrifice worked automatically. The young man had previously thought that this skill was always active, but it turned out that it had to be activated manually. The young man did not feel any burning sensation and did not understand why the owner of the item did not receive the effect of the blood sacrifice. Knight Lancelot began to apologize to his master for showing weakness. He realized that he had been indifferent to his people all this time, and now he was glad that the knights were much better off inside Camelot Castle. It was decided that when the knights returned to the subspace, they would be in Camelot. The knights thanked their lord for caring for their health. In their castle, they sincerely appreciated the attention and support. Guillaume was surprised to discover that the subspace life support system and the use of Camelot's life force were two different things with opposite characteristics. However, together they created fantastic harmony and gave a feeling of infinite power. The amplifying stones could be created endlessly. The scale of the constant growth of abilities increased, and the abilities themselves were strengthened. expanding the possibilities of their application. However, even with such powerful strength, Guillaume understood that he was still not ready to go and fight Tonatiuh. The young man realized that he needed to become stronger. To do this, he needed to study his abilities well and learn how to use them. He raised the level of the subspace, and now he had to figure out the new functions. The colonel figured out what had happened recently and realized that the rebels were pretending to be the national army, hanging up government flags and luring people in for sacrifices. The more people they attracted, the more magic stones they got as a reward. If Colonel Kim hadn't figured everything out in advance, the coup could have actually succeeded. The colonel ordered the necessary troops to be selected and the rest of the soldiers to be sent back. Now he intended to find out everything about the additional supplies of food and equipment that might be needed. The bright light caught the lieutenant general's attention. He had been working so hard that he hadn't noticed how time had flown by. Soon the soldier received a notification about the increase in his abilities. However, the lieutenant general was not at all pleased with the notification he received. Kim Sol also received reports on the state of Earth and space. It became known that, in accordance with the strategy of openness, auctions would be held for all regions of Earth in a week. Residents of other dimensions would take part in the competition, select representatives for each region, and then compete with each other for potential profits. It turned out that the winner from another dimension would receive the right to establish their own portal in the region. If the inhabitants of Earth win, they will be able to receive separate awards. Detailed information about the event by region was to be provided within 24 hours. It seemed that representatives from other dimensions wanted to hold a competition in order to get Earth as a bonus. It sounded like a joke, but unfortunately, it turned out to be true. In that case, the monsters were sent by these representatives and were now planning to take over Earth. The bidding competition was a kind of game with set rules, and Guillaume received a notification that he was the representative of Seoul and would participate in the bidding. It seemed that humans would have to compete with alien life forms from other dimensions. Guillaume had to agree to become a representative in the bidding competition in order to be able to select up to 100 participants, including himself. The lieutenant general couldn't believe that such an absurd situation was happening to him, and hoped that it wasn't true. Zhang Guillaume confirmed that he had become the representative of Seoul, and now he had to assemble a team to confront the alien forces that were about to invade the capital. At the moment, the young man had included his sister Im-Sol on the list, as well as knights capable of fighting. Just in case, he registered his family members from the subspace, and there were about 80 spots left. He approached the colonel, who had already learned about the competition from the announcement. Colonel Kim was also supposed to take part in this competition. However, before agreeing, Colonel Kim handed the young man a notebook that he considered necessary for study. It contained a list of awakened people and their abilities, determined by the Joint Committee of Chiefs of Staff. From this list, suitable candidates could be selected. Guillaume said he needed special class snipers, regardless of whether they were awakened or not. The young man already knew who his rivals would be, because when he agreed to be a representative, he learned that these creatures worshipped the goddess Emis. Their distinctive feature was the creation of weapons based on divine power. According to the preliminary notification received from the dimension of Emes, everyone knew exactly what their representatives would look like. The goddess Emes radiated her love brightly, so her followers considered everyone else to be uncivilized barbarians. They had at their disposal a sacred hammer filled with the light of the goddess. The Knights of Eames were clad in shining armor and well-armed. It would be extremely difficult to fight this alien race. Only a few details of the upcoming event were known. An hour before the battle, both sides had to take their positions and wait for the battle to begin. During the waiting period, a protective barrier was created, and neither side could attack. This waiting period was a stage of preparation for battle. As soon as the contest began, the core of the gate would automatically awaken, and within 12 hours, the condition for Earth's victory was to destroy the core before it was fully activated. If the Eames Dimension won and their gate core hatched, they would take over Earth. In other words, the condition for victory for the Earthlings was to destroy the core, which their opponents would not simply guard. In addition, their list of participants consisted of 8th rank fighters. The humans had to block their attacks and destroy the gate core at the same time. Guillaume, Lancelot, and Kim Sol would take care of the attack, so there should be no problems with that. The military was required to provide protection. They had to block the attacks of the 8th rank opponents. Long-range weapons are particularly effective for this, so it was necessary to recruit snipers. However, human weapons would not work against such a powerful enemy, but Guillaume tried to reassure Colonel Kim. He said that he had improved his abilities last night. The young man understood that he needed to become stronger and study himself well. He spent a lot of magic stones to increase his functionality and could now send up to 8 items at once. In addition, in the subspace laboratory, he could enhance existing items and create new combinations. All this was made possible by additional features that improved his existing abilities. The young man easily modeled the characteristics and finished appearance of the desired items before creating them. He pondered what kind of weapon he could create using the new features, one that would be easy to use even for inexperienced fighters. The main feature of the new weapon was to be the ability to destroy 8th rank fighters, even in the hands of novices. The result was a rifle capable of resisting electrical properties and possessing improved firing characteristics. At first, he tried to strengthen only the ammunition, but after firing, the weapon fell apart in his hands. Therefore, he had to modify the gun so that it could withstand the shot. For this, a reinforcing stone was used. His strategy was to use 3-shot guns, created as a result of combinations, to defend against approaching enemies and destroy the core of the gate to achieve victory. Thus, the colonel was presented with a new rifle that fully met the tasks at hand. Colonel Kim immediately compiled a list of the best snipers, and a week-long training period began, during which the shooters practiced improving their accuracy, changing weapons, and working on tactical techniques. The young man's father quickly built a fortress using his architectural skills. It was a true work of fortification art, constructed using strengthening stones. The upper part of the building was intended for shooting bows or guns. The attack team enhanced their abilities with magic stones they had acquired in advance, destroying monsters. As a result, Kim Sol was able to extend her defensive ability to a certain distance beyond her body, and her sister, Ju Yun, was able to use her healing abilities in a specific area. This turned out to be the right decision on Gyeom's part, and now the older sister could take on the role of the awakened one. Time flew by unnoticed amid the preparations and concerns, and now there was only an hour left before the competition began. A portal gate appeared in front of the National Assembly building, from which the Earthlings' opponents began to emerge. One of them was holding a core, which was one of the main goals of the contest. Chong Gyeom studied the enemy through his binoculars. He noticed the core in the hands of one of the creatures and felt that he had seen something like it before, although now there was something strange about it. Representatives of the alien dimension began to construct a building next to the National Assembly. Even though the competition was supposed to start in just an hour, they were carrying heavy metal structures that looked like railroad tracks, and were most likely going to build a defense for the gate core. The young man did not understand the point of this construction because the duel was about to begin very soon, and it did not seem likely that the opponents would finish the work in time. While the young man and his father were watching the strange construction through binoculars, representatives of the opponents approached them. They said they had seen the list of people participating in the battle, and knew that some were of the 7th or 8th rank, but most were only of the 9th. According to them, the goddess Imes grants mercy and salvation to the weak. So the warriors were ready to offer this mercy and salvation. They showed mercy by cutting out the enemy's tongues so that they could not speak evil while still alive, and salvation through hard labor so that they could repent of their actions. It was quite an impressive speech by the Holy Knights, for they believed that they would easily defeat the Earthlings because of their low levels. But then the moment of the competition began, and the alien knights rushed into the attack. They ran with cries of "Hurrah!" claiming to be acting in the name of the goddess Emes. The Earth snipers were also ready for battle and, on the commander's orders, returned fire. From the height of the stone walls, a rain of fire rained down on the armored knights from the weapons that Gyeom had recently developed and upgraded. The aliens' protective armor could not withstand the onslaught and was destroyed, and the front ranks of the attackers began to scatter. After that, the enemies advanced their knights with shields and activated the barrier of the goddess Emes. They did not know what weapons the humans were using, but they were sure that their shields were much stronger. The aliens understood that ranged weapons wear out, so they only needed to withstand the barrage of fire under the protection of the barrier to achieve victory. However, they had no idea how many weapons the Earthlings had at their disposal. At this time, several soldiers were relentlessly reloading new rifles, because according to the rules of the logistics center, all items were constantly duplicated. Chong Gyeom was satisfied with how the defense was going, and ordered the snipers to continue in the same vein. It was time for the attack group to begin their mission and reach the core of the gate, which had to be destroyed. The group members got on their motorcycles and prepared to leave. However, their movement was noticed by the aliens, who drew attention to the squad advancing on motorcycles. The knights realized that the enemy had begun to maneuver, and guessed that the attacking group's target was the core of the gate. They had no doubt that the core would not withstand the blow, but they remained in their positions, realizing that the Earthlings had too many weapons. The aliens decided to hold out a little longer until the second squad joined them, with whose help they would be able to advance further. Meanwhile, on the roof of the building, the Knight Bedivere was already preparing. He enjoyed making fireballs for bowling and spinning them in his slingshot. He did it masterfully, with one hand, with such speed and accuracy that even two-handed fighters would envy him. The fireballs flew at the enemies with tremendous force and frequency. Soon, the entire enemy squad was ablaze and scattered by the explosions. The flying bowling balls were able to break through the aliens' defensive barrier, and the sounds of explosions did not subside for a second. Chongyom was satisfied. He realized that the one-armed knight was carefully thinning out the center of the enemy's attacking squad. There was only one thing left to do: get to the core of the gate and destroy it. At first, Guillaume considered this construction to be completely pointless, but the speed of construction was astonishing, and now it was necessary to stop the process urgently. The young man summoned hellfire, and it rained down on the statue of the goddess Emise in the form of winged missiles, reinforced by him earlier. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that the statue of the goddess remained completely intact. Even the reinforced missiles did not leave a scratch on it. It still shone, and Guillaume decided it would be better to keep it in subspace. The aliens shouted at the Earthlings that their planet was just a pasture created specifically for their civilization, and that humans were two-legged cattle. They claimed that humans should be grateful for the opportunity to lick the sacred feet of the goddess Emise. Among the aliens, one elder stood out who did not even bother to hide. He declared that he would convey the goddess's word and wash away human evil, and if humans wanted to know the truth, they had better hide and not interfere. Guillaume's attention was drawn to a warehouse of building materials where metal structures were stored. With childlike spontaneity, he ordered packs to store the entire warehouse in subspace. The aliens did not expect such a turn of events. Before their eyes, an entire warehouse of building materials disappeared. The elder realized that he had underestimated these representatives of Earth and decided to act differently. Meanwhile, Guillaume had a new idea and turned to Yan Su, who had not participated in operations for a long time, but was only playing with his daughter. The man gladly agreed to help his comrades and take part in the battle again. Suddenly, a strange noise and whistling sound caught their attention. Dozens of black dots appeared in the sky. As they got closer, they turned out to be a hail of sharp spears launched by aliens. Kim Sol instantly activated a protective barrier, preventing the spears from striking the people. Lancelot tested one of the spears with his sword and realized that it had been thrown by the enemy. Kim Sol's level was high enough that her shield could withstand even reinforced bullets. However, the spears turned out to be ordinary, which seemed strange. Lancelot remembered that in some dimensions, there are skills that allow ordinary objects to have an enhancing effect. At that moment, the alien knights realized that their warehouse had been looted and decided to launch an attack. Their technology, called Blessing, allowed them to give ordinary objects the properties of reinforced artifacts. Probably, the building materials had also been treated in this way, which is why Gyomu was unable to destroy the statue of the goddess immediately. Now Kim Sol had taken possession of the reinforced spear and was eager to test it in battle. At that moment, Zhang Guillaume and Yansu were in a helicopter, waiting for the stream of flying spears to subside so they could take off. When the danger subsided a little, the helicopter rose into the sky above the statue, which was still standing intact and unharmed. The energy of blessing coming from the Eames dimension was transmitted to the earthly space and was called God's Staff. But Guillaume managed to interrupt this effect. It soon became clear that the tower built by the aliens could not withstand the attacks and was beginning to collapse. Finally, it fell apart, and the core of the gate was pierced and destroyed. The system announced that the inhabitants of Earth had won the contest by destroying the core of the Eames dimension gate. The winners were rewarded, and many participants received promotions. At that moment, a piece of paper fell from the sky at Guillaume's feet, a document certifying the transfer of rights to conduct business previously owned by the aliens. Now Guillaume had obtained rights in the Tertius region, and a new gate to another dimension appeared before him. The portal that appeared out of nowhere surprised everyone present, including Guillaume himself. After all, he did not create it. Perhaps the portal was intended for the business mentioned in the document. The young man approached the gate and placed his hand on it, but received a response that he was not a registered entrepreneur and could not enter. The papers stated that he had exclusive rights, but he did not have entrepreneur status. It seemed absurd. Having all the rights and huge compensation, he could not use them. Since he couldn't use them himself, Guillaume thought that perhaps it would be better to sell the portal. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. After thinking it over, he came to the conclusion that the representatives of the Interdimensional Chamber of Commerce had been acting strangely from the very beginning. They organized a competition and selected the competitors themselves. Despite all the unfavorable conditions, the Earthlings still won. Chong Guillaume realized that the chamber was pretending to award a prize, but in reality was simply trying to deceive the participants. He tried to understand what the chamber stood to gain, because if it weren't for his efforts, many people would have died. So he realized that he had received a virtually useless portal, but the whole situation made him think about possible fraud. The young man explained to his companions that there was nothing interesting left, and all the participants began to disperse to go about their business. Guillaume apologized for gathering everyone so urgently right after the competition, realizing how tired people were from the preparations and battles. He opened a subspace. His father immediately went to write his memoirs, and Kim Sol went to practice javelin throwing. Yeonsu wanted to fly a helicopter for a while. He had spent too much time in the game room. His father was going to rest, as his whole body ached from lack of exercise. But suddenly something else caught his attention. Stacks of building materials caught his eye. He had dreamed of building a huge house his whole life. He looked with delight at the drywall, bricks, steel beams, and rebar, not understanding why his son needed all this. Chongyum smiled and told his father that the amount of building materials was endless. For the man, this was the best news. He once again had a goal and an opportunity to make his dream come true. When everyone left and Guillaume was alone, he decided to see how things were going in other regions, based on the results of the competitions. Since the time limit was 12 hours, he had to wait until nightfall to see the results. No one slept that night. The results were depressing. There were 6 times fewer victories than defeats. The Chamber of Commerce lowered Earth's rating by several points. In most regions, the level of defeats was extremely high. The situation around the world looked dire and unfavorable. Across Korea, only one territory lost the competition, and now aliens ruled the Incheon region. Colonel Kim suggested going there immediately to reorganize. At that moment, a subordinate arrived and reported that the 17th Division of Incheon had urgently sent a radiogram. It said that Earth's representatives in the region had lost the competition, but had managed to transmit the information gathered during the interaction. Their rivals were humanoid lizards from the Sabros dimension, and their gate was now open in the city of Incheon. These creatures were considered to be well-trained, armed forces with excellent mobility, and capable of fighting both on land and in the air. During the clashes, artillery brigades and air defense units were destroyed. The fighting stopped 2 hours before the end of the competition, but the humanoids continued to emerge from the gate, filling the streets of the city. Moreover, there were signs of a large-scale deployment of troops in preparation. Tracking their direction of movement, it became clear that they were heading for Seoul. That is why a radiogram was sent to warn the residents of the capital. What was strange was this. Why would the aliens go to Seoul if their target was Jongyeom? But they didn't know where he was. Moreover, there was no reward for his capture, and the distance between Seoul and Incheon was quite short. Incheon lost the competition, and Gyeom was in Seoul. What would happen next was completely unclear. The notice said that a special mark would appear above the head of the representative of the winning region, but Gyeom did not have one. This seemed strange, since he was the representative of Earth. Without him, the competition would not have taken place at all. It was also reported that everyone who reached the 7th rank would be able to pass through the portals installed in the area. In addition, representatives of other civilizations who won the competition were given the right to create additional portals in the region by killing its Earth representative. Now it was clear. They would have to deal with 7th-level opponents, and the main target of all the aliens would be Guillaume himself. It resembled a typical territorial conquest. But the good news was that there was no mark above Guillaume's head. This meant that the enemies would not be able to pinpoint his location for the time being. Lancelot wondered how this was even possible, and suddenly it dawned on him. Without saying a word to anyone, he moved the ceiling lights and climbed into the ventilation shaft. Climbing onto the roof, Lancelot saw a huge illuminated sign announcing that a representative of Seoul was located in this building. His friends had not seen it before because it was too high up. Its gigantic size was visible from afar, letting everyone know exactly where the city representative was located. At that moment, Guillaume felt a strange uneasiness, as if the man-lizards had already regrouped before the competition was over. It seemed as if they knew about the new rules in advance, as if someone had told them everything ahead of time. He was sure that the humanoids had indeed managed to obtain information about the upcoming changes, and instead of attacking immediately, they decided to prepare for the next stage. Perhaps thanks to their rich experience, they understood that the new rules would favor the aliens, and there was very little time left to prepare. This explained why the representatives of Seoul had so easily defeated their rivals. Kim Sol suggested immediately taking refuge in subspace. However, Lancelot objected. Gyum would indeed be safe there, but the lizards might try to pull the others out as hostages or divide their forces and capture neighboring areas. Jong Gyum also believed that hiding was not an option. Subspace should be used not for escape, but for defense. After all, from there, he could attack while remaining out of reach. If he had become their main target and his location had been revealed, then he needed to do the opposite. Lure the lizards into a trap, where he would have the advantage. It would be ideal to carry out full preparations. Choose a location, think through a strategy, and plan the deployment of troops. The main thing was to do everything as quickly as possible before the lizards launched their attack. Yangsu said that there would be no problems with transportation. He would reduce the time to a minimum and suggested leaving immediately, but admitted that he did not yet know where exactly. And so, choosing a location became the main issue. It was necessary to find a position with the greatest tactical advantage. The best option would be an area where we could inflict significant damage on the enemy, minimize our losses, and not attract attention. After some discussion, they decided on the Kayan Bridge. It was huge, but the space for maneuvering was limited, and it was surrounded by a park with no residential buildings. Even if the lizards tried to cross another bridge, Bedivere would spot them in advance. There were no tall buildings nearby, and he could use the materials obtained from Eames's measurements, as well as his father's construction skills. The Eames warehouse also stored spears, which could now be used for barricades. These spears were distinguished by their strength, quality, and the blessing of the goddess. They were far from ordinary weapons. Bedivere, famous for his spear-throwing skills, was happy to team up with Kim Sol. Work was in full swing at all levels. The residents of Seoul were actively preparing for the upcoming battle with the lizards. In a hurry, they erected a metal frame, placed archers on it, and reinforced the walls by connecting beams. A protective barricade was built around the building to limit access from the ground as much as possible. Rumor had it that the lizards were incredibly fast both on land and in the air, so it was necessary to block the airspace as well. All this work was completed in a matter of hours, thanks to my father's help and skill. However, a new, unforeseen problem soon arose. The reptiles turned out to be excellent swimmers. This circumstance could have nullified all efforts. After all, the river in that region was wide, and the lizards could approach the city unnoticed by water. The next point to consider was that the bushes were much thicker than planned. Therefore, the lizards could reach Seoul very quickly and unnoticed, and they did not understand how these ordinary people could lose to the guys from a mesa. Of course, humans are known for their defensive abilities, and they also stole expensive building materials that belonged to the aliens. They had to sit tight and not stick their necks out in their subspace for a while, so it was necessary to take advantage of this situation. The huge and powerful leader of the lizards, General Rakus, said that last time he was able to take their spear away, and this time he would make armor out of it. It soon became clear that the lizards were not going to delay their attack for long, and one of the generals, named Yatu, was already ready to attack. Bedivere, the one-armed knight of Let, was carefully observing the situation around the bridge, where the lizards were expected to attack, when suddenly a sound caught his attention. Lizards were flying across the sky at tremendous speed, sitting on the backs of winged, terrifying wyverns. Their approach was not unexpected, but the scale of it was astonishing. For not only were the lizards on foot participating in the battle, but the sky was also filled with flying ones. Huge, powerful, muscular lizards sat on dinosaur-like horses and rushed into the attack without stopping for a moment. The soldiers opened fire on the approaching enemies. Of course, their appearance was unexpected and numerous, but resistance was necessary. Struck by bullets flying from rifles, the lizards fell onto the road. However, their numbers were staggering, and the attack continued. Then the discs were put into action, knocking down several monsters at once. Some of the troops fell, but the lizards were not only physically strong, they were intelligent, warning each other and trying to avoid direct fire. General Rakus understood that the lizards might be frightened by weapons made from materials from the Emus dimension, so he planned to stay close by to keep up morale. General Yatu also participated in the attack alongside him. Guillaume threw objects out of subspace, helping to correct the direction of fire. The name Yatu seemed familiar to him, and he remembered a lizard who once said that he only knew how to attack and never lost. He was impossible to stop. At that moment, Lancelot cut off the lizard's tail, but its body continued to crawl into subspace. Of course, this was not enough to kill the creature, and a huge shield was thrust into its face. However, as soon as the shield was removed, the wound on the lizard's face immediately closed. Lancelot had already learned not only to fight, but also to analyze his opponent's tactics. He understood that he was facing two 7th-rank creatures, but the big guy just attacked, without using any special techniques. The most dangerous lizard, General Rakis, remained behind the barricades. Everyone understood that this would be a very difficult battle, but fortunately, Gyum's attacks proved effective against General Yatu. Lancelot said that the moment Yatu touched the building, the battle would be practically lost, so it was necessary to continue the attacks, maintaining constant pressure. Lancelot himself went to meet with General Rakis, realizing that he was the brains behind this army. General Rakis was completely confident and calm. He was even a little surprised when he realized that Lancelot, the skeleton knight, had come to him personally for a duel. Lancelot tried to attack by throwing his spear at the lizard, but it was pointless. The monster caught the spear in midair. General Rakis ordered his subordinates to ignore him and continue fighting, while he himself gladly accepted the skeleton knight's challenge. The knight showed courage by breaking into enemy territory alone, and his spear strike to the lizard's neck was quite skillful. General Rakis admitted that it had been a long time since he had met a worthy opponent. The general wanted to know the name of this brave warrior because he respected his fighting skills. The lizard understood that his goal was to capture the enemy, but there was only one reason why General Rakis was now talking to the knight. Since ancient times, the warrior's instinct had been to fight a strong opponent, and now the lizard general asked Lancelot if he was ready to fight to the death. Lancelot accepted the lizard's challenge, saying that if he did not care about his own life, then let the battle begin. The rivals were already prepared for the duel, but Lancelot was outraged that General Rakis was sitting astride a lizard. The knight considered this unfair, because a duel between warriors risking their lives is a battle to determine who is stronger. Therefore, Lancelot believed that General Rakis was riding a lizard because he lacked confidence in his own strength, and added that after his victory, he would not tell anyone about it. Hearing such a clear challenge and succumbing to provocation, General Rakis jumped off the lizard and stood face to face with Lancelot. Meanwhile, the armed army continued to fire on the ordinary lizards, which did not stop attacking the city. The lizards tried to break into the buildings, and the fire did not subside even at the cost of the lives of brave soldiers. While some of the defenders tried to block the exits, the lizards became more and more numerous, and the army could no longer cope. One of the lizards fell from his horse, losing his weapon. Before he could regain consciousness and come to his senses, Kim Sol smashed his head by jumping on the monster. She ordered the guys to continue shooting, while she took on the lizards that were trying to break into the building. The girl used all her strength and attacked the enemies with her fists, inflicting serious damage at close range. Ju Yeon worked as a nurse, using her healing abilities to restore the soldiers, right on the spot. Air attacks were added to the attacks on the buildings, but the spears launched from under the portal accurately hit their targets and shot down the flying creatures. Another strike delivered with the delivery ability hit the flying lizard's torso and tore it to pieces. However, no matter how well the defenders of Seoul fought, the number of approaching flying lizards did not decrease. The one-armed knight Bedivere already understood clearly that he could not cope with the impending danger alone. The battle continued on the ground as well, and at one point, one of the lizards was completely pierced by metal beams that flew out of Gyum's subspace. The next moment, another batch of the same beams flew at the lizard, but it, without stopping to comment on what was happening, said that successive attacks that gave no respite were not a bad solution. Chongyun was amazed by the new skills of the lizard, which possessed intelligence, and was not distracted by the pain piercing its body. The young man was happy that he could at least distract the enemy, but at the same time, he continued to worry about his friend, the knight who was fighting one of the strongest lizards, General Rakis. At that moment, Rakis attacked Lancelot with the spear he had taken from Gyum earlier. Lancelot parried the blow and defended himself with his sword, but the lizard thought that the knight was simply running away, trying to avoid a direct confrontation. General Rakis claimed that real warriors did not behave this way, thereby provoking Lancelot, who, however, agreed because the lizard's weapon was too unusual. The weapon turned out to be extremely dangerous. Even though Lancelot was expecting a trick, the spear had unusual properties, similar to artifacts from the Emis dimension. Where did he get such a wonderful weapon? It seemed to have been created in the Emis dimension, but the general said that the spear was made in their world. Lancelot immediately had an idea and a guess, and he wanted to ask the lizard if this weapon could hide his lack of skill. The lizard replied that he was not so foolish as to fall for the provocation twice, but immediately rushed into the attack using the spear. This was exactly what Lancelot had been waiting for. He managed to regroup to avoid the blow and immediately went on the counterattack. Lancelot was able to dodge the spear at the last moment and felt the vibration that passed through his helmet from the weapon that had almost reached its target. But in the next moment, General Rakes suddenly began to shake violently, which was extremely unexpected. He threw down his spear and tried to straighten up. The spear flew into subspace, which was very close to the battlefield, and Guillaume immediately saved it in the building materials category. The young man was surprised that this idea worked. Now the weapon from the MS space was listed among the building materials for some reason. But one way or another, it would still be useful and would be used wisely. General Rakes couldn't understand what had happened and where his spear had gone. While Lancelot looked around the street in surprise, the lizard accused the knight of indecent behavior. But in fact, it was Lancelot who had disarmed his opponent. The knight admitted that he had not touched the spear, but if his lord had done so, then he must have had a reason. The lizard was enraged that the master of such a valiant and courageous knight was a human. Lancelot refused to listen to him and said that General Rakes was simply afraid because his weapon had been taken away. Lancelot was a true knight of honor and declared that the lizard would die anyway, whether by sword, hand, or arrow. With these words, he stuck his sword into the ground and prepared for hand-to-hand combat. General Rakes watched in surprise as his opponent, who had recently been on the verge of death, now braved him, preparing to fight with his bare hands. The rivals took their positions and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, in the subspace laboratory, the creation of a new weapon continued. It turned out that Rakes' spear was an epic artifact and possessed divine properties, enhanced penetration and acceleration. General Yatu, beaten but not defeated, was surprised that his opponent had managed to stop his attack. Perhaps he realized that the general's powers were truly immeasurable. The tailless lizard, delighted with his survivability, rushed forward, trying to be the first to reach the building, because he felt that his body had regained its power. He knew that only 2 beings here possessed the 7th level, and neither of them were inhabitants of Earth, so it was impossible to stop his attack. General Yatu was struck by the valor of the Earthlings he was now fighting. He even felt respect for becoming their enemy, and believed that they could die peacefully. After all, dying at the hands of a strong warrior was an honorable death to be proud of. Moreover, it would be quick and painless. Thinking this way, General Yatu moved toward the building when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his body. The lizard realized that he had been wounded by Rakes' spear, which was strong enough to cause him real damage. The monster's palms were pierced in several places. He looked at his paw in surprise, not understanding how Rakes' spear had pierced his flesh. While the lizard was distracted by examining his wound, his body received several more similar injuries. Soon, General Yatu's huge carcass collapsed onto the asphalt, pierced by a multitude of spears like a pincushion. By killing this lizard, Guillaume obtained an amplifying stone. The sniper soldiers continued to rain down fire from their rifles on their enemies. Although the number of attacking monsters was great, they were still dying, and the actions of the city's defenders were not in vain. Kim Sol also got into a frenzy. She had already fought off enough lizards, and now that no one was trying to break into the building, the girl was left with nothing to do. Kim Sol heard a wyvern's cry from above and realized that her friend, the one-armed knight Bedivere, was in trouble. The situation on the roof was indeed critical. The one-armed knight sat, trying to catch his breath after killing many flying dragons. When he saw Kim Sol, he announced that she was too late. There was no one left, and now the girl was out of work too, all because she had spent too long fighting the lizards near the building. The most interesting thing now was happening in the fistfight between Lancelot and General Rakes. The knight struck the lizard and even hit his target, because he had an excellent teacher, Kim Sol. Lancelot entered a fighting frenzy and could no longer stop. Besides, he was a ghost knight and felt no fatigue. At some point, Lancelot realized that the lizard was his punching bag. After several hundred blows to General Rakes' body, it became clear that his opponent had no strength left. Lancelot asked the lizard if he had any last words, and the lizard, like a true warrior, thanked his opponent for an excellent duel. After that, Lancelot sent him to the other world with a punch. When Lancelot's battle with General Rakes ended in favor of the knight, the military also began to turn the tide of battle, and it became clear that victory had been won. The streets of the city were littered with the bodies of dead lizards. It had been an extremely difficult battle. The lizardmen were not only physically strong, but also mentally resilient. But the defenders' strategy still worked, albeit briefly. The gate to their dimension remained open, and new lizards could invade Earth at any moment. So it was time for humans to strike back. Jong-gyum didn't know what to do with the stone he had obtained after the battle with the lizard, but it was probably necessary to strengthen Camelot so that it could produce strengthening stones. Gyum planned to obtain complete information about the humanoid lizards, and Yunsu reported that they had already arrived. Gyum's plan was to find out the location of the lizard gates, as well as learn about the size of their army and their line of defense. Gyum arrived to meet with the military and get information from those who had already encountered the man-eaters. He was met by Lieutenant Colonel Park Inbo of the Incheon City Operations Headquarters. He was impressed that the people had managed to stop the lizard attack without significant losses. Lieutenant General Yu warned the military that he would not be able to come in person due to complex and urgent matters. He received a radio message that the bugs had attacked the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he immediately headed there. It was clear that the Lieutenant General once again wanted to sit out the battle in the rear. Lieutenant Colonel Park was glad that nothing serious had happened and was ready to provide Gyum with all the necessary information. First of all, he reported that the military knew where the man-eaters' gate was located. However, the main problem was the core. Lieutenant Colonel Park's subordinates had been unable to determine its location. At first, they had deployed snipers to monitor the core's location, but recently they lost sight of it, and substances resembling mud began to spread around the gate. The lieutenant colonel showed Gyum photos taken in that area. In the pictures, the houses were covered with greenery, swamp, and mud. This mud literally flooded the entire area around the gate. It did not cause any problems when it came into contact with human skin, but it was extremely difficult to move around in it. However, the lizards walked freely and used the area for cover. The place resembled an ordinary natural swamp, but Gyum felt no fear. The young man said that he had friends and colleagues for whom no swamp was a problem. Knight Lancelot was immediately invited to the meeting, but he upset his master by saying that it would be difficult. The movement itself was not a problem, as the knights moved in the form of ghosts. However, they were easy to spot in the swamp, as it was a large open space. But that didn't mean there was no way out, and Lancelot personally knew a guy who worked quickly and quietly. Jong-gyum realized that another knight needed to be restored. Fortunately, there were enough magic stones, and this knight was to become fast and stealthy. The young man began the process of restoring the knight from Camelot and opened a portal for the stranger to appear from subspace. At his master's call, one of the 12 knights of Camelot, Mordred, arrived. He swore to serve his master even after death. Unlike the other knights, he was not often active on the battlefield. The knight operated deep within enemy territory and became one of the 12 thanks to his unique skills in stealth, assassination, and theft. The reason he became a great assassin was his outstanding abilities and quick wits. His greatest contribution was when he managed to kill the Duke. His main talent was stealth, which allowed him to avoid capture and leave the scene of the crime unnoticed. This ability allowed him to instantly become invisible to any creature. In reality, he did not disappear, but simply hid, so external factors could still affect him. In any case, Mordred used this talent to become an excellent assassin, strong enough to survive any battle. In addition, an amplifying stone was used for his resurrection, which turned out to be strengthening. After testing his abilities, something interesting became clear. Pseudo-resurrection allowed him to avoid physical impact, but it was impossible to maintain this ability for a long time. Now, the great assassin was ready to carry out any order from his master. After that, Guillaume began to explain the current situation so that the knight Mordred would understand the essence of the task. The young man showed the approximate territory where the man-eaters from the dimension of Sabbat were located and hid the core of the gate. The knight listened to all the information and declared that he understood the order and was ready to carry out the mission. Thanks to his combat experience, Mordred understood the task immediately. Lancelot warned his friend that if he died, the entire operation would be meaningless. Judging by the battles with the man-eaters, these enemies were not easy to defeat, so Mordred had to return at any cost, even without information. Knight Mordred confirmed that he understood everything and set off to carry out the task. Lieutenant Colonel Pack was very surprised that such important tasks were entrusted to the undead. However, Gyum reassured him, saying that these guys were the best of the best and could be trusted. The plan for further attacks was to be developed after Mordred's return. Now everyone needed to rest. Guillaume advised Lancelot to also go to Camelot and rest, since they had been fighting just recently. But the knight reassured his master, saying that he was not human and did not feel fatigue. Chongyum noticed that Lancelot's armor was always covered in scratches. The knight assured his lord that if his armor or weapons wore out, everything would be repaired in Camelot. Guillaume once again realized that he did not know much about Camelot's restorative functions. The knight explained that as long as an item was not destroyed, it could be repaired indefinitely. He also reported that a new strengthening stone had been created in Camelot that had the ability to regenerate wounds. While Mordred was out on reconnaissance and had not yet returned with new information, they could think about where best to use this stone. Lancelot thought it was an excellent idea, but suddenly became alert and interrupted the conversation. He informed Guillaume that someone was hiding nearby and eavesdropping on their conversation. It could be a spy or a man-eating lizard, pulling his sword from its sheath. The knight said he could sense someone's presence but couldn't pinpoint their location. He advised his master to immediately enter subspace. The next moment, Lancelot noticed a shadow peeking out from behind a truck. Telling his master that he would return soon, he literally disappeared into thin air. A moment later, the knight's sharp sword almost touched the neck of the stranger hiding behind the truck. Lancelot declared that he served only his master and his friends, and that not all people were his allies. Depending on how the stranger answered his questions, the knight would decide whether to let him live or not. The skeleton knight asked the young man why he was hiding and eavesdropping. Chongyum ran toward the screams coming from nearby and saw Lancelot holding an unfamiliar guy by the throat. The knight informed his master that he would find out all the information about the stranger in a minute. Then the knight turned his attention back to his victim, trying to find out where the man-eaters were and why he had been sent. Trying not to suffocate, the stranger managed to shout the name of Cheon-gyom. Lancelot was outraged by such insolence. After all, the stranger dared to utter his master's name in such a situation. Apparently, he himself desired a painful death. Now the knight was going to make everything so perfect that the stranger would be an unbearable pain and begin to beg for death. Guillaume turned to Lancelot, saying that he didn't know what the problem was or what had happened, but that this guy was his friend. As surprising as it may sound, the bespectacled man, wheezing and gasping for breath, turned out to be a school friend named Park Minwoo. The area of the city captured by the man-eaters looked disgusting. All the houses and streets were swamped, resembling a stinking swamp overgrown with slime and all kinds of algae. The bodies of fallen monsters lay scattered here, considering it an honor to die in battle. For the man-eaters were a warlike race. This meant that the lizards could smell blood and had become insensitive to it. If he covered himself with blood plasma, it would be much more difficult for them to track the knight by smell. Camouflage was the first thing he needed to do. After Modred smeared himself with bloody plasma and eliminated the smell, he could begin to act, and the entrance to some kind of cave appeared before him. The knight entered without fear of being noticed and noted that the passage was quite large. However, it was unclear what it was made for. Some of the passages were huge, while others were narrow. Apparently, the passage had been dug based on the maximum size of the creatures, which meant that there were giants among the lizards. The most formidable individuals are most likely these giant fighters. There's no reason to endow them with intelligence, since they are already strong. One such powerful lizard was just passing by, striking with its size, muscle strength, and dimensions. This lizard was several times larger than the knight Modred, and almost touched him as it passed by. The knight began to tremble with fear. Another representative followed, whose size was even more impressive. Knight Modred realized that if it weren't for his ability to pseudo-burn, he would have been discovered and killed on the spot long ago. And he didn't want to fail his mission. First of all, the knight decided to quickly find the core of the gate and immediately return to his master. At that moment, he saw a strange lizard, which was an eye on legs. Following the creature deep into the cave, the knight saw an old man bent over a book, reading something. He rudely chased the monster away, calling it dirty and accusing it of interfering with his magic studies. If the creature did not calm down, the man would be forced to lock it up. But then a voice spoke up, saying that the old man's words were annoying. After all, he must not forget the agreement. The voice reminded him that he had promised to protect the core of the gate, but had not promised to entertain everyone. Sul'jin remarked that, instead of worrying about the core, it would be better to think about his fallen subordinates. The voice replied that Sul'jin used to be an arcane mage, but now he was an outcast and completely dependent on the lizards. The huge yellow eye belonging to the giant lizard told the old man to know his place if he didn't want to die a painful death, when the lizard would cut off his limbs one by one and leave them to dry in the sun. Sul'jin immediately backed down and said that he had been too hasty and that there was no need to resort to such cruelty. Knight Modred tried to remember everything. He realized that the man was a former arcane mage named Sul'jin. He needed to find out what connection the old man had to the lizardmen, why he was guarding the gate core, and who was talking to him. Knight Modred was so absorbed in analyzing the situation, trying to understand who was related to whom and in what way, that he did not notice a giant lizard appear next to him. He realized that the voice of the talking lizard belonged to someone very large, and that the passage had probably been dug for him. If that was the case, the humans could be in big trouble. But at that moment, the knight felt something touch his leg, even though he saw no danger. At that moment, the long tongue of the chameleon lizard licked Modred and removed almost all of the bloody plasma from his body. Silgen immediately sensed that a spy was hiding nearby and clenched a bundle in his hand, pointing it toward the threat. It was a magic projectile that struck the knight Modred. The boy with glasses turned to his friend, saying that he had a funny uniform, which he probably found in the trash. The boys picked on each other, teasing each other about their clothes and glasses. Another said that the boy smelled bad and that from now on, it wasn't worth talking to him. The first semester at the new school began with fights and brawls. The bespectacled boy did not lose heart. Plugging his nose with a napkin to stop the bleeding, he quietly played his board games. He attracted the attention of his friends by bragging about his possessions and telling stories about how great his family was, as well as how much money he had. But in reality, there was no reason to envy the boy. Even though he had money, he was an annoying person, and so the friendship between Guillaume and this rich son turned out to be a big coincidence. Once again, the high school students took the boy's toy and beat him up. However, this time, things did not go so smoothly, because Guillaume stood up for the unfortunate boy. However, it was not an act of justice, but rather a demonstration of strength. Guillaume showed the boy who always made fun of him in front of his friends that he was not a weakling at all. The situation ended badly for both of them, because Guillaume also got beaten up by the older students. But then the moment came when the beating was stopped. It turned out to be the very moment when Kim Sol dealt with the bullies and took her younger brother to training. Be that as it may, after this situation, a real friendship developed between the boys. This continued in the following years. The boys grew up together, supporting each other, but also competing with each other. After high school, they went to different colleges but continued to socialize, meeting in their free time. Later, they met again at university and have remained best friends ever since. As they grew older, the boys had an increasing influence on each other. At one point, Minwoo announced that he was going to join a sports club to become stronger. The young man said that he had watched Guillaume's training sessions with his sister and realized that he wanted to try the sport. He wasn't deterred even by the prospect of grueling training sessions. He wasn't afraid of injuries or pain. Minwoo practiced and trained a lot in high school and then in college. So after the apocalypse, he awakened as a fencer. This news literally shocked Guillaume because he never expected the bespectacled and quiet Minwoo to become a fencer. Minwoo admitted to his friend that he himself did not understand how Guillaume became the representative of Seoul. He was afraid of his skeleton friend, so he could not approach him and hid, watching and waiting for the right moment to come out of hiding. But in the end, he was caught, and now the situation didn't look very good. The young man understood that he could be considered a spy. Minwoo couldn't relax because the skeleton knight was nearby, so he asked him to leave the room. However, Lancelot knelt with his forehead pressed to the floor because he could not forgive himself for his behavior. Lancelot regretted that he had almost killed his master's close friend. It was so sad that it literally broke his heart. He realized that he was not fit to be a knight. The boys guessed that Kim Sol was involved, who most likely brainwashed the unfortunate skeleton. Jongjeom suggested that his friend's mother move to the subspace because now they had the ability and opportunity to do so. They could make sure that their loved ones were always safe. Minwoo hoped that his mother was all right. He had not been in touch with her for a very long time. The woman lived alone in an area that had been taken over and swamped by man-eating lizards. She hadn't left her home for many days and had been eating only canned food, trying to stretch out her water supply so she wouldn't die of thirst. Suddenly, her ears caught a sound outside the window, and to her horror, the woman saw a huge skeleton knight standing on the windowsill. The skeleton knight introduced himself, saying his name was Lancelot and that he was the commander of the Knights of Camelot, loyally serving his noble lord, Kim Jong-gu. The knight asked if the woman was Mrs. Beck, Minwoo's mother. If so, the knight would take her to her son immediately so that they could both be safe. The story unfolded in such a way that shortly after the apocalypse began, Minwoo was separated from his mother by a transparent barrier due to an upcoming competition for territory. He voluntarily agreed to participate in the contest in order to see his mother again, but lost. The transparent barrier disappeared, but the territory went to the man-eaters, and Minwoo was unable to reach his mother. It should be explained that terraforming is the transfer of the environment from one dimension to another. It is not dangerous in itself, but it can be extremely difficult to reach people after it has taken place. Lancelot volunteered to carry out this task because he believed that in this way he could atone for his guilt towards his master and his best friend. This did not mean that the area was safe. The very fact of terraforming indicated that the area belonged to another dimension. That is why Lancelot, realizing that the risk was great and the mission difficult and dangerous, volunteered to prove himself a true knight. He wanted to atone for his past mistakes. As the knight was leaving with the woman in his arms, he heard someone running away with a wild scream. Soon, Lancelot encountered the knight Mordred, who said that they had better hurry and discuss the latest news later. Lancelot did not ask about the reason for this meeting, and immediately turned around to survey the situation. He saw a crowd of monsters rapidly approaching them. They were lizards of various sizes and species, intent on capturing the strangers and preventing them from leaving. Lancelot realized that his friend, the knight Mordred, had been spotted on the mission and brought trouble upon them. In addition, the ghost knight had not had time to properly assess the situation and did not know the rank of the approaching lizards or how strong they were. Lancelot knew that if they did nothing, the lizards would catch up with them sooner or later. Among the group of pursuers, he noticed several types of lizards he had not seen before. Lancelot ordered his friend, the knight Mordred, to return to Seoul immediately, tell his master everything he had seen and learned, and carry out Lancelot's mission. With these words, Lancelot transferred the woman from his back to his friend's back and said that this was Mrs. Peck, the mother of his master's best friend, and she must be returned to the subspace safe and sound. Lancelot was going to delay the lizards and buy time for Mordred to safely reach his master. Before parting, Lancelot asked to convey that Persephone would greatly benefit from the strengthening stone. There was no time to say more. The knight hoped that his master would understand everything. Mordred rushed off with the woman in his arms, while the noble and brave knight Lancelot drew his sword and prepared to face the enemy. Lancelot understood that in this situation, his duty was to protect his master, and he was prepared to fulfill it with honor. He reassured himself that he had nothing to fear. He was a knight of Camelot, and capable of much in the name of his master. At that moment, the lizards approached, and the attack began. Soon, a breathless ghost, the knight Mordred, ran into the room where Gom was talking to his friend. He reported that the mission had been accomplished and set the woman sitting on his back down on the floor. Chongyum realized that Minwoo's mother was safe, but he also realized something else. Lancelot was involved in this matter, which meant that something bad had happened. He rushed to check the alerts, and to his horror, read that a knight of Camelot named Lancelot had disappeared. The young man could barely hold back his tears, realizing that the knight's disappearance meant his death. Standing nearby was the distraught knight Mordred, who had failed his mission and thus brought trouble upon his comrade. Lancelot sacrificed himself to protect Minwoo's mother and pass on the information that Mordred had obtained. He gave his life, but did not die in the usual sense, for Gawain could restore the knight with the help of strengthening and magical stones. However, this was extremely difficult because being resurrected and being alive are two different things. Chong-gom regretted burdening Lancelot for no reason, and that was why the knight had to make unnecessary sacrifices. The young man should not have let the situation take its course. Knight Mordred added that Lancelot had asked him to convey some special information to his master. The amplifying stone will suit Persephone very well. Use it, he relayed the knight's words. The young man wondered what Lancelot meant, where and how to use this stone. The stone had the ability to regenerate. Lancelot acted selflessly, and even in such a critical situation, thought about how to use the strengthening stone for the benefit of all. The young man thanked the knight Mordred for his message. Now he wanted to hear everything that the spy had managed to learn and see behind enemy lines. This had to be done so that Lancelot's sacrifice would not be in vain. A plan had to be devised to close the gates to the lizards. After the lizards defeated Knight Lancelot, his helmet rose into the air under the influence of magical power and began to move. Eventually, it reached the old man Sul-Jen, who immediately realized that this helmet belonged to the undead. The lizard praised the old man for his excellent work. Although he had missed the spy who had infiltrated the castle, he had managed to catch and destroy a 7th-rank knight, thereby seriously weakening the enemy's army. Sul-Jen said that he would like to hear the usual "thank you" from the lizard, rather than praise such as "you did a good job," because catching intruders is the job of the lizards themselves. But the lizard repeated that the old man had worked hard, not understanding that sometimes people just need a simple thank you. After that, he took the knight's magic stone. The lizard had not yet decided what to do with the stone. Previously, he would have given it to Rakes or Yatu, but unfortunately, both of them had died. Sul-Jen suggested the most obvious option, to give the stone to him. In return, he promised to share with the lizard a scroll that he would create especially for the monster. These scrolls were disposable items that allowed non-mages to use magic. Their cost depended on the type, but even the simplest one cost more than 3 power stones. The lizard was disgusted that the old man used living creatures to create scrolls. In his opinion, it would be much wiser to trade equipment, as the guys from the Emis dimension did. Siljen said that the lizard was simply stupid and did not understand the essence of his masterpieces because he was a brainless savage. The lizard disagreed. He said that he had not become a savage only because he did not follow the old man's path. Does this mean that the other arcane mages who did not follow Suljen are also savages? After all, the old man himself was expelled from the arcane mages and became an outcast. The lizard decided that he would use the amplifying stone himself when dealing with the guys from Emis, and advised using the prisoners provided by the lizards under the agreement for the scrolls. Siljen considered this extremely foolish behavior, but there was no point in arguing with the lizard. Soon, footsteps were heard nearby. The old man became alert and turned to the newcomer, asking who he was and what he wanted. The visitor turned out to be a huge knight, powerful, clad entirely in armor. He held a shield and an axe in his hands, and his single eye glowed green. The knight introduced himself as Persephone. The old man realized that, judging by his appearance, he was a companion of the young man who had recently been killed, and he had come to take revenge. Persephone said he had brought a gift and stretched out his huge hand toward the old man. The second circle magic scroll, Fireball, was instantly activated and aimed at the knight. Persephone covered himself with his huge shield, and the tongues of flame only licked the iron, causing no harm to the knight. Suljen realized that the knight was a very strong opponent and could not be defeated so easily. The old man decided to try the next magic trick and see if the knight could withstand it. He tried to reproduce the scrolls in his hand, but soon realized that for some reason they were not appearing. At the same time, the scrolls disappeared, flowing into subspace. It was surprising. The old man had never encountered anything like this before. It turned out that someone had outsmarted the arcane mage. Chongyum received a notification that he had been able to store all items corresponding to the magic scrolls in his subspace. After that, he gave the order to take care of the rest. The command was received by Persephone via radio. The device was built right into his armor, so he could always hear his master's orders. Persephone confirmed that he understood the task and asked Mordred if he could hear their master's words. Knight Mordred did not answer, because at that moment he was already standing behind old Suljen, and in the next moment he cut off his head. This action greatly pleased the knight, for he had already come to hate the old magician, who was responsible for the death of his comrade. The day before, Mordred had told everyone about the magician who, for some reason, had been expelled from Arcane. The knight learned that the old man's name was Suljen, and that he served the lizards as the guardian of the gate's core. The young man remembered that a long time ago, the king of the skeleton knights had mistaken him for a mage, and had also mentioned Arcane. The one-armed knight knew that Arcane was a dimension of powerful mages, among whom there were 3 ranks. The lowest was 6th, but even mages of this level possessed incredible power. Knight Mordred learned that Suljen could no longer use magic, since the existing hierarchy of mages had lost its power by expelling the old man. He could be killed without any consequences. Although Suljen is unable to use magic, he still creates and uses scrolls. A scroll is a sheet of paper that stores magic. Only relatively simple spells can be sealed in it, but it is still a valuable thing because, thanks to the scroll, any non-magician can use magic. The old man made these scrolls himself, and he had a lot of them. When necessary, he used any of them in battle. Chongyom summed up and said that there were 2 key questions. Did other humanoids have scrolls, and what kind of magic did they contain? Unfortunately, the scout did not have time to study this information, but he thought about it himself while running away from his pursuers. It was strange that the old man used magic to catch up with the knight, because they had many lizards, fast and dangerous creatures. Why would the old man use magic in this case? Perhaps he simply did not trust his allies, the lizards. The ghost remembered how, during the chase, he had heard an appeal to Commander Costas. The chameleon lizard had found an uninvited guest who had managed to hide his presence, and this had to be reported to the others immediately. Knight Mordred understood that if he left now, he would be able to escape. One of the lizards suggested sealing the entrance first, but the chameleon objected that they were losing their combat effectiveness and needed to act quickly. In the next moment, the lizard's head flew off its shoulders, cut off by the knight's sword. The knight knew that in order to gain a strategic advantage, he needed to obtain certain information, which is what he had been doing during his previous forays. Soon, the chameleon's head was also cut off with a sword and thrown aside. Old Suljen was outraged by the stupidity of his allies, who had failed to catch even one intruder. He had to take matters into his own hands and use scrolls, even though making these scrolls was extremely laborious. The old man did not understand why everything had turned out this way, and he regretted that his life had become so difficult in his old age. The most surprising thing was that the mage Suljen left the cave and personally rushed into pursuit. Thanks to this, it became possible to learn about him and the power of the man-eaters. However, the mage and the man-eaters seem to have risked everything for this pursuit, resulting in the death of Captain Lancelot. Of course, Knight Mordred blamed himself, but that's life. His information proved extremely useful. Otherwise, no one would have known about the mage's existence. The knight risked his life for this information, so no one condemned him. Chongyom believed that he had put too much pressure on his subordinates, but there was no point in these conversations. They had to decide how to close the gate and deal with the lizards. It turned out that the scrolls were very difficult to make, so they were used very sparingly. Apparently, this was why the mage did not share them with other lizardmen. The fact that Costas, a potential leader of the lizards, and the mage worked together to guard the core of the gate suggested that their main task was defense. However, despite the importance of the mission, the old man left the cave and went in pursuit. There could be two explanations for this. Either the allies' forces were insufficient, and the mage was forced to participate personally, or the core required full mobilization to prevent information leaks. If that was the case, then they needed to catch the old mage, and dealing with the rest would be easier. The only problem was how to neutralize him. But Gom already had an idea about that. After reaching the third level of subspace, he gained a new ability, categorization. Now, all objects stored in subspace were automatically sorted according to their properties and criteria. The young man could not create new categories or change old ones, and objects that did not fit simply did not fit into his space. Once, he managed to steal the sacred spear of Rakis because this weapon fell under the category of building materials of Emisa. Now, having reached the fourth level of the subspace, he could create new categories and suggested making a separate one for scrolls. Pax's classification skills had already reached a high level of perfection, so finding everything hidden in the cave was not difficult. An assault team was sent to the cave along with Kimsol. She was accompanied by a new skeleton knight named Parsifal, whom Lancelot had recommended to be restored. Parsifal welcomed his new partner and said he hoped they would work well together. However, Kimsol did not even have time to prove herself, despite the fact that Parsifal soon became covered in barnacles and algae. Kimsol went into subspace so as not to interfere. In fact, her brother forcibly placed her there, concerned for her safety. The lizards realized that their territory had been invaded, and one of them rushed to report this to Sul'Jen. Modred led the group and brilliantly accomplished the infiltration task, so that the mission was soon completed. The head of the old wizard Sul'Jen lay on the ground, severed by Parsifal's sword. A voice belonging to a huge lizard said that it felt a slight vibration from the floor. And then someone killed the wizard. The vibration was very weak, and the lizard decided that someone had infiltrated them using invisibility. At this time, Parsifal continued to destroy the lizards that were still in the cave. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a movement that caused such a powerful wave of air that Parsifal was blown aside. Knight Mordred raised his sword, wanting to find out from the blue lizard where the core of the gate was located. The head of the huge blue lizard said that the core of the gate could not be touched. The lizard had heard about the power of the knights from those who had survived the Soul Offensive, but he knew nothing about these two knights. Cooperation with the mage proved useless from the very beginning, and everything turned out very strangely. Then the blue lizard grabbed its round-headed, one-eyed relative with its teeth. After that, the blue lizard rushed at the wall at tremendous speed, dug a tunnel, and rushed past the stunned Parsifal. It was completely unexpected. The lizard literally passed through the wall and took the gate core with it. Apparently, this representative did not possess the 7th rank. His head was outside the cave to observe and assess the situation. At that moment, in a helicopter in the sky above the area, Jeongyum was trying to spot and find the giant monster. The young man realized that he had finally found the lizard. But this information did not make him happy at all. No one had ever known or reported the true length of the blue lizard. So everyone was terrified when the monster opened its mouth, which could easily swallow the entire helicopter. Thanks to Yonsu's excellent skills, the helicopter managed to dodge the dragon's teeth, and Gyom activated the delivery function. A huge number of shells were fired at the blue dragon, slowing its attack down a little. The lizard noticed that the construction materials of the guys from Emesa were being used as weapons of attack. Jeongyum was amazed at how huge this snake-like monster was, and asked Yonsu to keep his distance and control the distance. The next attack was activated, but the snake did not seem too frightened or tense. Suddenly, Guillaume noticed that the huge lizard was able to move its body incredibly quickly to avoid being hit. It literally wriggled like a snake. The following attacks proved completely useless. Writhing, the lizard dodged all the blows, and it was necessary to urgently change tactics. But that wasn't the last surprise from the lizard. It managed to climb high enough to reach the same level as the helicopter by spiraling around the buildings. After that, the monster began to spit its poisonous saliva at the helicopter, and some of the droplets reached the fuselage. The poisonous saliva hissed on the glass, and it was unclear how this could end for the helicopter's passengers. Then, Guillaume urgently activated the product recall function, and the helicopter instantly returned to subspace. After the harmful effect was neutralized, the helicopter took off again, ready to continue its attack on the snake. The snake was surprised to see that after exiting the portal, the helicopter was completely restored. He did not understand what kind of ability this human had. Jung Gyum was not worried about the helicopter, because he knew that he could return it to subspace at any moment. The problem was elsewhere. The metal beams with which he attacked the snake were no longer effective. The young man didn't know what to do or how to deal with this monster. There was no choice left, and the guy decided to use that very magical thing. It turned out to be an excellent decision. Rakis' spear not only pierced the snake's skin, but also greatly surprised it. While the snake was trying to understand where the man had gotten Rakis' spear, another one flew into its body. The news of two Raki's spears literally stunned the snake. While the huge, dull-witted monster was trying to figure out why his opponent had two identical items that belonged to his former comrade, a new gift from Gum was already heading his way. It was a second circle spell, Ice Spear, which pierced the middle of the snake's body at tremendous speed. The scrolls of the mage Suljen were used to create this spear, but the snake still believed that it was impossible to defeat him with such attacks. Chongyom noticed that the area around the wound remained frozen after the ice spear struck, and immediately gave the order to recall the item. He returned with the helicopter to the portal, leaving the snake in confusion. All the knights who were near the monster also moved to the portal. The snake did not understand where the man had disappeared to. The sign with the inscription, "Representative of Soul," remained, but he himself had disappeared into another space. The strange power simply amazed the snake. He was even more disturbed by the fact that two of Rakis' spears had pierced him. After all, there was only one such spear. It was unclear what abilities this guy possessed. While the snake was trying to make sense of what was happening, a strange frozen portal began to form next to him. Meanwhile, in the subspace, everyone who could was holding scrolls at the ready. The entire team of friends and allies prepared to use them on command. Chongyom gave the command, and all the participants holding scrolls opened them and directed them toward the snake. Powerful magical waves in the form of second circle spells, Ice Spear, simultaneously struck the monster from different sides. It wheezed and growled, but could no longer hold itself up and soon collapsed to the ground. The young man ordered everyone to step back and told Paksu to bring the Black Hawk. Together with Yansu, the young man flew out of subspace and headed for the snake, which was still alive but barely moving. When the helicopter flew closer, Guillaume stood in the doorway, trying not to fall out, and prepared to give the order. At one point, the young man realized that the time had come and shouted, "Attack with all available scrolls!" The frozen snake, bound by icy shackles, could not move. Therefore, all the magical flows directed at it reached their target, and soon the monster ceased to be a threat. Chongyom wanted to ask the snake only one thing. Why were the lizards so worried about the invasion? He was interested in why the reptiles' desire to conquer the planet was so great. The snake admitted that there was simply no other option for invasion. It's hard to believe, but the dimension of Earth is very close. And when the time comes, humans themselves will begin to hunt for other dimensions. That's just how the universe works. Soon, the system reported that the snake had died, and its magic stones had been transferred to Jeongyom. The young man tried to understand what the snake meant when it claimed that invasion was the only way the system worked. At that moment, the knight Mordred reported that the main enemy was dead, but the core of the gate was still intact. He had seen the snake swallow the core of the gate before breaking through the ground. It seemed he had done so to protect it. It turned out that the core was now inside the serpent's carcass, and it had to be opened. Knight Mordred told his master not to worry about the core of the gate and left in an unknown direction, leaving the young man alone. The Knights of Camelot held a small meeting, during which they recalled that in their native space, they had once been involved in cutting up similar carcasses. Now their goal was to find the core of the gate and destroy it, so that the lizards could never reach Earth again. Therefore, without hesitation, the knights rushed into the monster's mouth to get inside. While the knights were busy with their mission, Guillaume noticed that the slime and algae were gradually dissolving, and the terraforming was returning to its original state. A few minutes later, the knight Mordred emerged from the throat of the slain lizard. It happened so quickly that the young man was once again amazed at the speed of the knights. In his hand, the knight held an unexpected find that they had discovered while searching for the core of the gate in the lizard's stomach. It turned out to be 3 magic stones with a strengthening effect. If you add ordinary magic stones to them, you can restore Lancelot. Of course, the young man immediately fulfilled this condition, and soon his close friend, the knight Lancelot, stood before his master again and swore to serve him loyally until his death. Soon, the core of the gate was destroyed, and the dimension of Sabros lost its power over the territory forever. The algae retreated, freeing the land from their presence. The knights left the interior of the lizard and watched with admiration the changes that began on Earth after the mission was completed. Chongyum sincerely thanked Lancelot for his selflessness and said that all this was only possible thanks to the knight. Lancelot was touched by his master's words and replied that he was only doing his duty, as any knight in his place would have done. It is always difficult to do one's duty, and it is even more difficult to do it well. So Guillaume simply thanked his assistant from the bottom of his heart. In turn, the knight thanked his master for the honor he had bestowed upon him, and for restoring him to his former glory. Suddenly, the sound of approaching helicopters caught their attention. Several machines appeared over the city. As was already known, in Korea, only the city of Incheon lost the competition, and the territory went to representatives of other dimensions. However, now that the city had been returned, all the monsters that had tried to capture the country had been destroyed. This did not mean that it was completely safe, as primitive monsters such as orcs, wyverns, and others still existed. It would take a long time to get rid of them completely and rebuild the country. Finally, the helicopter landed, and Lieutenant General Yu, who usually appeared after the end of missions to express his support and inform that he was ready to come to the rescue at any moment, got out. He announced that additional helicopters with supplies would arrive and expressed his willingness to restore order. However, the question remained open as to what to do with the huge carcass of the lizard and how to dispose of it. In Guillaume's subspace, it was festive, noisy, and delicious. Everyone gathered to celebrate the end of the country's cleanup and to socialize with each other. While the men were busy liberating Incheon, the older sister cured Minwoo's mother, who had been feeling unwell after a long period of occupation. In turn, the woman wanted to somehow thank the people who had saved her life and moved her to such a safe place. She said she had a friend who was a chef, and if the ingredients in the subspace were not limited, he would be happy to prepare a real feast for everyone. The chef gladly accepted the invitation, as he had not been able to do what he loved for a long time. Food supplies throughout the country were extremely limited. The man considered it a blessing and prepared a sea of delicious food. Kim Sol happily devoured one portion after another, because she had expended a lot of energy fighting the lizards. The subspace was filled with the atmosphere of a friendly restaurant. Everyone sat in groups according to their interests, and the festive feast lasted a long time. Only the older brother's wife seemed unhappy with the celebration because she was feeling unwell. Lately, she had been constantly nauseous and weak. The woman feared that she had contracted some kind of virus from the aliens, but it turned out to be much simpler. She was showing early symptoms of pregnancy. This meant that soon a new child would appear in the subspace, and Jonggyum would become an uncle. The celebration flared up with renewed vigor. Now there was another reason to rejoice in life. But suddenly, Lieutenant Colonel Park called the young man in for a talk. A radio message had come from the chief of the operational headquarters. It turned out that terraforming was continuing. In neighboring countries, China and Japan, the competitions were not as successful, and part of their land went to other dimensions. Terraforming was taking place on a large scale there, and its consequences began to reach Korea. The details varied from country to country, but soon Korea would begin to suffer from toxic gases coming out of Beijing and poisonous water coming from Japan. The problem was approaching from two sides and could cause significant damage. However, that was not the worst of it. The greatest danger came from giant beetles. Although the toxic atmosphere of gases from Beijing had not yet spread, the insects were already approaching. The giant insects began to appear, which meant that the gases would follow them. It was only a matter of time. The gates to Beijing had to be closed urgently. The military planned to send troops there, but of course this problem could not be solved by their forces alone. The young man did not wait for them to persuade him and declared that if they did not act quickly and decisively, the entire Korean peninsula would soon turn into hell. Guillaume was worried that simply going straight to China without an invitation could cause diplomatic problems. However, he was reassured that there was no need to worry. Jong-gyum could not allow his nephew to be born into a world where giant insects polluted the air and spread poison. It was time to restore normality and order to Earth. The young man checked the parameters of his subspace and strengthened its defenses so that it could withstand the effects of gases and poisons if necessary. After that, he installed new portals in the necessary places. They were different from the ones he had before. Each of these portals was fixed in place and could not be moved. The portals themselves had no physical strength, so it was impossible to use them as walls. However, those who were allowed to pass could move through subspace, avoiding enemy attacks. Now it was possible to enter and exit the subspace to obtain the necessary items. An incredible ability, almost like cheating. Minwoo watched with admiration as his friend prepared to travel to China and then Japan to close the gates there. The young man was gradually rising to the world stage, all thanks to his unique ability. Minwoo wanted to remind his friend that he was always ready to join him if he ever needed his fencing skills. The friends said goodbye, and the helicopter with Jonggyum and Yeonsu set off again to help people. At Incheon International Airport, there was only one plane which a mechanic was repairing. His name was James. The man was informed that the people heading to China on the orders of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had already arrived, and he wanted the plane to be ready for a long flight. Captain Pak Cholwan welcomed the guests and said he was happy to meet Guillaume in person and would do his utmost to help. He explained that he had learned about the upcoming flight that morning, so the team immediately began preparing the plane for the flight to China. The government provided Guillaume with an aircraft that could fly almost twice as fast as the Black Hawk, so getting to Beijing would now be much easier. It was a transport plane with a compartment for special forces, just like in spy movies. However, the captain admitted that the modifications were not yet complete and asked to wait a little before starting preparations for departure. The fact is that collisions or monster attacks are possible on the way to China, so the mechanic was rebuilding the plane to give it at least minimal defensive capabilities. But there was no need to worry. The technician assured them that the wait would not be long and that everyone would soon be able to set off. What surprised the guys most was that this complex modification was done by just one person. Technician James was quite unusual. It seemed that the work was complete, and a handsome, strong man, covered in fuel, oil, and dust, walked away from the plane toward Guillaume. After the men got acquainted, James began to talk enthusiastically about the plane. There was almost no visible difference on the outside, because he had only worked on the lower part of the fuselage. According to him, flying monsters were unlikely to attack from the side at the speed of a transport plane, so the main focus should be on protecting the lower part of the fuselage. Chongyam listened attentively to the mechanic, who turned out to be awakened with abilities. In his hands was a magic stone that served to translate spoken language. Before awakening his abilities, James worked as an aviation engineer. After the apocalypse began, he found himself locked in an airport, and most likely his power was related to improving his professional skills and convenience at work. However, this man proved himself to be an extraordinary engineer, as he was able to create powerful defenses and think through various options for their use. Chongyom noted with surprise that the changes in the engineer's abilities were simply colossal. After that, the young man distributed supplies to the locals and told James about his subspace. At the same time, he noted that the technician was an extremely unusual person. In the modern world, where people have to hide from monsters and endure fear, hunger, and thirst, there are rare moments of happiness when one can relax a little. But James was not one of those people. When offered food, he replied that he was not hungry and, in general, was not interested in anything. There was only one thing in the whole world that could really interest James, and that was mechanisms. When the man noticed the fax machines and drones in the subspace, he literally froze, completely immersed in studying the unfamiliar devices. The mechanic refused food but showed genuine interest in technology. This guy was a real fanatic. In this respect, he reminded Guillaume himself. Chongyam only had a rough idea of James's abilities, but he already had an overwhelming desire to recruit the mechanic to his team. His subspace contained endless materials and an entire laboratory, everything an engineer could dream of. So Guillaume didn't hesitate and offered the man to join him. He explained that he helped people, freed territories from monsters, distributed food and essential items, and owned many machines. The mechanic could use any machinery, be safe, and help defeat monsters. However, James refused, saying that they had only met today and hadn't really talked, so he couldn't trust the young man yet. This sounded quite logical, and Guillaume explained that he had offered cooperation only because James's abilities perfectly complemented his own. But if that was the case, they could say goodbye for now. However, James spoke again. He admitted that he was surprised that someone was actually interested in his abilities, and if that was the case, he was willing to participate, but on one condition. The man wanted to accompany Guillaume on his entire journey and asked to be taken with him if he ever planned a trip to America. Although the journey to America was a long one, it already sounded like a plan. and Guillaume decided to agree, hoping to figure out the reason for such a request later. The young man was surprised by James's desire to go to America, and he decided that perhaps he was going there because of his family. However, it turned out that the mechanic had no family. He just wanted to get to one specific place and thought it would be safer with Guillaume. The young man immediately said that such a trip was possible in principle, but it was difficult to make predictions at this stage, because after the Chinese mission, they would have to go to Japan. Mechanic James assured him that he would not insist and was willing to wait until circumstances were favorable. After that, Guillaume invited him to visit the subspace. It was hard to imagine what could impress James more than the technical park of the subspace. Guillaume said that all these machines were now at Mr. James's complete disposal. He could take them apart and put them back together in any combination he wished. After that, the young man left the mechanic, who was so amazed by what he had seen that he could neither move nor utter a word. James was stunned by the amount of equipment at his disposal, as well as by Guillaume's abilities. The mechanic even regretted not joining the young man right away when he was distributing food to the locals. He had lost so much precious time. But soon, James realized what he was capable of. In a short time, the huge transport plane was converted and equipped with new mechanisms. The trip to China began. At that time, China was gradually being taken over by giant insects. These creatures filled the streets and houses in huge numbers, destroying everything in their path. In addition, battles were taking place between the insects themselves. The stronger ones ate the weaker ones. Guillaume realized that the man-eating lizards they had encountered before were almost intelligent compared to these creatures. At least they did not devour each other. The plane landed among the insects. The young man opened the portal and hid the plane so that the creatures would not damage the fuselage, and Lancelot went out into the street. He surveyed the situation and reported that it was necessary to put on gas masks. The insects were emitting poisonous gas. The young man understood perfectly well that the toxic atmosphere was dangerous in itself, and that dealing with the insects themselves was even more difficult. Soon, amid all this horror, a man appeared on the street who greeted the guests, saying that he had been waiting for them for a long time. It was Yang. Together, the group moved to a relatively safe place, a local hotel where there were no bugs yet. The owner warned that the conditions were not very good, but it was the best he could offer his guests. Before the eyes of the surprised Korean guests were men sitting in the lotus position and in a state between portals. They seemed to be radiating energy, which they passed through themselves and spread throughout the room. Yang explained that people use internal energy to purify the air of poison, so guests can remove their masks. The ability to use internal energy is given to those who have awakened from Marima. In different parts of China, there are martial arts schools that have maintained their traditions since ancient times. When monsters appeared in the world, people who awakened their powers appeared along with them. Among them were members of martial arts schools. The abilities of these people differed from the powers of ordinary awakened ones, which Guillaume already knew about. Those awakened from the world of martial arts use an unknown energy called internal energy. They control this energy at will with their own unique personalities, and their abilities are simply outstanding. Therefore, the Chinese government, quickly recognizing their power, gathered the awakened ones from the world of Marima and demanded that they destroy the monsters. The leader of these warriors was a man known as the Cloud Sword of the Red River, Yang. However, they were only one group of awakened ones, and not all representatives of Marima were like them. In any case, the Chinese government called on the people to defeat the monsters, but the problem was in the competition. Two were held in Beijing. The winner was a region called Beelzebub, and the awakened lost because they lacked information about their opponents. The aliens emitted a toxic gas that proved to be extremely dangerous. Ordinary awakened people and Chinese army soldiers did not know how to use their inner energy and died instantly. The awakened people of Marima could make the air non-toxic, but the energy expended on detoxification was so great that it became impossible to fight. Eventually, the gates opened and insects poured into the streets of Beijing, their numbers increasing exponentially. Yang reported that detoxification constantly consumed internal energy, and the longer it lasted, the worse it became for the awakened, because they needed to breathe fresh air, accumulate energy, and use it again. In addition, toxic gases continued to spread, so there was very little time left. Guillaume asked if the awakened ones felt a surge of strength in the fresh air, because he already had a brilliant idea. Yang confirmed his guess, and the young man briefly went into subspace to come up with a solution. Guillaume found air from Mount Chirasan preserved in jars. He estimated how much he would need and how he could use the laboratory's capabilities to extract the contents of the jars. With this, he could create a layer of air, and when the air masses accumulated in layers and became the size of a giant rock, he could register the mass as a commodity. If he released the registered air masses among the Marima masters and set everything up so that the air was supplied automatically at 1-second intervals, then the air currents rushing through the hotel rooms began to saturate everyone with oxygen. People were already in serious condition due to lack of oxygen and were struggling to breathe clean air. Those who had awakened could not believe what was happening, deciding that they had gone mad or died. Soon, their bodies were saturated with oxygen, and they were able to breathe calmly without wasting their internal energy on purifying the air. Unyang realized that the portals were the power of the Gyoma with which he had accomplished the task. After all, initially, asking the Korean military for help seemed like a waste of time. Without knowing how to use internal energy, the dirty air would prevent a person from exploring the area, and insects would multiply faster than they could be destroyed. One Yang asked for help, grasping at straws, thinking he would be refused. He honestly told them about the bugs and the poisonous gas. But in response, he heard that Kim Jong-yeom would be happy to help. The stranger's voice sounded calm and confident as he said he would leave for China that very evening. One Yang was sure that the Koreans were also defending themselves against the monsters, but it turned out that everything in Korea had already been cleared and put in order. Now Unyang understood why Gyom's voice on the phone had been so calm. The young man had incredible abilities. One Yang bowed low to his savior and offered his sincere apologies for any inconvenience. The man assured him that the Chinese would never forget this favor. Before the gas spread, the awakened people of Beijing would definitely eliminate the threat and not allow it to spread further across the land. Wang Yang noted that initially the situation had been against them, but now, thanks to the clean air, the inner energy of the awakened would be restored. He understood that time was short, but he wanted to take a short break so that his people could recover. Therefore, he suggested that the Gyomu meet in 3 days for a decisive battle with the insects. This time should be enough to gather strength and rest. The young man, in turn, asked his Beijing comrade to spend these days as usefully as possible. First, everyone was given a hearty meal to replenish their energy. After that, Unyang gave a lecture on the types of insects found in Beijing and how people could exterminate them. Most of the creatures resembled ordinary beetles familiar to people in everyday life, but they emitted toxic gas and were gigantic in size. Flying insects, such as moths and flies, emit particularly large amounts of gas. Most of them are 9th and 8th level, but sometimes 7th level creatures are also found. The problem is that there are too many of them, and it is difficult to understand the nuances to determine which level an insect belongs to. Therefore, conclusions have to be made based on the appearance of the creatures. There was also information about the gates. There were 2 of them. One of them was located in Baiwanshan. The lecture continued when suddenly Lancelot's attention was drawn to a noise from the street. He warned his master that a monster had appeared, which he could not describe accurately because he had never seen such a creature before. It was indeed a monster, not an insect. It resembled a centipede with a huge head, fangs, and long tentacles. Its giant legs were impressive in size and number. At first glance, it was clear that this creature was no less than a 7th level monster. The insect looked disgusting, and when its enormous size became apparent, it became even more repulsive. In addition, it moved very quickly. Unyang reassured his friends, saying that it was an 8th rank centipede, although in fact, there was almost no difference. Lancelot was genuinely surprised and remarked that he would never have thought that such a huge, powerful, and terrifying creature could be of such a low level. Be that as it may, according to Unyang, this centipede was significantly inferior to grasshoppers and hornets. Kim Sol had already been sitting in the subspace for a while, and upon hearing that the insect was only 8th rank, she declared that she would deal with it herself, even though it would be a bit boring. The girl demanded that no one interfere because she wanted to stretch her legs. After all, movement helps relieve stress. One Yang was amazed to see the girl rush into the attack, but Guillaume reassured him, saying that she was his older sister. She was very strong and practically invincible. However, it soon became clear that Kim Sol would not be able to defend herself against the toxic gases. This really became a problem, and it was necessary to get the girl out of there urgently. A happy Kim Sol rushed forward, activating the power in her fist, and struck the giant centipede. With a few precise blows, she pierced the insect's head. One Yang noted that regardless of skill level, if you inhale poisonous gas during battle, you will still be poisoned. One Yang's student, Quan Ryong, was urgently summoned to help the girl. The master himself was going to deal with the centipede, while Quan Ryong was tasked with treating Kim Sol's internal injuries. But soon a victorious cry rang out and everyone rushed to the window. They saw Kim Sol's fist finally piercing the centipede's strong armor. The girl destroyed the monster, but found herself covered in the foul liquid flowing from its body. The Chinese representatives were shocked by what they saw. They did not understand how a person who did not possess inner energy could defeat the monster so quickly. Wang Yang suggested that the girl possessed the body of a heavenly warrior. But in the next moment, the victor fell near the defeated monster, having inhaled the gas. It was necessary to urgently treat her internal injuries. Later, the lecture continued, and Yang talked about breaking through the gates of the beetles and other features of their appearance. In conclusion, it could be said that the polluted atmosphere makes movement difficult. There are too many insects, and it is impossible to catch them one by one. The rescuers have a maximum of 3 days to close the gate. Therefore, in order to destroy the core of the gate, it is necessary to avoid collisions with insects as much as possible and break through to the mountain where it is located. Of course, this will be difficult because as you approach the gate, the insects become stronger and more aggressive. It's a little reckless and daring, but at the moment it's the best plan possible, so you need to master some techniques as quickly as possible. At this time, Kim Sol returned and continued to listen to the lecture, where they promised to show the skills possessed by the Beijing awakened ones. However, Yang wanted to assess the abilities of the guests and suggested a duel. He said that Kim Sol could learn the essence of fistfighting from his student, and if she mastered the correct technique, she would surely succeed. Kim Sol thanked him for the offer and said that she appreciated their desire to teach her, but she did not think it was necessary. Quan Ryong stated that in order to close the gate, everyone would have to use their strength to the maximum. The girl greatly respected her opponent, but admitted that she was second only to Master Yan in strength. Kim Sol did not want to engage in combat and immediately apologized to her opponent for the possibility of accidentally injuring her. The battle began and Kim Sol rushed into the attack. A little time passed, but the girls were evenly matched in skill. Soon, Yang suggested that Kim Sol focus on fencing. This happened to be his specialty, and he was ready to teach Gyoma. The young man refused, but said he had a friend who loved swords. Soon, Minwoo was already receiving fencing lessons from the master. Although Koreans could not control their internal energy, they were able to adapt the techniques to themselves, which greatly expanded their arsenal. Kim Sol learned very quickly, and it seemed as if she had been born among warriors. It seemed as if there was a special connection between the girl and the Beijing masters, and they, in turn, tried to take their internal strength to a new level by mastering new techniques. Minwoo also improved his fencing skills and became stronger. Jongyum couldn't sit idly by and, with the help of magic stones, began to create weapons capable of effectively fighting beetles. As his subspace grew stronger, Guillaume's arsenal expanded, and he was able to create an electric trap to destroy insects. It worked great against small creatures, but most of the bugs were much larger, so it was of little use. However, the young man decided to make the trap large enough to destroy even large creatures. It was difficult, but quite feasible. Chongyum was worried that he didn't have any special knowledge, and that all his traps would fail. Of course, he wanted to just get in a helicopter, but that was very dangerous, because the location of the 7th level flying beetles had not yet been determined. In addition, the delivery radius was only 100 meters, so he had to get very close. If he could, he would simply invent pesticides and destroy them all. His sister-in-law appeared next to the young man and said that she could make pesticides. With all this commotion and many things on his mind, one very important piece of information slipped Gyum's mind. And now he remembered the day he met his family. They told him that they lived in a closed house, very modestly, but they always had water without restrictions. And all this thanks to his sister-in-law, who had acquired the abilities of an alchemist. The girl was also awakened, and although her abilities were not as great as Gyum's, she could still use the laboratory and do whatever was necessary. Chongyum was simply delighted with this turn of events. It's always nice to get something you didn't expect. His sister-in-law immediately got down to business and tried to figure out what kind of pesticide needed to be created. It had to be a super powerful insecticide capable of destroying any creature. The streets of Beijing were in a deplorable state. Everything was saturated with terrible gases, and only vile insects scurried among the ruins of the city. They were calmly enjoying eating each other, when suddenly their attention was drawn to some movement. Unknown people on motorcycles raced through the city at tremendous speed. Skeletons, knights, and the awakened. 3 days flew by in an instant, and despite the short preparation time, the people were in excellent physical shape, better than ever before. The pure energy emanating from the core and the strong sense of balance provided by blood circulation were all they needed to perform well. And all this was thanks to Jeongyum. It was unclear how to repay the Far Ones for such help, but now the first step toward that was to rid the city of parasites. All the previous work of the awakened warriors of Murima was carried out with the support of their Korean friends. It was time for them to step up and fight the insects themselves. The warriors were preparing to give their all and destroy this vile breed of insects without leaving a trace, as they were rapidly approaching the people. At least that was Eun-Yang's original plan. But the chemical laboratory in the subspace was working non-stop, and a unique pesticide had been created, which was now ready to be tested in practice. When the substance came into contact with the insects' bodies, they immediately began to show signs of poisoning. While the warriors worked on their internal energy, Guillaume created a liquid that killed insects, and now all that remained was to observe the result. The substance proved to be incredibly effective and worked perfectly against insects of all sizes and species. The daughter-in-law really liked the hologram of the subspace laboratory. It was convenient for her to use it to create a new chemical. Thanks to this convenience, she tried to create different combinations, believing that it might come in handy. So now she had a lot of different compositions. Of course, the girl had not yet created anything too strong, but fortunately, the pesticides were fairly easy to prepare. The girl created a wonderful remedy that was completely harmless to the human body, had no smell, but possessed incredible lethal power. However, it was clear that such a compound would not work on 7th rank bugs, even considering that it had proven itself well on ordinary insects. Soon, our rescue team reached Mount Baiwanshan, where the gate cores were hidden. This mountain was famous for its beauty and was located near Beijing, but now the place was swarming with insects. Thanks to the pesticides, everyone made it through Beijing without any problems. But it will be very difficult on the mountain. Last time, the warriors tried several times to destroy the core of the gate by climbing Mount Baiwanshan, but each time, armies of beetles attacked them. And although they were only mindless creatures, they instinctively understood that they had to defend the gate core. It had been a long time since Wang Yang had climbed there last, so he didn't know what kinds of beetles lived there now. In addition, the mountainous terrain made it difficult to fight flying enemies. But Guillaume saw no problem with this. He said he was prepared for absolutely anything. No matter what kind of beetle they encountered, he would still be at the 7th level, and Lancelot would also be at the 7th rank. It could be said that the group had weapons with which to counter such enemies, so there was no need to worry too much. What he had said the day before now sounded very funny after a grasshopper came out to meet the guys, its size and appearance completely paralyzing them. Guillaume found this insect disgusting and realized that he had bragged too much the day before, having no idea what lay ahead. Unlike lizards, it was unclear how such a large beetle had a 7th rank, and how it could even fill out a registration form in another dimension, since the creature had a completely blank stare. Most likely, it had received this level by pure chance, and now, apart from its enormous strength, had nothing to offer its opponents. As Lancelot once said, the use of human sacrifices to obtain rank was originally a method used by creatures with low intelligence. The goblins, the traitors who staged the coup, used a different method. They obtained documents provided to them by a higher-level creature and used them to perform sacrifices. In short, it was a shortcut for the stupid. Creatures from primitive dimensions kill other life forms and consume their magic stones. For them, this is a suitable way to grow. These are powerful beings that have absorbed many lives to attain their rank. They are so powerful that they basically don't need intelligence. A portal opened above the grasshopper, illuminating the entire area. After that, huge ice beams were dropped on the insect. Paradoxically, this had no effect. The grasshopper stood completely unharmed. Seeing this, Kim Sol rushed into the attack, preparing to fight the dull grasshopper hand-to-hand. Everyone already knew not to interfere when Kim Sol was fighting an enemy, so they stood aside. However, Lancelot heard some strange sounds. The knight looked around several times but didn't notice anything. Around the clearing where the battle was taking place was a dense forest. However, the strange sounds continued to annoy him, and the knight noticed that the tree was moving. And at the moment when Kim Sol thrust Rakus' sacred spear into the grasshopper, it became clear that it was not a tree that was moving, but a leg. Soon, a giant spider emerged from the forest and approached the scene of the battle. It was several times larger than the grasshopper. People looked like fleas next to it. Chong Guillaume had never encountered such a huge monster before. Lancelot turned to him and said that they needed to climb onto the spider's back because it couldn't reach its back with its legs. It turned out that this would be a safe place for everyone. And once they reached the spider's back, they would be able to regroup and come up with a plan of action. Lancelot once again proved his indispensability. Hearing the order, everyone rushed to climb onto the giant spider's back without further ado. The awakened inhabitants of Beijing activated their ability to walk on air. Soon, the whole group was settled on the spider's head, which was not only huge, but also soft, comfortable, and most importantly, safe. Chongyom wanted to know if it was worth using Rakis's spear and focusing on the attack. Maybe it would work on the spider. Kim Sol said that the grasshopper's shell was incredibly hard, and she couldn't pierce it with her spear. The discussion continued. His comrades tried to come up with the best strategy, while the dull-witted grasshopper noticed them and stared at them with a look full of desire to devour them. Having had its fill of watching the people, the grasshopper pushed off from the ground with its hind legs. While this monster was flying towards the spider it was about to jump on, the liberators retreated and climbed down from the spider's head. This happened just in time because the grasshopper was about to land on the hairy spider's head. The grasshopper, of course, was going to attack the people it loved to eat so much, but they managed to react and escape from the spider's head, and the grasshopper, at full speed, sank its jaws into the spider's head and began to devour it. Soon, the monster got into the swing of things and ate its fellow creature's brain. It turned out that the grasshopper devoured the spider in front of the astonished people. They realized that there are no allies among insects. They are unable to distinguish friend from foe. They are not smart enough to understand who is an ally and who is an enemy, so they attack first and think later. And since that was the case, Jeongyum suggested climbing onto the grasshopper's back to perform the trick again. Taking advantage of the fact that the area was dusty and visibility was poor, the comrades rushed to the grasshopper and climbed onto its back. The grasshopper's back turned out to be not as comfortable as the spider's head. It was covered with sharp spikes. The grasshopper froze, and a brief thought flashed in its eyes. It seemed to realize that it had just eaten its friend. It didn't seem like it had noticed the people climbing onto its back, but for some reason the insect didn't move, which seemed strange. Chongyam decided that they could take a short break and wait. They only needed to destroy the core of the gate, and then the insects would disappear on their own, returning to their original dimension. The young man suggested waiting for the right moment and, when they were near the core, jumping to the ground and destroying it. But then the grasshopper suddenly realized that he could jump and began to move. It was very difficult for the people to stay on his back during the jumps. The shaking made them nauseous. Chongyam was already beginning to doubt the wisdom of climbing onto the grasshopper's back when his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a helicopter. However, there was no helicopter in sight. A huge bee was flying towards them. The bee was not easy to deal with. The flying insect was larger than the grasshopper. In addition, a huge stinger filled with poison glowed at the end of its abdomen. The bee extended its stinger and rushed to attack the grasshopper. But the grasshopper was no pushover and, to everyone's surprise, attacked the bee first, apparently sensing the threat. Whatever the reason, it was impressive. The grasshopper bit the bee on the neck and then calmly continued to eat it, completely ignoring the people nearby. But then the bee twisted around and bit off the grasshopper's leg. He was so shocked that he froze in place and stopped killing her. After all, a lack of brains and low intelligence are very detrimental. With such physical abilities, the grasshopper could have destroyed other insects. But then something new caught Gyeom's eye. A portal appeared above the insects, and the young man urgently called his chief driver, Yeon-soo. Gyeom, who possessed a brilliant mind, immediately came up with an idea and asked his friend if Yeon-soo knew how to control beetles. A few minutes later, Yeon-soo was already preparing to control the giant grasshopper. Ropes were attached to the grasshopper's antennae, and Yeon-soo pulled them like reins. It was very risky, but Gyeom could hide everyone in subspace at any moment and thought it was worth trying to take control of the grasshopper. Yeon-soo ordered everyone to hold on tight and pulled on the strings. The grasshopper was a little taken aback, but understood the signal the driver was giving him perfectly. So the dull-witted insect pounced on the bee and bit off its head. It was a small victory for the big grasshopper. But then the sound of a helicopter was heard again, and it turned out that a new guest was already on its way. It was a mole cricket. The grasshopper, guided by an excellent driver holding its antennae, quickly devoured it too. The next course at the giant grasshopper's dinner was a praying mantis, and for dessert it was an ant. Making their way in this manner and using the grasshopper as the main exterminator of its fellow creatures, as well as destroying small insects along the way, the comrades gradually cleared the area. Thanks to the giant grasshopper and its excellent appetite, it became easier for people to cope with the situation. When they killed the grasshopper, they sincerely thanked it for its help and wished it a good night's sleep and sweet dreams. Lancelot believed that among the creatures of the 7th rank, very few could have dealt with the grasshopper, but they succeeded thanks to Yeon-soo's help. Soon, the Night Mordred appeared and reported that the area had been completely cleared and there were no more bugs. However, they still had to remain vigilant because the main mission had not yet been accomplished. The gate cores had not been destroyed. Soon, 2 portals belonging to insect-like creatures opened nearby, and the cores were located near them. All that remained was to split them open and thus close the gate. This honor fell to Eunyan, and he thanked everyone for the opportunity to avenge his fallen comrades with his sword. Everyone thought this was right, and that there was no need to thank him. Now the master had to finish the job himself. Eunyan said that he would never be able to honor the memory of all the souls of the tens of millions of people who had died. But now he was ready to end it all using his most powerful technique. The master raised his hands, gripping his sword, and prepared to deliver the final blow. It was the least he could do for all the dead, and with a loud cry, the master struck, leaving a downward trail. There was a powerful explosion that engulfed everything around the gate to other dimensions in flames. Everyone watched with interest as the gate and portal began to gradually fade away. Jeongyum realized that the master was incredibly strong, since he was able to deliver such a blow with a single movement. It was truly an amazing ability. Soon, something caught the young man's attention. He noticed that only one gate had disappeared. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a paw, belonging to someone unknown. It covered the core of the gate. The smoke and soot gradually dissipated, and it became clear to everyone that this paw had 4 fingers with sharp claws at the ends. It was simply gigantic, monstrous in size. It remained to be seen who or what was protecting the core of the gate. As the smoke cleared, a huge, gigantic creature appeared before the people, covering the core with its paw. Most likely, this huge insect was a type of fly. Its green eyes consisted of countless small facets, looking in different directions and ready for anything. In addition, this creature stank disgustingly and spread a huge amount of gas around itself. The young man realized that this creature was nauseating, so he immediately activated everything he had in his arsenal. However, the fly did not even move, despite all the various discharges and weapons aimed at it. Jeongyum noticed that the spear that had killed the grasshopper had bounced off the fly. It became clear that it was not a 7th-level creature. This giant fly was at least 6th rank. Its eyes seemed to be communicating with each other, discussing the weapons flying past and preparing to devour those who smelled particularly delicious. The fact that this insect was so high-ranking made the young man think and remember how he had acted when fighting stronger opponents. From the very beginning of his career, Jeongyum regularly encountered dangerous creatures. Among them were not only monsters and lizards, but even skeletons. The young man was guided by a single principle at the time: use everything at his disposal and attack without stopping. There was nothing else left to do, and it was time to admit that there was no choice but to attack with all the strength the team had. Since they did not know what this monster was like in battle, it was decided to attack from a distance, from the portal, and Gyam took care of this. But all the weapons they had bounced off the fly's body without causing any noticeable damage. At one point, the creature's head was almost completely engulfed in flames, and the humans began to hope for success. But soon the fire died down, and the fly decided that it was tired of it all, and needed to get rid of the humans. After all, they were going to die anyway. Jeongyum didn't know what to do. Perhaps he should have attacked harder. Something had to work. Lancelot intervened, saying that it was not worth fighting such a monster. They just needed to destroy the core of the gate, and then the giant fly would disappear and return to its original dimension. It was an excellent idea, because destroying the core was the main task for which the humans had ventured so far into the insect's territory. If the core was destroyed, all the bugs and toxic gases would return to their original dimension, just as had happened with the knights from Emis and the lizards from Sabros. Lancelot suggested distracting the fly with something, and as soon as the opportunity arose, destroying the core it was holding in its claws. Lancelot volunteered to distract the monster. Jeongyum wondered how to attract the fly since it did not react to weapons at all. Perhaps it was necessary to give it something it liked. All insects react to electric shock repellents. The young man received a device from subspace that he had developed during his vacation. He activated the device and began to watch as thousands and millions of fly eyes literally stared, mesmerized at the device, finding the waves it emitted beautiful and attractive. Taking advantage of the situation, Lancelot said that Mordred would activate invisibility and attack the hand holding the core. Mordred was able to get close to the paw itself, which, although it was clutching the core, was also enchanted by the waves emanating from the trap. Now the knight had reached the very fingers and saw the core of the gate in the middle of the palm. With a light movement of his sword, the core was cut in two, and soon a notification appeared that the new space was coming under Gyum's control. The fly continued to listen and enjoy the waves emanating from the electric shock trap, not even noticing that it had lost the gate core. However, suddenly everything spun and whirled around the fly, and she returned to her original dimension. The territory of Beijing once again came under the control of Earth, and the sun began to shine again, delighting the people. The happy liberators rejoiced and celebrated the disappearance of the bugs. They had already given up hope for a favorable outcome for their region. The clearing of the Chinese gate was complete, and Zhongyom felt very tired. He sat on the ground and tried to comprehend what had happened. The young man experienced tremendous stress when he encountered the fly, and, unable to do anything about it, at one point even wanted to escape into subspace and hide there. But Gom was surprised by the fact that the fly was afraid of the multiverse Chamber of Commerce because of the loss of its core. Obviously, this organization was very dangerous and influential, and if people wanted to return to their former lives, they would have to deal with it. Chongyum feared that he would not be able to deal with the Chamber of Commerce, which even such monsters feared. He realized that he needed more strong people who could work together. Gyum shared his fears and thoughts with Master Unyan. This explained why the young man needed Chinese books on martial arts. The master had expected this, as he understood that Gyum was going to copy the books. But he never thought that the young man would collect all the books into one huge collection, and now they formed impressive stacks. Now that the complete collection of martial arts writings was ready to be shared with people, the master promised to do so immediately. The master expressed regret that Gyum and his team would soon be leaving, but the young man promised to leave a portal before his departure, so that he could visit often. The team's next destination was Japan. Huge fish-like monsters awaited them there. Some time ago, a call came in from the coastal part of Japan. This call was made shortly after Chungyum's team closed the gate in Beijing. The young man was urgently summoned to a meeting with the lieutenant general and noticed that he did not look very well. In addition to the military man, there was an unknown girl in the office. She turned out to be a representative of the city of Busan from Japan named Park So-yeon. She had heard about Gyum's abilities and the missions he had successfully completed, and now the young man had access to information from the Chamber of Commerce. The Japanese region of Fukuoka had declared war on Busan. It had long been clear that the situation in Japan was dire. But Gyum first went to China because he wanted to stop the spread of gas. The government in Japan collapsed, and the situation became so difficult that an extreme right-wing group seized power. The new leaders of the country began to worship beings from other dimensions. Gyum remembered that similar behavior had been observed among Korean traders from the 1st Army Corps. The general showed a photograph of one of the members of this society. It was not a human being, but something that was a combination of a fish and a human. The differences between humans and these creatures were obvious. At one time in Korea, Jung Gyum was able to stop the 1st Corps, but in Japan, there was no one to do so. One way or another, this group gradually expanded its power and eventually took over the whole of Japan. It all started when their leader appeared in Busan. Hideki attacked people indiscriminately and satisfied his animalistic appetite by devouring ordinary civilians. The reason Hideki appeared in Busan and started killing people without warning was simple. The society had taken control of all of Japan and was now eyeing other countries. Immediately after Hideki wreaked havoc, the society sent a notice of war. It didn't make sense, but that was the situation. Gyam believed that people should help each other survive. There was absolutely no information about the enemies, except that they were half fish. Nothing was known about their abilities, but in 6 days, these fish people were supposed to attack Busan. The citizens of Japan turned to the armed forces to recruit the awakened, but their numbers were negligible. The young man understood that after Japan, these monsters would move on to Korea. At first glance, the situation resembled that of the 1st Korean Corps, where the strongest of them had the 8th rank. But gradually, the young man faced increasingly powerful opponents. Even the grasshopper's level was very high, although it was only at the 7th level. Gyum understood that at least one 7th rank creature would appear in Japan, but the problem was that it was unknown who they might join forces with. Now it was impossible to use the old tactics. There was only one thing left to do: prepare for the worst in advance. The frightened lieutenant general promised to make Gyum a general, but expected the young man's team to go to Japan, even though they had just returned from China. Jong Gyum immediately agreed to participate in the operation and try to stop the monsters. Plans immediately began to form in his head. The young man wanted to know how many awakened ones were on the committee of chiefs of staff. After obtaining this information, he reproduced a book on martial arts and gave it to the lieutenant general to distribute among the awakened ones. These martial arts compendiums were intended to help the awakened strengthen their abilities. The young man wanted to distribute these books not only to the immediate participants in the mission, but to all the awakened ones in general. He informed the lieutenant general that, in addition to his group, there were still some people who would also study these books. For example, one of the former hospital employees, whom the young man had not seen for a long time. Sun Hyung-gu said that he felt great and was still in excellent physical shape. Hyung-gu remained strong thanks to his abilities, and was able to kill small monsters little by little, which did not require much effort to destroy. Jong said that he also managed thanks to his abilities, but there was a reason why he turned to the strong man. The young man took out a copy of a martial arts book and said he had a difficult favor to ask of Hyunggu. It was related to a job scheduled for 6 days later in Busan. After that, Guillaume went to his arsenal, located in subspace. When he met James there, he heard that the man had been expecting him. James had once agreed to help if the matter concerned America, but now he realized he had been wrong. It was just that at the time, he didn't know what the guy was capable of and didn't trust him. All these huge machines, equipment, and helicopters were connected to Guillaume's power. James wanted to know what else the young man could control. Guillaume was surprised that James didn't know about his abilities, and was glad that he had finally pretended to be stupid so that the misunderstanding could finally be resolved. It was time to take another look at his powers. Now the young man had at his disposal 200 members of the Awakened Squad from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, plus 20 awakened individuals, including Sun Hyunggu and James. It was too early to turn to the martial arts masters from Beijing as they were busy rebuilding their city. But there was someone else who could help. He hadn't used strengthening and magic stones in a long time, and during that time he had collected a significant amount of them. So it was soon decided where the guy could put them to good use. Now, more than ever, it was necessary to increase the power of the group. Looking at his new companions, Guillaume felt a feeling similar to when he was reunited with his family. The faces of many skeleton knights were already familiar and beloved. In addition, the rest of the Knights of Camelot joined them. James had also finally decided on his place in this world and the mission he was ready to carry out. He realized that he wanted to help people so that the beautiful sun would shine as long as possible on good people. 5 days before the war began, a meeting was held in Busan. This meeting concerned the upcoming battle, as there was no information about the enemy, and everything had to be done to minimize possible damage. Based on the decisions made at the meeting, Father Guillaume and James got down to work in earnest. The father built a fortress to protect against enemy attacks. James built a ship that allowed them to fight the fish people at sea. James's role in this battle was particularly important, and Guillaume was a little worried about him. James took on too much responsibility and became an unusually kind and gentle person who loved everything cute. While there was still some time left, Guillaume turned to martial arts masters for help, who had just finished all their organizational work and could take a little rest. But even if the matters in Beijing had not been completed, they would still have responded to Zhong Guillaume's request. However, not all martial arts masters were able to leave China. Only a few of the strongest, including Master Un Yang and his student Quan Ryong. They were happy to help train the awakened ones using a martial arts book. But the master had one important request for Guillaume, or rather, a favor. Master Un Yang took out the Cloud Sword, which had been passed down from generation to generation in his clan. The master had once used a strengthening stone obtained while hunting beetles, and the power of this sword had increased significantly. Now the master asked the young man to copy this sword through his subspace. The master was sure that if he could share such swords with people, it would help them in their common struggle. Zhong Guillaume understood how serious this was. It was not easy to give away a precious sword that had belonged to his family for centuries. The young man accepted the weapon with trepidation and promised to reproduce it. After that, the swords had to be distributed to those who needed them. Zhong Guillaume returned to the subspace satisfied after distributing the swords and went in search of his best friend. He found Minwu bored and lonely. Mingwu admitted that he didn't have enough magic stones to raise his rank and create an account in the dimension, so he went hunting monsters to get them. But while hunting bugs, he returned to the subspace because he had absolutely no rank. After all, most martial artists had 8th or even 7th level, received a registration certificate, and were thus able to raise their rank. In addition, they strengthened their ranks with their abilities. Everyone did so, including Guillaume. Zhong Guillaume understood that in this situation, his friend would not be able to participate in worthy battles anytime soon due to his low level. It turned out that Minwu had about 300 stones, but Guillaume said he would give him the rest if he fulfilled his request. Minwu was supposed to participate in the battle against Fukuoka in Japan, and preparations for the battle with the fish people were underway. The days flew by unnoticed, and the moment of truth arrived when the war between Fukuoka and Busan was declared. The beautiful sea surrounding the city of Busan, unfortunately, brought great misfortune to all its inhabitants. It was home to mutant monsters that were a combination of fish and humans. These creatures had fish-like heads, but possessed upper and lower limbs, developed muscles, and sharp, toothy mouths. They arrived in the city in numbers of about 1,000 and declared that human weapons would have no effect on them, so it would be better for the inhabitants of Busan to immediately hand over power to them and become subjects of the new Japanese Empire. The monsters declared that they had not come to shed blood, but Guillaume replied that he did not believe a word they said. The fish people noticed that the stone barrier surrounding the city was open in one place, so the monsters decided that victory was already in their grasp. They rushed at full speed to storm the city's shore. But as soon as one of the monsters tried to push its snout through the barrier, a powerful electric shock pierced its body. Soon, this electrical charge spread through the water to all members of the pack. One of the skeleton knights held a whip that emitted electric discharges, thus protecting his master and the entire city from invasion. The Knights of Camelot came out to meet the fishmen and announced that the monsters would not be able to pass any further. The fishmen were quite cowardly and immediately realized that the atmosphere in Busan was not at all what they had been told. A hammerhead fish named Makio dispersed the ordinary fishmen, deciding to go ahead himself and clarify the situation. The monster turned to the knights, saying that he would show them the staggering difference in strength. But then Percival came up to him, grabbed the fish by the hammer with one hand and threw it away. One of the fishermen suggested that his comrades overwhelm the knights with their numbers. But at that moment, Master Yang stepped forward. With his miraculous sword, he cut down several dozen fishmen with a single stroke. Then he resorted to hand-to-hand combat, which he had learned from Kim Sol. Watching his subordinates die one after another, the leader of this menagerie, Hideki, rushed into the attack. He wanted to show that even within the same rank, there was a difference between creatures. But subspace delivery was activated, and Hideki was thrown into the sea, far beyond the horizon. Seeing this, the ordinary fish people realized that it was time to take off. The monsters rushed into the water, rejoicing that there were no ships in sight and no one could catch up with them in the sea, which seemed very safe to them. Chongyum did not want these creatures to simply leave. He was surprised by the relative weakness of the creatures, who were unable to oppose the weak leaders, whom the group quickly dealt with. But be that as it may, it was decided to use the masterpiece created by James. At the helm of this marvel of shipbuilding technology was the best driver of all time and all nations, Yan Su. He was going to get everyone to Fukuoka very quickly. The huge, powerful, and fortified ship sped across the sea at high speed. The voyage had been going on for about 2 hours, but during that time, no monsters had been encountered except for the fleeing fish people. These quiet 2 hours seemed suspiciously calm, as if it were a trap. Even for such creatures, it seemed too obvious. Most likely something else was going on. Lancelot and the other knights were busy defending the fortress, so Jeong Gyom had to cope on his own in case of danger. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the sea, and the young man realized that it was indeed a trap. A huge giant sperm whale jumped out of the water, hitting the ship with its body and drenching it with streams of water. Judging by its size, it was on par with Grasshopper, and perhaps it would not be so difficult to defeat it. But if this monster reached Busan, the city would be completely destroyed, so it had to be dealt with right there and then. The situation was complicated by the fact that the young man did not know the monster's strength, so he called for ice panels to be delivered. Surprisingly, this proved to be enough, and the huge monster's body was seriously wounded. Soon, the sperm whale jumped out of the water again, even though its snout was pierced with weapons. At first glance, it seemed that this was not enough. However, the sperm whale soon sank safely without putting up any resistance. This fact unpleasantly surprised the young man, because Guillaume saw it as part of someone's strategy and a suspiciously easy outcome. He did not know how strong the enemy would be next time, but the anticipation alone was already exhausting him, and he wanted to get into a real fight as soon as possible. Before Guillaume had time to get tired of waiting, Yansu announced that the ship had arrived in Fukuoka. The fact that the ship had crossed the sea without any problems was both gratifying and alarming. Of course, it was nice to know that the group had made it safely, but now they were completely in enemy territory, and they couldn't relax for a second. The group's target was the chief representative of the Fukuoka dimension. The representative of Fukuoka occupied a huge and beautiful building, and it was clear that finding him inside would not be easy. The monsters in this area felt at ease, and traps could be waiting at every turn. The young man had one knight in his arsenal, specially created for secret infiltrations. The task of the knight Mordred was to infiltrate the enemy headquarters and bring back all possible information about them. The knight activated his invisibility function and, becoming invisible to those around him, made his way into the building. Gradually climbing the floors, he encountered various types of fish people talking among themselves. Soon, he heard loud voices coming from one of the upper offices. It seemed that an unpleasant conversation was taking place between the interlocutors. Mordred approached as closely as possible and listened. A huge fish was reprimanding the fishmen for failing to take Busan with 1,000 fighters and complete a simple task, killing the city's representative. The fisherman reported that some huge structure had fallen on Hideki and then thrown him into the sea. This information seemed completely absurd to everyone in the room. One of the participants in the conversation stood with his back to the room and looked out the window. It was clear that he was the leader. He said that the fish people had underestimated Korea's power, and it seemed that Gyoma's group's high position in the competition was well-deserved. One of his subordinates, a huge fishman monster, declared that even if Fukuoka was taken away from them, he would make sure that there would be no loss of investment. But the boss interrupted him, saying he didn't understand who would allow Fukuoka to be taken away. And even if the situation in Busan had failed and they had not been able to kill the Busan representative, that did not mean defeat in the war. If it was too difficult for the fish people to meet with Busan at this stage, then they needed to plan for the future, especially since the leader was already in Japan. The branch manager will delete the hologram of the regional representative at his discretion, and the representative himself must be locked in the basement. The chairman said it was a great idea and that he would lock up the representative himself right now. One of the fish people asked if the basement wasn't meant just for keeping monsters like the hellish Ghost Lord. She couldn't say anything else because the chairman's hand covered her throat. The chairman promised that after killing the representative of Busan, he would go and free the fishman. After listening to all these conversations, Knight Mordred returned to the ship and reported what he had heard. Chongyum was very surprised that this operation turned out to be a full-scale one, rather than a decoy. It was strange that the chairman had locked the Fukuoka representative underground, and the creature from another dimension, the branch manager who had given the order, seemed to be connected to the system. In any case, Guillaume had come here to deal with the Fukuoka representative, and it didn't really matter to him who was the branch manager and who was the chairman. The only thing that bothered the young man was the creature from another dimension, which was neither human nor fishman, and had caused the inscription Fukuoka representative to disappear. Perhaps it was another exiled mage. Moreover, it was unclear who the hellish Phantom Lord was, who had been locked underground. In addition, he needed to figure out how to get into the basement to focus on the representative of Fukuoka. But then Knight Mordred announced that he had brought something for his master. It turned out to be a bunch of keys, but it was unclear why there were so many of them. But when Guillaume and the knight arrived at the basement and began to unlock the door, everything became clear. The fact was that there were a huge number of locks on the door. They were soon done, but Mordred said that the most dangerous monsters were locked up in Japan, so the young man was in no hurry to go down to the basement. The representative of Fukuoka spoke about the hellish Ghost Lord and was afraid to go into the basement himself. So the young man decided to quickly find the representative of Fukuoka and leave the room. They went down to the basement, which looked like a hospital or a prison because there were beds and IV stands there. The room was too empty, and he wanted to find Fukuoka's representative as quickly as possible and leave the basement. Suddenly, Mordred signaled his master to stop because the knight heard some noises. Soon they saw a cage with a man chained inside. The stranger was kneeling, his hands raised and chained, his eyes blindfolded. Chongyam was very surprised to see that the representative of Fukuoka was not a fishman, but a human being, so he wanted to talk to the stranger first. They tore off the tape covering his mouth, and the stranger was able to catch his breath and breathe normally. The stranger's eyes were closed, and he asked who was standing in front of him, because Guillaume's voice was unfamiliar to him. The chained man assumed that Guillaume belonged to the Awakening of Restoration Society, but Guillaume said that he did not want to reveal his identity, but did not belong to that society. The chained man said he would only introduce himself after hearing the stranger's name. The man said that he found himself in this situation while fighting against the Restoration Awakening Society. And since the stranger did not know the chained man, it seemed that he was indeed not from that society, which meant that he would not kill him. Jonggyum honestly said that he did not think the young man was an enemy, and that he in turn was also against the Restoration Awakening Society. After that, Guillaume ordered the knight to release the young man. The stranger thanked him for saving him and said that he did not know who had saved him, but he was sure that people should live by helping each other. He also understood that his savior was a kind person, which is a rarity in the modern world these days. The stranger said that he did not belong to the government forces, as the government had long since fallen into the hands of society. He himself did not know this, which is why he found himself in such a situation. The man, continuing to remove his shackles, said that he was an ordinary civilian, and his name was Sato Daichi, although the guys from the Awakening Restoration Society called the man the Hellish Ghost Lord. Chongyam was shocked by the fact that he had freed the Hellish Phantom Lord, whom the fish people greatly feared. The young man confirmed that this was a powerful 7th-level monster, and the fish people feared the heat that the Lord radiated. This was the young man's ability, even though he looked like an ordinary person on the outside. But the young man said that it was not his personal power. He lifted his shirt, and it turned out that his chest and shoulders were made of pieces of another material belonging to a creature from another dimension. It turned out that the guy was able to seal fire inside himself. It was known that there were sealing masters who sealed targets inside their bodies. The larger and heavier the opponent that a person sealed, the stronger the side effects. The young man admitted that he felt weak and very dizzy. However, he was able to seal the hellish Phantom Lord. It was a very powerful monster and was enormous in size. It seemed that the Lord was stronger than any 7th-level monster anyone had ever seen. The Lord destroys everyone. Monsters, humans, it doesn't matter. He is so powerful that no attack works on him. And all humans could do was pray that he would pass them by. And only one thing could stop him: Sato's power. The government found out about this and, together with other awakened ones, planned to seal the Lord away. Thus, the Lord was securely sealed away. The problem came after this event. The government troops were actually part of the Awakening of Restoration Society. When they first approached the people, there was no information, so Sato could not predict the events. After the Lord was sealed, the Society's followers began killing the awakened ones, thus destroying all who did not join them. Sato Daichi rebelled against such injustice, so he was kidnapped and chained in a basement. And now he cannot even die, but only receives nutrients through an IV. In any case, the guy was sincerely grateful for being saved, which he immediately expressed to Gyomu. As for plans for the future, the guy had none because there was nothing he could do. If he were capable, he would break the seal and use the Lord to destroy society. But if he did that, he would be caught and killed. If that happened, it would be impossible to control or kill the Lord, and that would destroy all of Japan. There were no restrictions on removing the seal and resealing it, and no one but Sato could control the Lord. What he heard pleasantly surprised and delighted Jongyom, and a wonderful idea immediately popped into his head. Rabina, standing guard in the watchtower, was looking intently into the distance. She heard a strange sound but could not find or identify its source. But in the next moment, the huge tower that housed the Fukuoka government began to crack and shake, as if from a powerful earthquake. Soon, flashes of fire burst out of all the cracks in the tall building, and it was clear that it was already burning inside. Huge, powerful explosions rang out in the area around the tower, and it crumbled to pieces in a matter of seconds. When the smoke and dust from the explosion and fire cleared, and the landscape began to clear, a huge red eye appeared out of nowhere. And behind the eye, the hellish Phantom Lord stood in all his glory in the middle of a ball of fire. Shocked by what they saw, the fish people stood with their mouths open, unable to comprehend how this could have happened. When the initial shock passed and the fish were able to move to save themselves, it was already too late. The heat burned their throats, and the creatures died alive. The hellish Ghost Lord did not even do anything, but simply walked through the streets of the city, bringing death to all creatures with his movements. As a result of this walk through the city, the representative of Fukuoka died, which led to the Busan region winning the conflict. Jongyom said that he would take care of Sato and that he did not need to worry about the side effects of the seal. The young man just needed to seal him. The young man was surprised by what was happening, but he understood that the representative of Korea was very powerful. So he trusted him not only because of his incredible abilities, but also because Jongyom was simply doing his duty. When it came to helping someone, he simply helped and did not argue. The young man began to take off his clothes, continuing to think that his appearance and behavior did not give the impression that he was some kind of tough guy. However, the time had come to contribute, and he simply had to do what was required of him. Sato Daichi, having taken off his clothes, turned to the Lord and announced that the freedom of the hellish Phantom Lord was coming to an end. After that, Sato shouted for the Lord to begin sealing himself again. The young man gathered and strained all his inner energy, creating a ring of fire around himself, and began to suck the Lord into himself like a vacuum cleaner sucks up dust. The hellish Phantom Lord did not want to return to the young man's body at all, because he had not yet had his fill of wandering the earth. He clung to everything he could with his claws and fiercely resisted the seal. However, the young man did not give up and endured the entire sealing process to the end. Even though it was clear that his body was in excruciating pain, Jongyum praised the young man for doing an excellent job and thanked him for saving people. After that, the young man called Yeonsu, and together they dragged the guy who was suffering greatly from the side effects of his abilities. At that moment, Gyeom realized that Yeonsu had somehow, unexpectedly and quickly appeared in a new place, just when he was needed. It turned out that the guy now had a new ability. He could receive and deliver not only goods, but also people from the subspace very quickly. But then again, there were announcements that the Japanese branch of the Multispace Chamber of Commerce was ready to present an award for the victory. It was all very strange and seemed like some kind of system. Suddenly, the young man began to understand the truth, but he did not have time to fully formulate the thought in his head. A glass dome appeared ahead, inside which were monsters watching them closely. They were the branch manager and the chairman, standing in a completely undamaged building, themselves safe and sound. It seemed as if they had appeared from another dimension. Young-soo realized that the matter was not yet closed and decided to take the sick young man to the subspace for treatment himself, because these monsters were representatives of the Japanese branch of the Chamber of Commerce. The monsters also watched the guys and realized that suddenly the Lord was free, and the representative of Fukuoka was dead. It was very interesting. The light above Gyum's head showed that he was a representative of Seoul, the very guy they had already heard about. The chairman began to urgently swallow magic stones to increase his abilities right now. The branch manager ordered the matter to be resolved in such a way that it would be profitable for him to invest the chairman's money again next time. And then a huge monster appeared on the streets, promising the manager not to disappoint him. The monster ran through the streets of the city, preparing to attack the representative of Seoul, who stood calmly with his hands in his pockets near his portal. Good delivery was activated, instantly piercing the huge fish with spears and immobilizing it. The fight was so swift and quick that no one even had time to be scared or happy. The chairman died, and the branch manager watched him. He asked the chairman in surprise how he could have lost so easily, since the manager had personally invested in the monster to raise it to the 7th rank. All this made him think about the future. Jung Gyum received a huge amount of magic stones for killing the monster. The branch manager admitted that the original plan was to use Japan as a base to occupy neighboring countries in the future. However, perhaps this was the wrong approach from the start. Now the manager had a business proposal for Gyum. He wanted to use Korea as a base to then enter other markets, and offered to take advantage of the investments promised by Korean partners. The wounded, bleeding chairman could not believe his ears when the manager offered to provide a large number of magic stones and declare war on Osaka and Tokyo right now. The manager's only condition was that he wanted to be rewarded with the Fukuoka gate for his victory. As soon as Gyum enters the office, he should sort everything out, because the manager is a little shaken up by the explosion in the office and cannot work properly. Jung Gyum was also promised help in reaching the next rank. The manager was interested in whether there were any awakened individuals in Korea with architectural abilities. At that moment, the chairman, even though he had one foot in the other world, could not bear all the lies being fed to him. He pulled the spear out of his body and attacked the manager with it. And although the spear was aimed accurately and reached its target, no damage was done to the manager. It seemed that the spear was unable to hurt him. Judging by what was happening, the manager had activated his repulsion skill. But if the repulsion skill is used, there is bound to be a push and recoil, and the manager did not move a millimeter. It turned out that his rank was higher than level 6. The branch manager pushed the spear away with his finger and, turning to Gyum, asked him to restore order in the city. The monster admitted that he was excellent at defense but had no offensive abilities. It soon became clear that there was no need to finish off the chairman. The monster had lost too much blood and would soon die on its own, even if left alone. Chung Gyum couldn't resist and asked about his interlocutor's rank. In response, he heard that those who work for the Multi-Space Chamber of Commerce have no such concepts, so his rank can simply be called 0. When managers travel to such places, they are given a privilege for the inconvenience. They become untouchable by any attacks. The young man understood that the manager's proposal was to change his status, from someone whose territory was being invaded to someone who was invading himself. He replied that he needed time to think. The administrator added that the universe is full of beings with powers similar to Gyam's. Even the seal master who recently summoned the Lord is similar to the young man. And if even here, on Earth, there are people with such abilities, one can imagine how many similar beings there are in the entire universe. So, decisions should be made quickly. But this information made the young man think that the manager did not understand his abilities at all, since he compared him to Sato Daiichi. Before leaving for his portal, Guillaume asked what would happen if he refused. The branch manager said it would be the end, and at that moment, the young man refused his offer. This position surprised the monster, who did not expect to hear such a response. He suggested that the young man think carefully about his decision. But the young man announced that he had already made up his mind and seen everything he wanted to see. To say that the branch manager was stunned would be an understatement. As a member of the Multiverse Chamber of Commerce, he was obliged to remain neutral. But now the monster was on Earth and openly putting forward its terms. Watching the young man disappear into the portal, The monster couldn't tell if the guy was stupid or if he had some kind of plan. In any case, he needed to find the right person as soon as possible and deal with the insolent young man. Guillaume thought that he had previously intended to deal with the multiverse trade chamber because it only complicated his life. But now he understood one thing. The manager's repulsion was too strong, so the guy couldn't deal with the chamber, and making enemies among such powerful beings was a dead end. The manager was surprised by the young man because it turned out that he did not want to be an invader. He was a very strange representative of Earth civilization, in the manager's opinion. The young man did not know what to do until the very last moment, but he realized that at that moment it was best to just leave, or at least pretend to leave. Entering his space, Guillaume gave Pax the command to preserve the building. It was an incredibly cunning and devious plan, but Guillaume didn't lose his cool. He stole the office. After defeating the reptiles, the young man leveled up and, as a bonus, received the right to save. But he still couldn't figure out what exactly was worth saving. The manager's problem was that he could level up from the office, but he didn't know his abilities. The next moment, the branch manager's head simply exploded. It seemed to be punishment from the Chamber of Commerce for losing the office and completely failing the mission. The streets of Fukuoka were adorned with an oil painting, the bleeding and dying chairman, as well as the headless manager of the Chamber of Commerce branch. The chairman even felt a little sorry for the manager because, in the end, he was just a subordinate who was punished for failing the task. And from the perspective of the vast universe, the manager was an insignificant creature, as was the chairman himself. Thus, all the magic stones left over from these monsters went to Gyomu. The young man did not expect such a rapid end to the branch manager's life. Perhaps he should not have kept the office, or perhaps it was precisely because of this preservation that the monster's head exploded. And although the young man was overcome with anxiety, perhaps he really shouldn't have kept the office. Nothing could be changed now. The young man decided to think about it later, since the situation had been resolved for now, and the problem was no longer relevant. First, he needed to return to Busan and talk to Lancelot. A notification informed him that a relevant update had been found in the newly saved object, and the system requested permission for this action. Perhaps the young man had not saved the office in vain after all. Sato Daichi was completely healthy and feeling great, which was amazing considering how little time had passed since he sealed the hellish Phantom Lord. The young man turned to Gyumu, saying that he had already recovered and wanted to leave the subspace, because there were many other things to take care of in his hometown and country. The Japanese representatives had lost almost all the competitions, and the situation had developed in such a way that the awakened from other countries were now fighting monsters in Japan, risking their lives for the sake of others. Therefore, Sato decided that he must start fighting and follow the example of Jonggyom. In fact, he was a representative of Yokohama, so he hoped to attract and gather the awakened ones to join forces and liberate his country. Jonggyom expressed regret about their imminent separation. The young man was firm in his desire and promised Gyum that he would stand by his side as soon as the need arose. Jonggyom, in turn, also asked the young man not to hesitate to ask his Korean friends for help. After that, the young men were about to part ways when Gyum had a new idea. Madrid had once said that the branch manager had the right to appropriate the knowledge of the regional representative. It was time to verify this information. But just then, a notification appeared that the subspace update was complete. The young man decided to conduct a brief inspection, but everything appeared somewhat sterile. Everything looked perfectly normal, but there were no documents or objects, as if it were no longer a logistics center. Suddenly, Pax's familiar voice came from under the ceiling. He announced that he was glad to see Gyum. Pax's new appearance greatly touched the young man. Now it was a cube with a propeller, like a drone. He informed his owner that after the update, he had taken on a more suitable form and offered to review the new features that were now available. Pax decided to describe and explain the added features. He reported that there had been changes to the notification delivery system. Now they could only be delivered to targets within certain zones. A zone was a specific area subject to certain functions or influences. Zones were set up around the portal. The next important feature was the satellite surveillance system, which allowed surveillance within the designated zones. Another function was the hologram adjustment system, which allowed holographic images to be viewed and modified. And among the new functions was an application for registration in multidimensional space. Not all functions worked fully because the security level was quite low. But all this could be changed after the next rank increase. Currently, the maximum was level 7. According to Jeongyum, Pax was a true deity. The more portals were installed, the higher the overview would become. And already, it was not just a logistics center, but a unified command logistics room. The sea near Busan was calm and quiet. The sun was shining and the weather was perfect for a beach vacation. However, Kim Sol was in a terrible mood. She was disappointed because she had been preparing for a very long time, and the situation turned out to be complete nonsense. It was all over before it even began, before she could even hit anyone. She was especially annoyed by her new friends, the Knights of Camelot, who never seemed to tire and did their job perfectly, leaving nothing for the others. If she had known that it would all end so simply, she would have just gone to Japan with her brother. Now the girl was dying of boredom. Suddenly she heard Master Yang calling her, telling her about Kim Sol's incredible talent. The system announced that Kim Sol was the strongest girl in the world. With some kind of sisterly intuition, she understood that her brother had a hand in this. So now Kim Sol had a new task. At that moment, the ship on which Jong Gyom was sailing appeared on the horizon. As he approached, the young man realized that regardless of race, gender, nationality, religion, or culture, his sister had one superpower. And that was that Kim Sol was ready to kill her brother and was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Jong Gyum knew their meeting would be rough, so he tried to prepare in advance and gave Im Sol a 7th level registration form. But that didn't save him from his beloved sister's fist. The young man's face was contorted and his eye was swollen from a bruise. Another disappointment befell them when, after reading the registration conditions, it turned out that there was a requirement. The organization must have at least 50,000 members. Pax explained that the system had a function for creating groups where new members could be lured and invited. Previously registered members cannot join other groups or create their own. So, in order to increase the level, it is necessary to attract new people. This was crazy because it was simply unrealistic to gather such a huge number of people. The streets of Fukuoka were a terrible sight. They were still littered with wrecked cars, houses, debris, and the bodies of slain monsters. But soon a new creature appeared among the houses, a giant goblin. Its fangs protruded from its jaw, its nose resembled that of a gorilla, and its gaze did not bode well. The creature reached the square where its kin had been just a moment ago, and now only bloody stains remained. The smell of blood attracted it. Finding nothing to feed on, the monster stopped and suddenly saw a boy behind one of the houses. The boy was wounded and frozen in fear at the sight of such a huge monster. But before the monster could do anything nasty, it collapsed dead at the boy's feet, a sword sticking out of its back. The boy was barely catching his breath, still breathing heavily from the horror and realizing that life goes on, when suddenly a notification appeared before his eyes. It said that a sword had been delivered to his location and that the boy could now join the PAX group. To do so, he had to submit an application. Now PAX had not only been updated, but also significantly improved its artificial intelligence. It could distinguish between enemies and allies within the reach of the portals, as well as independently assess the situation and provide the necessary assistance. Thus, the process of attracting new members to the group has moved forward. By attracting more and more people, they managed to improve their deferred ability, increase the delivery range, and expand the radius of the portals. After sorting things out in Fukuoka, the young man decided to go to Busan. After installing the portal in Busan, Gyom headed to the next city and installed a portal there as well. But suddenly, Pax reported an unexpected problem. People were unexpectedly gathering near the portals, pushing and shoving, creating crowds and inconveniences. It was necessary to restore order to prevent criminal situations from arising. At this stage, everything did not look too dangerous, but the number of people continued to grow, which meant that criminal tension was also increasing. Chongyam asked the military to take control of the portals. There were blind spots outside the portals, and this was inevitable, but the young man understood if the military rejected this proposal. However, the lieutenant colonel gladly agreed because he saw it as the first step toward rebuilding the nation, and that was what the army had to deal with, so he planned to immediately give orders to the units. Chongyam told him which cities already had portals, but also added that there would be more every day, and therefore, more people would be needed. There was a problem with resources, but the lieutenant colonel had an idea about that too, since it was all being done for a good cause, to help other peaceful people. Park Soyeon was put in charge of the portal area because she was the representative for Busan. While the military would oversee the portal itself, there would still be some blind spots outside the zone, so it was necessary to extend control to the surrounding area. However, there was a shortage of human resources. Guillaume wanted to ask the girl to help manage the territory in cooperation with the military. In turn, he promised to provide everything necessary for this. Thanks to the cooperation between the military and the local awakened, the staffing problem was solved, and the chaos around the portals began to gradually stabilize. The military distributed food and essential items, offering to join PAX and receive another set after joining. This advertising worked perfectly, and the number of participants in the group grew. Soon, Jeongyum had enough members to upgrade the subspace. Unexpectedly, Pax reported a new problem. A creature from another dimension had been discovered with no intention of attacking. Pax wanted to know what to do with this creature. The presence of such an unusual but non-hostile creature from another dimension greatly surprised the young man. It was unclear how it had appeared on Earth and how it had managed to survive among so many monsters. Jeongyum decided to see this monster with his own eyes and was simply amazed by its cuteness. The alien creature resembled something between a cat and a squirrel. It was incredibly cute and charming. The creature looked at Gyum, stretched its paws along its body, and asked in a trembling voice to be spared. It said it had nowhere else to go and promised to hide and not bother anyone, if only it were allowed to live. The young man realized that this fluffy creature was nothing like a killer monster. Gyum agreed to listen to the creature's story and then decide its fate. Struggling to hold back tears, their new friend began to tell his story. His home dimension had been completely destroyed by an invasion of monsters, and while searching for a new refuge, he had made his way to Earth along with other creatures. This was quite understandable and explainable, because it was not only Earth that was under attack from hostile civilizations. Other dimensions had also suffered destruction, and if humans were unable to protect themselves in the future, they would become refugees themselves. The creature said that he had many relatives and that he was their leader, and had led his people to a mountainous area. However, it turned out to be very dangerous there. Due to the creature's short-sightedness, many of its tribesmen were killed or eaten by monsters, and the surviving furry creatures scattered, fleeing from danger. They are probably still hiding somewhere. The creature was going to find its kin by smell, because they have a highly developed sense of smell, thanks to which they are able to hide from monsters. It tried to demonstrate how this works by drawing in the air in the room where it was with Gyum. Suddenly, the creature smelled a goblin coming from the third floor of the neighboring building. It sounded almost unreal. Jeongyum decided to check this out since he had the chance, and called over Knight Mordred. The young man informed his subordinate that there was a goblin on the third floor of the neighboring building, and instructed the knight to verify this information and deal with the monster. Soon, Mordred returned and confirmed that, as soon as he approached the building, he was attacked by goblins, as a result of which he had to destroy them. As proof, the knight presented his master with a severed head. Fluffy was simply incredible. He was able to identify the goblins solely by their smell. It was an amazing ability, and the young man recognized that his new friend's abilities were truly remarkable. The only problem was that the creature was completely defenseless. Jeongyum offered Fluffy a helping hand and protection, as it was an easy target for attacks from other creatures. The young man said that humans had also suffered greatly from the invasions, and that they were all victims. Therefore, if the furry creature did not mind, Gyum suggested that they live together. Jeongyum promised to help find friends, and in return, the furry creature promised to help humans. Thus, the leader of the furry civilization joined Pax along with his people. The furry creature said his name was Solen, and he was a representative of the Manon tribe. He was happy to help the Earthlings using his abilities. Jeongyum was amazed at the number of tribe members, and now he had enough participants to achieve a new rank. It was a real stroke of luck. Representatives of different civilizations shook hands and paused. The number of Pax members had grown, and the young man was happy. However, this meant that he now had a responsibility and had to find all the Manons, all 10,000 of them. Thus began Solen's journey in search of his companions. They set off for the mountains, which had originally been chosen as the tribe's place of residence. The little animal quickly found the right mountain, but it turned out to be one of the most difficult terrains to traverse, and the young man was overcome with a wave of anxiety. However, he remembered that he had a helicopter at his disposal, but it was impossible to search for the furry creatures from above, and the helicopter could not land due to the difficult terrain. In addition, the wind from the propellers dispersed the smells, and it was impossible to smell anyone from on board. So the travelers decided to continue on foot. Just in case, they decided to take a brave knight with them. It turned out to be Lancelot, who admitted that he loved going to the mountains because it was important for socializing. Taking advantage of the long journey, Gyum decided it was time to hear Lancelot's story, and asked the knight to tell him about his past. It was not a very happy story, but what was done long ago on vast plains and in dense forests. Far from the harsh mountain ranges and deep seas, there was a special dimension. It was the dimension of Avalon. Its inhabitants had always lived side by side with various creatures and learned to survive under the constant threat of monster attacks. The main skills necessary for survival were hunting and gathering. Even infants who were just beginning to speak were given hunting tools. Naturally, the inhabitants became warlike, but despite the threat from monsters, they constantly developed their civilization. Soon, the monsters ceased to be so dangerous, but a new challenge arose: war. People honed their strength in battles with monsters and turned their blades on their own kind. The struggle for survival turned into a bloody struggle for power and territory. Civil wars lasted for hundreds of years, and when everyone was tired, a young knight appeared. He ended the war through diplomacy, preached love, and was loved by all the inhabitants. He became a king named Arthur and gathered knights who had become famous in battle, declaring that the sword that had once been drawn to take lives no longer existed. From then on, the valiant Knights of Camelot became the sword that protected the dimension of Avalon. The Knights of Camelot defeated the invaders and defended their dimension. Avalon flourished as never before. But soon Avalon faced a new, even more powerful invasion. This time, black magicians from the dimension of Barnel arrived. They were incredibly strong. After that, the Knights of Camelot found themselves bound to relics, and the defeated Avalon was cursed. The knights turned into undead creatures that could not die. In the end, it was not a very pleasant story. Chongyom said that he sympathized with the knight, but he wasn't going to judge him. Of course, it was painful. An entire dimension had been destroyed. It wasn't easy to talk about it because the whole world, family, friends, and acquaintances had been destroyed. Guillaume realized that he had to apologize to Lancelot for bringing back painful memories. While he was searching for the right words to apologize and comfort him, the fluffy Solon stood up on his paws and began to sniff. The young man foolishly asked the knight if there was any way to save the dimension of Avalon. It sounded silly, like asking at a funeral if it was possible to resurrect the deceased. Lancelot remained true to his knightly honor and told his master that there was no way to do so. There was not even a way to get to the dimension of Avalon. The Chamber of Commerce does not open its gates to anyone except invaders, and it is impossible to bring the dead back to life. Solon, listening to this difficult conversation, continued to sniff and look around the bushes. Lancelot told his master that his obedience was a forced submission imposed by a curse. But his feelings and will belonged to him alone, and the knight was sincerely satisfied that his master, Guillaume, was not an invader. It had been that way from the beginning, and the other knights would probably agree, for they too appreciated this fact. But suddenly, the fluffy creature caught a new scent and silenced the chattering people. Solon rushed into the grass, and after a while another fluffy face appeared from behind the bushes. It was a touching reunion of kindred spirits, accompanied by warm embraces and streams of happy tears. Solon said that he was fine, that these people had saved him and offered all members of the Manon tribe to live on Earth. That's why he came to gather the rest of his people. Fluffy said he knew where some of his tribesmen were hiding, which was excellent news. The young man climbed the mountain in search of the tribe, and those they found brought the rest, and so gradually all the Fluffies gathered. A week passed, and Chongyom felt worse than after fighting the most terrible monster. His body ached, he was sleep-deprived, his muscles hurt, but all the furries had been found. Be that as it may, the young man was glad that he had managed to gather everyone, and he created a portal that allowed the creatures to remain living on the mountain. If they lived near the portal, they would be completely safe from monsters, and they could get everything they needed directly from the portal. The chief, on behalf of the entire tribe, thanked Guillaume and asked how they could repay him for such kindness. The young man replied that he expected the tribe to help as much as they could. Perhaps someday their sense of smell would be useful to humans. The representatives of the Manon tribe were offered to join various organizations as trackers to help Earthlings destroy lurking monsters. The furry tribe decided to demonstrate their abilities. Sitting on people's shoulders, the animals accurately pointed out where the monsters were hiding. Thanks to their guidance, many monsters were discovered in various basements and abandoned warehouses. A week after the furries joined the humans, news of monster attacks became increasingly rare. Of course, it was not yet possible to destroy all the monsters, but the number of victims had decreased significantly. However, despite the success, the young man could not relax. Pax reported that the Chamber of Commerce had issued new documents, stating that some dimensions would soon be merged. Jongyeom gathered all the key representatives of the Korean office, and Pax outlined the contents of the new documents. The Chamber of Commerce had two goals. On the one hand, to increase profits in Korea and Japan, and on the other, to reduce the number of rank holders. The continent of Elfheim would be moved to the Pacific Ocean and forced to go to war in 7 days. An official announcement about the battle with Korea and Japan would come later. The document was distributed within the Chamber of Commerce, and thanks to the fact that the young man had taken over the office, he received the information before anyone else. In any case, they would have to fight again. However, the phrase forced to enter into battle caught his attention, which meant that the newcomers from the continent of Elfheim would be forced to become invaders. Perhaps they too had suffered from the invasion and were now being drawn into an unwanted war. Maybe it would be possible to clear up the misunderstanding and prevent the conflict. Unfortunately, there was no way to contact the representatives of Elfheim. This had to be done before the battle began, but they could only appear on Earth at the last moment. However, Pax reported that the dimension of Elfheim had already been transferred to the Pacific Ocean. This was excellent news, and John Guillaume decided to go to the negotiations immediately. But what if the inhabitants of Elfheim thought differently? What if they were a primitive life form and wanted to start a war of conquest? It was worth considering such a scenario. Far away in the Pacific Ocean on one of the many islands, it was quite gloomy. A funny, toothless little elf looked at his reflection in the water and realized that few people on Earth were dirtier than he was. His little sister also thought the water here was dirty, but still better than in their home universe. There were probably places even worse than this, so there was no need to be upset. On the other hand, the children had never left Elfheim, and even if a dirty place existed, it would be deserted, and no one would want to live there. Or maybe someone used to live there, but they were all dead now. The children's thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of an adult elf. She said that the chairwoman had urged the children to do this. Nothing on Earth should be thrown away. But the children decided to ignore the chairwoman's words. The boy tried to explain that he just wanted to clean up the place, but the woman warned him to be as careful as possible in everything he did, and not to do anything without permission. Chongyum watched what was happening on the shore through binoculars from aboard the ship. He saw that the adult elf was very annoyed. Lancelot said in surprise that it was the first time he had seen such a miracle in action. The elf boy had just cleaned the sea. It turns out that purification is a special talent of elves. They cleanse the environment because they believe that all of nature is fundamentally interconnected. They have very kind hearts, and for some reason, it seemed to the young man that elves think the same way as humans. Although the adult elf looked reliable, there was still hope that he would become an ally, and they would not have to fight each other. Chongyum declared that he did not want to fight and was friendly. The elves had not yet left the beach when they noticed something approaching them from afar. It was probably from the Chamber of Commerce. They wanted to know how ready the elves were for war. After all, just a couple of days ago, the Chamber of Commerce had warned of war. But suddenly the elf realized that some object was flying toward them at tremendous speed. A box was thrown onto the shore, a package delivered from subspace. Inside were excellent, fresh, delicious, and fragrant earth vegetables. Soon, Cheon Gyeom himself arrived. He sealed the friendly gesture with a firm handshake, and the elf noted that the young man must be a wonderful person. Elves were noble creatures who guarded the gifts of Mother Nature. The man introduced himself as Eden. When the elves realized that they were dealing with a representative from Korea, they immediately guessed that this was the man with whom they were about to go to war. Jeonggyum immediately assured them that he had no intention of fighting Elfheim, and explained that it was all the Chamber of Commerce's idea, and that he had come to tell the elves the truth. Such a strange-looking man greatly surprised Eden, who was meeting a representative of Earth's civilization for the first time, who thought the same way as the elves. Eden warned that it was not him but the chairman named Eli who should be told the truth, and the elves volunteered to escort the guest across the island. It would take 3 days to get there because the capital was located in the middle of the island. But this option was completely unsuitable for Gum, so he used Yansu's abilities. The elves were overjoyed. They had never ridden in a car before, let alone at such a tremendous speed. Less than an hour later, the car entered the capital of Elfheim and stopped on one of the streets. The city looked sad and abandoned, just like the island's nature. Eden suggested continuing on foot so as not to frighten the population. But Guillaume sent the driver into subspace just in case, and summoned Lancelot to accompany him. Soon, a strange company consisting of an elf, a human, and a skeleton knight was walking through the streets of the city, which was as decrepit as the earth itself. The townspeople looked as bad as the town itself. Decrepit, old, wrinkled, covered in age spots. Chongyum analyzed the situation and noted that all the houses and buildings were old, and there was not a single person or creature of large build. It was a harsh place to live, which they were trying to turn into a cozy rural town. The young man hoped that this was some kind of outskirts, and that the capital of the state would be much more beautiful. But Eden announced that they had already arrived. The main palace was a very old building with a dome covered in holes and cracks. Dirty, shriveled old men sat on the floor, engaged in old men's conversations. Their clothes were torn, and their bodies were old and dirty. This place was more like a nursing home in some poor place. but not a capital city. It turned out to be the symbol of the elves, the Council of Galadon. What the young man thought was a nursing home turned out to be the local parliament, and the rural village, the capital. One of the old men sitting there, just as shabby, leathery, and miserable, was talking to the chairman at that moment. She was scolding the old men for throwing away trash, even though she had strictly forbidden them to do so. The old people believed that Mother Nature would take everything away, but Mother Nature could not take away an iron can, so the chairwoman scolded the old man. The elf girl was so absorbed in conversation and lecturing about environmental pollution that she did not notice the guests who had appeared in her city. Those gathered were surprised by each other's appearance. The elf chairwoman did not expect guests, and the guests had a completely different idea about this world. The chairwoman announced that she understood that humans did not want war, but they should not worry because she promised that the elves would not leave Elfheim. Zhongjun was pleased to hear this news and suggested establishing good relations and interacting peacefully with each other, but the elf refused to cooperate. She only promised that the elves would not invade Earth, but at the same time made it clear that no one could attack them because those who attack Elfheim simply die. Zhongjun was simply amazed by such arrogance and self-confidence. At that moment, Lancelot joined the conversation and, addressing the elf, said that the girl had made a mistake in front of the gentleman who had come to talk about peace. The elf's words were tantamount to ignoring the gentleman who represented the people and spoke of peace, and Lancelot demanded an immediate apology. But before the poor knight could finish his angry speech, he was struck in the head with a blow. As a result of this blow, the knight flew a great distance and crashed into the wall of the building. The elf took the knight by the head and said that humans live an average of 100 years, and in those 100 years, elves only become adults. The longer elves live, the more they have to fight for survival, and as a result, most of them are at the 6th level. Among the elders, such as the one who was throwing out the trash, there are many who have reached the 5th rank. Saying this, the girl dragged the knight by the hand across the asphalt without any effort. She said that the humans had come to discuss peace, but had drawn their swords, so she would not apologize. In general, she had already encountered many deceivers, but she was willing to give them a chance if they bowed their heads before her and apologized. In that case, she would spare their lives. The elf pulled Lancelot's arm away and stood over his torn body, waiting and looking at Guillaume. Although resentment, anger, and unwillingness to obey raged in his head, the young man knelt down, bowed low, apologized to the elf, and asked her to release Lancelot. After the word please was added to the request, the girl listened. Then she accused Guillaume of not being worthy of being called a lord if he bowed his head so easily. But that, she said, was not her problem. Let people decide for themselves whom to obey. The elf repeated once again that they would not invade Earth, and any enemy that attacked them would be mercilessly destroyed, and anyone who approached them would be considered an invader. Zhongjun believed that such narrow-mindedness hindered the elves, because, fearing interaction with other beings, they rejected help even when it was really needed. Goodness is good, and receiving help is also good. Therefore, one should not be proud, but allow one's people to live better. The young man's words touched the elf and made her think. She decided to tell the guests the truth about her people. Zhongjun was very tense because after what he had seen, he was afraid to trust anyone and thought that the elves might put him in prison or even kill him. But the young man decided to trust her anyway, and as they walked through the city, a real mental storm raged in the young man's head. He thought up ways to retreat, tried to keep his cool and a clear head, and learned to trust the elves. They walked along the shore and saw a girl shooting a bow and arrow in the distance. When she fired, the arrow hit the target precisely, and everything around them was illuminated by a powerful magical force. The elf leader explained that this was one of the students who had been failing and had problems with shooting, so she was training extra. The girl was behind her peers and was now practicing her shooting because elves are always ready for war, even though they never invade other territories. Guillaume was amazed. Such a failing student had broken through a stone target with her shot. After a while, they reached the place the elf wanted to show the boy. A small, crooked tree grew at her feet. The elf explained that it was the World Tree. There are places in Elfheim that are steeped in curses, and it is this tree that supports the elves, helping them to survive. The curse constantly spoils the lives of elves, even though they are among the most peaceful and kind creatures. Once upon a time long ago, this World Tree was huge and shone with a dazzling light. This light protected all elves and gave them shelter. But many years ago, the World Tree began to gradually shrink. The elves lost battles with other dimensions. and when they were defeated, a curse was placed on the continent of Elfheim. Since then, the World Tree has resisted and gradually died. But thanks to its resistance, the elves could still harvest at least a small crop. They no longer hoped for a large one. Chongyum was amazed at how calm the girl was about this curse and the whole situation. He immediately began to find out who had cast the curse on all the elves and whether he could help them. After all, even despite the difference in rank, he was able to help in other ways. The elf did not want to tell him because they had only recently found out who was responsible for spreading the curse. But still, the elf believed the young man's kind eyes and confessed that it was the work of the black magicians from Barnel, the very ones Lancelot had told her about. The elf showed him a magic ball in her hand, the power of nature. The magicians from Barnel feared the natural energy emanating from the World Tree and avoided elves who used this power. Some elves are born with a talent for natural energy. They have horns on their heads and are called high elves. Most of the high elves were killed by the magicians of Barnol. Of course, some high elves survived, but they disappeared after moving to Earth. The young man was very upset when he heard this story and promised to report immediately if he saw an elf with horns. And now the World Tree, deprived of the high elves, is simply dying. And with it, the entire elven people are falling into decline because they can no longer grow their own food. After that, the girl said that their conversation was over, and now Eden would escort the guest back. As he left, Cheon-gyeom glanced once more at the World Tree and thought about how amazing it was. Just one tree had been fighting the curse all this time, and the young man decided that the problem could be solved by cloning the tree. He tried to do so, but nothing came of it because there was no such plant in the logistics center, and the corresponding category did not work. To duplicate the tree, he needed to use the save option, but he didn't have enough magic stones for that. The young man decided to think about this problem later, but before the elf chairwoman left him, he wanted to give her a gift. It was not a gift for Eli personally, but for her entire people, a treat. The delivery option was activated, and a huge amount of vegetables immediately appeared in the central square of the elven city. The young man said that he asked for nothing in return, and that sometimes you can just do good deeds as a gift. He quickly said goodbye to the elf and went to his subspace where Sato was waiting for him. Sato said that he had almost cleared all of Japan of fish people, but there was one place left that he couldn't handle. Fish people had settled in the Sapporo area, seized the core of the gate, and fled to the sea, where a huge kraken appeared to protect them. The elf leader realized that despite the difference in rank, they could help each other in other ways. Thoughts swirled in her head. If the guy was just giving away such a huge amount of food, then people really did have enough food. The girl was afraid that it would turn out to be a trap or that he would end up demanding some kind of special payment. At that moment, Jong-gyum was already thinking about how he could help Sato with the kraken problem, because the giant octopus was releasing acid ink, and it was difficult to get close to it. Even magic casts from a distance did not help. The kraken's ink spread further than the abilities of the reception, so another solution had to be found to solve this problem. A powerful, long-range attack was needed. All that remained was to figure out what could help in this situation. It had to be some kind of long-range weapon, which meant the young man had to go back to the lab and try out different combinations, but then a voice called out to him. The girl didn't have time to say anything before Jong-gyum asked her for a favor, and she immediately thought that now she would have to pay for the vegetables. Jong-gyum wasn't asking for help in exchange for food. There was plenty of that, no strings attached. He just needed her help. He needed help dealing with a huge octopus, whose tentacles were preventing the Japanese representatives from destroying the fish people. This octopus looked disgusting. It was huge, powerful, and its mouth spewed poisonous ink that destroyed everything around it. Ellie agreed to help and, together with the boys, made her way to the Sea of Japan, where the kraken was splashing around in the water and enjoying life. Taking the bow in her hands, the girl took aim and pulled the string. The arrow flew straight to its target at tremendous speed, covering a great distance and creating a hypersonic rupture in space. The kraken did not have time to dive into the water, and the arrow tore it in half. It was amazing. Just one shot from the elf leader destroyed not only the kraken, but also the gate core it held inside itself. As it turned out, the magic stones from the kraken and the core of the gate would soon be added to the inventory, and Guillaume would be able to receive a large number of bonuses to use at his discretion. A large number of magic stones would allow him to preserve and duplicate the World Tree, and the young man would save Elfheim. But, knowing the elves, the boy understood that they would not agree to such help, given their character and reclusive lifestyle. The second option was to collect even more magic stones and do it all in secret, so that the elves wouldn't even know. Both options were difficult because everything had to be kept secret. Cheonggyeom continued to divide the magic stones for a long time, but suddenly realized that he would not get them, because the Kraken had killed Eli. During the entire voyage, not a single stone had fallen to his account, but there was still one option left: to offer food in exchange for magic stones. However, this option also failed because Eli took care of the monster as promised, and the young man had to provide food as promised. After that, the young man decided not to be cunning, but to ask directly if Eli could give him the magic stones she had received for defeating the monster. Of course, there was no such agreement between them, and although the young man promised to quadruple the food supply, Eli still found it strange. She understood that the guy was up to something and wanted to know why he needed these stones. The magical stones would also be useful to the elves, so it was better for him not to interfere and just give her the food as promised. The young man realized that he would not be able to negotiate amicably, and if he resisted or delayed the delivery of food, he himself would become dinner. Cheonggyeom summoned even more fresh vegetables, which were immediately delivered from the subspace. He saw no point in deceiving her anymore, and decided to tell her everything honestly. The young man confessed that his ability was to copy everything he stored in his subspace. Gyeom wanted to take the world tree, preserve it, and duplicate it to help all the elves. But the girl had never heard of such an ability and did not believe him. Then the guy opened a portal, and food began to duplicate and pour onto the ground in a continuous stream. When it became clear that the young man was not joking, a new fear arose in Eli's mind. After all, he could take the world tree and never return it. It was tantamount to entrusting the fate of the race to an untested person. She didn't understand why this man didn't want to capture them, but instead was constantly trying to help. Cheonggyeom tried to come up with a gentler explanation, but in the end, he said that he simply felt sorry for the elves. They were starving, and both adults and children looked unhealthy. The young man wanted to help the elves simply because he felt sorry for them, and he had no other reasons for doing so. In fact, the elves could have simply invaded Earth and plundered it. Then they would not have had to starve, but they did not do so. Eli remembered her former life, when she lived on her planet with her parents and was a girl. She was forbidden to bully her friends because it was necessary to support mutual growth and coexistence. It was beneficial for survival. You can't refuse competition. You have to be friendly to everyone for no reason. Competition leads to development, and development leads to prosperity. If competition destroys, everything will fall into decline. You have to be kind and fair. This is the most effective and wise way to survive. And although the girl's desire to beat someone is understandable, you have to use your strength for good. When someone needs help, we extend a hand and accept help in return. Of course, elves are ideal creatures, so they know how to live together with others. Those who know how to coexist, not just kill, survive. These memories flashed through Eli's mind, and she realized that she did not know the name of the person who was willing to help her. After they met, Eli made another request. She knew that someday the elves would go in search of the High Elves somewhere on Earth, and she asked Kim Jong-gyeom to help them when that happened. The young man confirmed that he would do everything in his power for the elven people. Soon, his account was replenished with enough money to store the world tree in his logistics center and then reproduce it. The old elf, covered in wrinkles and completely decrepit, stared spellbound at the sky, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. The sun was obscured by a multitude of enormous balloons, with baskets descending onto the elves' territory. When the baskets landed and the elves rushed to look inside, they were amazed to find pots with the world tree. The elves burst into tears of happiness, hugging the little trees that had come to them in such large numbers after so many years. Tears of joy, happiness, and hope for a better life watered the trees. The elves were able to admit aloud how hard it had been for them all these years, and how difficult it had been to survive. But the hardest thing now was to stop crying like children. Not only ordinary elves, but also the Knights of Camelot were involved in this mission, and were planting world trees all over the island. Suddenly, one of the knights felt ill. After coming into contact with the tree, his body began to itch wildly. There was a lot of work to be done, and there was a catastrophic shortage of manpower. Therefore, Guillaume asked Pax to ask the humans for help. Reinforcements arrived immediately, including Master Yang, Lieutenant General Yu, and other well-known figures. Cheonggyeom reassured his acquaintances, saying that there was no danger, and that they would simply have to fight the dry land and prove themselves as experienced workers. While Guillaume was explaining the principle of planting trees, someone ran up to him and reported that the knights had fallen ill, all at once. The elves and children were having fun and celebrating, planting trees, completely healthy and happy, and the huge and strong skeleton knights lay in piles on the ground. Their entire bodies itched, their bones ached and twisted. Cheonggyeom remembered that they had had a similar reaction when they first entered the subspace. It turned out that the power of the World Tree was healing the knights, and the young man decided to send them all to Camelot immediately. But then the oldest elf of the entire people approached him and said that he could handle the situation himself. It was known that the natural energy of the World Tree never harmed anyone, but sometimes it could act like a curse. At such moments, one simply had to change its properties. And the old man placed his wrinkled hand on one of the knights. The energy had to be transformed so that it would suit these brave warriors. The old man went around to all the knights, placing his hand on them and changing the energy. He made it so that the fighters would feel good. The knights reported to their lord that they already felt great. Nothing hurt or itched. This was excellent news. Eli said that there was a 6th rank among the elves, but the 6th rank monsters in China looked terrible. Looking at the old man, you would never guess his level. The old man believed that all forces, heavenly and earthly, never remain static. Nature moves just like people, so there must be a solution for every situation. He believed that there must be a way to restore the knight's human form. This news literally shocked Guillaume, who rushed after the old man and asked him to explain in more detail. The old man said that the dark force they were observing was indeed very powerful and opposed the very principles of life. In order to return the knights to their former state, it would take as much effort as it takes to draw living water. It was difficult, but possible. The old man would need 2 things: a natural force many times stronger than black magic to suppress it, and a highly skilled high elf who knows how to use it. It is known that the high elves disappeared during their transport to Earth, and it is unclear why this happened. But perhaps they are still alive somewhere. Besides, the old high elf is already ancient, and he could have simply died in an abandoned place. If that happened, it's a shame, but there's nothing we can do about it. But since it is unknown whether the elf is alive or dead, it is worth talking about natural power and how much of it will be needed. The old elf said that natural power comes from the World Tree. Therefore, we need to wait about 150 years, because the small trees that are abundant now are too weak. However, this does not mean that there is no way to accelerate the growth of these trees. You just need to restart the cycle of pain and recovery. That is, we need to break the tree and then heal it. But the difficulty is that the tree is incredibly strong. Physical damage does not even leave a scratch on it. Chong Gyum thought about what could cause pain and bring healing at the same time, and he came up with a brilliant idea. The young man believed he had the perfect place to carry out the entire operation: Camelot Castle. The life force of the World Tree must have been incredible, and the cycle of stone production was significantly reduced. With the help of the magic stones accumulated in the castle and the 2 World Trees, this process accelerated even more. There were already so many stones that it seemed pointless to count them. Zhang Gyum did not know how much Camelot would accelerate the growth of the World Trees, but he understood that it would still take time. He began to wonder if it would be better to spend the stones he had obtained on something else. To begin with, the young man decided to improve Rakis's Holy Spear, but the improvement was unsuccessful because it required C-rank enhancement stones, and the young man only had D-rank stones. Chong Gyum asked Eli how to strengthen the magic stones, and she told him that he needed to ask the gnomes. The girl realized that Guillaume knew nothing about gnomes because they did not exist on Earth. But when the young man met them, he would understand immediately. Without gnomes, it was impossible to increase the level of the stones, and it turned out that the stones produced by Camelot were practically useless. Eli, however, believed that gnomes might exist on Earth because elves were not the only creatures that had been subjected to spatial displacement. The level of the gnomes' world coincided with that of the elves' world. If a huge mountain appeared somewhere, then there were surely gnomes in it. He had to find it. Chongyam thanked the elf for the hint and wondered where he could find gnomes. The young man admired the sunset and thought that there were almost no serious problems left on Earth, and he was no longer needed to save people's lives. Chongyam decided it was time to go on a long journey. He shared his thoughts with Lieutenant General Yu, who looked wonderful in a farmer's hat and had already learned to plant trees in neat rows, just as he used to line up soldiers on the parade ground. Guillaume said that James wanted to go home, and that the young man himself dreamed of getting some fresh air. And now he wanted to ask the military man if there were any particular difficulties with this journey. The general confirmed that there was indeed a problem, but he did not know the exact details. He only knew that the federal government of America had collapsed, and the surviving state governments were sorting things out among themselves. But it wasn't about domestic politics. The real problem was the monsters looming over the Pacific Ocean. Some time ago, the general had obtained a video recording of American bombers in flight. Suddenly, the pilot noticed unidentified flying objects ahead of him. These objects were moving so fast that the plane didn't have time to change course before they collided, and a powerful explosion tore the fighter jet to pieces. The fighter jet exploded immediately after being shot down by the monster, but the pilot managed to eject. Thanks to his help, the military was able to recover the footage. After this incident, American troops in Korea made several more attempts to return home, but each time these attempts ended in tragedy. Of all the soldiers who were in the territory, not a single person returned to the United States. Perhaps James will be able to figure this out by modifying the plane so that it can fly to America. After listening to the soldier's story, James said that the monsters were faster than fighter jets and strong enough to pierce the plane. It would take more than 13 hours to fly through them, so James came to the conclusion that it would be better to live happily in Korea. Jong-gyum tried to persuade the mechanic, reminding him that America was his homeland and he had long wanted to go there. But James remained adamant. He knew that he could not modify the plane. It was necessary to build a new one. But the mechanic himself had a limit on modifications, and too many obstacles could not be overcome with modern technology. Even if he somehow overcame these difficulties and built the plane, it would take too much time. Therefore, it would be faster to cross the ocean. It was easier to remodel the ship, and everyone could set sail together. Gyum liked this idea very much and decided to start preparing for the journey right away. The military intervened again, stating that if the ship sailed across the Pacific Ocean, it would be extremely risky. It would be better to fly by plane. The Pacific Ocean was not entirely calm either, but perhaps the problem was not related to monsters. After the apocalypse, the weather had changed dramatically, and the military had no information about how the ocean had transformed and what monsters had appeared in it. Jong-gyum did not believe that anything catastrophic could happen. His level was now high enough to deal with monsters without any problems. In extreme cases, he could hide in subspace. In addition, the young man said that he would go to America with reliable protection. His sister Kim Sol had formed a strong female friendship with the chairwoman of the elves, Eli. The girls were tired of planting flowers and trees and wanted to stretch their legs and perhaps find information about the lost high elves. Jong-gyum warned the girls that the weather might deteriorate and that they should go inside the ship, but the beauties refused, saying that they were fine on the deck. Eli thanked him for his concern, but reminded him that she was an elf and that many human problems posed no danger to her. Night fell and a storm raged in the ocean. A thunderstorm began and the sky lit up with flashes of lightning. The girls continued to enjoy the weather. Eli knew that such weather was normal for her dimension, but the joy on Kim Sol's face was striking. Jong-gyum once again suggested that the girls go down to the hold, but they sent him away, and the young man decided to go to bed. By the middle of the night, the storm had reached tremendous strength. Waves were crashing over the ship, tossing it from side to side. Eli stood with her legs apart, balancing on the deck, which was constantly flooded with water. At one point, the elf was even surprised by such a powerful storm, as it was unusual even for Elfenheim. But the most surprising thing was that Kim Sol was still happily facing all the hardships and whims of the elements. The girl enjoyed the storm, and the higher the waves rose, the stronger her admiration became. I wonder if such waves were typical for Earth or if they were a rarity. Ellie didn't want to show the Earth representative that she was bothered by the weather. So the girls spent the whole night on deck, buffeted by the wind and drenched by rain and seawater. However, Ellie did not know that the Pacific Ocean was the birthplace of typhoons and hurricanes. Due to the compression of measurements, unprecedented geological shifts occurred, and Earth's climate became extreme. It all ended with the ship getting caught in a super typhoon. The elf barely held back and made a tremendous effort to survive that sleepless, stormy night. The morning brought complete calm. The ocean was quiet and boundless, and the bright sun dried the ship's sides. Jong-gyum went up on deck and found the girls in the same place, safe and sound, but quite battered and dirty. The girls said that nothing terrible had happened during the night, and that they had even enjoyed what had happened. Gyum went down to the wheelhouse and realized that they had already arrived, even though they had only left Korea the night before. Yang-soo had also improved his ability, but that wasn't the point. As the soldier had said, something had changed dramatically. The distance between Korea and America had shortened. How serious must the changes have been if they had traveled a distance that was supposed to take a week in just one night? With such drastic climate shifts, it seemed like a disaster. Despite not feeling well, everyone arrived safely at their destination. Yeonsu went to rest after a night at the helm. They were now in California, but their plan was to get to New York to find James's family. But for now, they had to look around and be extremely careful. Jong-gyum suggested moving slowly and gathering information, trying to behave normally and not attract attention. Jong-gyum tried to send the girls into subspace, but Kim's sister said she would kill him immediately if he moved her back to planting trees. Realizing that arguing with the girls was useless, Guillaume asked them to change their clothes so they wouldn't stand out among the locals. Guillaume tried to look around and get a feel for the general atmosphere in the city while the girls were busy changing their clothes. But the streets of the city told him nothing. They looked completely deserted. There was not a single person in sight, let alone monsters. But then a wall with announcements caught the young man's attention. Guillaume began to study them, trying to understand what was happening in the country. He soon discovered that the states had begun to compete with each other, and the forces had divided into two factions at war with each other. It was still unclear where all the people were, but then the young man's attention was drawn to an announcement about a mine found in the Grand Canyon in Arizona. This mine was relatively close to California, and the young man decided that it was worth starting his search there. At that moment, his companions were already ready to travel across the United States. The girls said they tried to dress as inconspicuously as possible. Ellie chose traditional clothing from the southern states of America. The hat was uncomfortable, of course, but she had to put up with it for the sake of disguise. Kim Sol dressed in a tracksuit, believing that this would make her less noticeable among the local population. The friends loaded into the car and set off for Arizona. On the way, Guillaume told them everything he had managed to find out. The car was traveling at such a high speed that soon everyone felt even worse than they had on the ship. Soon, the friends reached the nearest tavern near the mine and decided to rest a little and tidy themselves up. Surprisingly, the store and tavern, located in the middle of the desert, were open and operating. Many people were sitting at the tables, drinking, talking, and spending time in noisy company. One of the visitors approached the friends and said he was happy to welcome Korean guests, as it was very rare to meet Koreans here. The man introduced himself as Park Dong-gwan. Guillaume and the girls also gave their names and shook hands. The man announced loudly that he wanted to treat his new acquaintances to beer and pay for the drinks. Then he leaned over and quickly spoke in Korean, asking the young people to listen carefully. They were probably surprised by his friendliness, but the man was doing this for their sake. There were aggressive people with weapons all around them, just waiting for a reason to start a fight. One wrong move and the young people would be dead. These gangsters had reinforced bullets that could penetrate anything. Dong-gwan understood that he was crossing the line. But the girls were wearing clothes that were too revealing and were now putting themselves at risk by appearing here dressed like that. At that moment, the waiter brought beer to the guests, for which Dong-gwan paid with magic stones. The man continued his warning. They needed to move as quietly and inconspicuously as possible. He asked where the group had come from. He was amazed when he heard that his friends had come from Korea itself, crossing the ocean. Dong-gwan admitted that no one had sailed across the ocean for a long time because of the monstrous waves that exceeded all conceivable sizes. Then Guillaume asked the man where the Lysian mine was located. Dong-gwan said that this was a very painful question. The bar was full of awakened people who had gathered to go there. The man realized that since the guys were asking about the location of the mine, it meant they had come for the amplifying stones. Unfortunately, they would not be able to get there. Eli explained that they didn't need the stones, they just wanted to work and talk to the gnomes. However, the man still didn't want to show them the entrance to the mine. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a stranger who said that they would die as soon as they entered the mine. The stranger was armed with a gun. He said he had heard the entire conversation and understood that the girls had the power stones. He demanded that they hand them over, promising information about the entrance to the mine in return. He allowed the girls not to give up the stones, hinting that they could pay in another way. It could have been a perfect deal if Kim Sol hadn't taken the man's words as a request to die from a single blow. She did not deny him this pleasure, and in the next moment, all the tavern patrons looked up in horror. There was a hole in the ceiling, perfectly matching the body of the insolent man who had broken through the tavern roof. Mr. Park was amazed by the strength of the girl he had just tried to save and realized how foolish he looked. It seemed that these guys really had come from Korea. Dong-gwan rushed after his Korean friends, sensing that there was something special about them, as if he had been waiting for them his whole life. The man said that if they really wanted to get to the mine, they needed to listen to his story. If they went there without knowing the exact location, they would wander around all day and find nothing. Dong-gwan promised to show them the way. However, he urged them to listen to the story first and then decide if they really wanted to go to the mine. The Lysian mine appeared in Arizona and was full of power stones. Awakened people from all over the country flocked there in search of fortune. When Dong-gwan was still young, he and his friend Gordon also decided to go to the mine to replenish their supply of power stones. They hoped they would be alone there, but there were many such fortune seekers. When they arrived, they saw that a huge crowd had gathered. The line to enter the mine stretched for several dozen people, and everyone was rushing to get inside to be the first to reach the stones. Inside, the mine was a complex labyrinth inhabited by monsters and divided into many levels. Suddenly, small people who called themselves gnomes came out to meet the people. The gnomes admitted that they lived in the mines and did not know what dimension they were in. If the people had come for the power stones, the gnomes were ready to show them where to find them. The gnomes warned them to be extremely careful. If the humans needed anything, they could turn to them for help. But instead of cooperating, the humans immediately began to divide up the territory and quarrel. Then accusations of stealing the power stones began to fly. Some men began to drive others out of their areas, claiming these zones as their own. They accused each other of theft and laziness, quarreled and argued until the work came to a complete standstill. Fights broke out between people. While some were fighting, others were stealing stones. Soon, firearms were brought into play. At some point, it became clear that some unknown creature had appeared, and people realized that they needed to flee the mine. The gnomes also heard the noise and decided that the people were just quarreling. When they went out to where the people were mining stones, they saw the fierce quarrels and fights taking place between them. At that moment, one of the awakened men pointed his weapon at the gnomes and ordered them to hand over all the power stones they had. The gnomes did not understand why the people were so greedy and cruel. After all, there were plenty of stones around. But at that moment, a shot rang out, and one man killed a gnome. The sound of the shot echoed throughout the mine and attracted the attention of a goblin who lived peacefully inside the mountain. The goblin followed the sound and saw the bodies of the dead men, and next to them were bags of power stones that no one needed anymore. The goblin devoured a couple of people and then ate all the power stones. The effect was quick and stunning. He turned into a huge goblin and set off in search of the rest of the people. At that moment, Don Guan and his friend Gordon got lost in the darkness of the mine and couldn't find the exit, when suddenly a huge monster rushed after them. The men ran and finally reached the exit, but when they were almost there, the goblin's huge paw dragged Gordon back into the mine. From that moment on, no one ever entered or left the mine again. But if the Koreans decide to go there, Don Guan would like to join them. He couldn't muster the courage to go there alone, but he wanted to find his friend. Jongjum said they would look for the gnomes, and Mr. Park would look for his friend. It was decided to leave immediately. Inside the mine, it was quite eerie. The ground was covered with pools of blood. The mine was indeed huge and consisted of a multi-level network of passages, but there were no signs of life. Guillaume realized that they would be wandering around the mine for a long time if they didn't enlist the help of Solon, a fluffy creature from the Manon tribe. Solon sniffed and told the group to move forward. Suddenly, the animal sensed something approaching rapidly. It was moving at an incredible speed, and it was clear that an ordinary person, Gordon, could not move like that. Gnomes couldn't run fast either because their limbs were short, so it became clear that there was a monster ahead. Chongyom activated the launch, and the magic-enhanced spears were aimed in the direction of the sound the animal had heard. But it soon became clear that they were facing a real monster because it deflected the holy spear, which was moving at a speed of 1,500 kilometers per hour. Then, the chairwoman of the elf dimension came to the fore. She realized that the sound was getting farther away. It seemed that the monster was running away. The friends decided not to pursue the monster because they had not come here to hunt. The group continued onward. Soon, Solon smelled a strong scent of blood, and the friends ran toward it. In one of the mine's back alleys, they found a strange creature, apparently a gnome. It was a bearded man, covered in blood from head to toe. It turned out that the dwarf had lost a lot of blood and was almost completely exhausted. He needed urgent treatment, so Guillaume sent him into subspace. The young man was about to join his older sister when she finished treating the sick gnome. But then the fluffy creature's attention was again drawn to someone approaching. Elia decided to deal with the monster herself this time. She did not reveal herself until the monster approached, drawn by the smell of humans and blood. Soon the friends saw the face of a huge and terrifying goblin, greatly enhanced by magic stones, and it rushed to attack. But the elf's powerful fist hit its target. Another blow put an end to this monster's life. Soon, its lifeless body lay on the floor of the mine. However, Elia was dissatisfied with this encounter. She thought she had imagined the monster to be stronger. It was strange that her senses had failed her. At that moment, the dwarf came to his senses in the subspace. Seeing many unfamiliar faces around him, the dwarf was initially frightened and tried to jump up and run away. Chongyom explained to him that this was a completely safe subspace, told him that they had found him in the mine, and brought him here. The doctor noted that the dwarf's injuries were serious, so it was better for him to lie down and recover. Elia introduced herself and said that she was the leader of the elves, adding that she had already killed the monster that was in the mine. The dwarf was surprised that the elven elder was cooperating with humans. However, it was a long story, and right now it was more important to find out what had happened inside the mine. Don Guan asked the gnome if he had seen a man named Gordon inside, his lost friend. The dwarf replied with a question. How many monsters had been killed inside the mine? Elia confirmed that she had destroyed one, but it was smaller in size. The larger monster, she said, was Gordon himself. After that, the gnome began his story. At the moment when a man named Gordon did not manage to run out of the mine, he was captured by a goblin. The monster did not devour him immediately, but threw him back into the depths of the mine because it was not hungry at that moment. As the goblin moved through the tunnels, it saw the power stones and began to eat them. Gordon took advantage of the fact that the goblin was busy with the stones and quietly managed to escape. Soon he heard the voice of a dwarf nearby, who was also hiding in the mine. Together they managed to escape, and the dwarf, who knew his way around the underground passages, led the man to a stone storage room belonging to the dwarves. Inside the storeroom were huge reserves of power stones, which the gnomes used in mining the mine. They decided to hide in this storeroom and wait until people came to the mine and destroyed the goblin. The men became friends and got to know each other better. The dwarf's name was Brock, and Gordon thanked him for saving his life. The dwarf explained that the monster was an ordinary goblin who had become hungry, stumbled upon the bodies of dead humans, and used the power stones to transform himself into a monster. Now he was obsessed with magic and power stones. The goblin had finally gone mad. It was decided to simply wait, because people would soon learn that this territory was occupied, gather together, and destroy the monsters. The gnome said that if this place was occupied, then a defender would soon appear who could solve all their problems. This defender looks like a large moving stone. The Chamber of Commerce probably placed it somewhere in the mine, so they needed to find this stone. It would protect them from the monster. But the problem was that the gnome did not know exactly where this stone was, and the mine was simply gigantic. Gordon said that unfortunately, he couldn't move fast enough to escape from the goblin, and he didn't know where to find the protective stone either. He hoped that people would soon come to clear the dungeon and rescue them. But fortunately, he had plenty of food in his pockets. Gordon and the dwarf spent several days like this, eating chocolate bars and listening to the man's stories about his childhood. Rescue did not come. They had lost track of time and there was almost no food or water left. Then Gordon turned to the dwarf and said that he had the only idea for salvation. Earlier, the dwarf had said that if you ate a magical, strengthening stone, you could turn into a monster. Gordon's brilliant idea was precisely that. He announced that he would eat the strengthening stones and turn into a monster. Then he would deal with the monster that lived in the mine, and Brock would be able to escape. This idea seemed more interesting to the gnome than Gordon's children's stories. However, the gnome then tried to dissuade the man because the act was extremely reckless. No one knew how many magic and power stones he would need to eat to gain the strength to fight the monster. Moreover, after that, the man would no longer be able to become human. He would forever remain a monster, living only by his instincts. But Gordon saw no other way out. He was very hungry and soon ready to start chewing on his own fingers. He believed that at least one of them would survive, and that was the best they could do because they had nothing left to lose. The dwarf offered to cut off his hand to feed his new companion, just so that he would not turn into a monster. But Gordon could not accept such a sacrifice. He did not want to remain a human with the soul of a monster. Besides, Gordon wanted to do it primarily for himself. Before ending up in the mine, he was already on the verge of death. A pack of huge monstrous dogs attacked the city and devoured everyone in sight. But Gordon was lucky and his friend saved him. That friend's name was Park Dong Kwan. He had saved Gordon's life many times, and now the man didn't want his friend to regret it. Gordon wanted to apologize to his friend and also see his family. The dwarf couldn't believe that a human was willing to go so far. But the man said it was his last wish. Brock said that simply eating the stones would not change anything. The monster would die of overload rather than transform. So the dwarf decided to grind the stones. Taking his hammer, he crushed the strengthening and magic stones, turning them into powder. He then gave the powder to Gordon, and the man made his final request. If he did not die and continued to live as a monster, he wanted the dwarf to kill him when he returned. After all, it was his conscious decision, but he did not want to live in that form. After that, the man began to take the powder, scooping it up with his hands and stuffing it into his mouth. And Brock the dwarf, promising the man to fulfill his last wish, ran away with all his little legs. Running out into the mine corridors, he was attacked by a goblin who was waiting for his victims. He heard the sound of a hammer and was ready to attack. However, before the goblin could grab the dwarf, he was stopped by the hand of an even larger monster. This new monster with a green, devilish gaze was none other than Gordon, who had turned into a monster. He had completely lost his human essence and rushed to attack the goblin. After that, the dwarf did not remain conscious for long, but fortunately, the monster seemed to be distracted by the goblin it was holding in its hands. Dongguan was very upset to hear such a story about the fate of his friend. Gordon had become a monster to defeat a monster, but he did not want to live in the form of a monster. It was necessary to calm his soul and destroy his body so that he would no longer suffer. Only Aaliyah could accomplish this task. However, the available weapons were not capable of killing the monster, so Zhongyum had to create an S-class enhancement stone. The gnome Brock explained that this required 10 ordinary stones with identical properties. It was desirable for the stones to possess the property of holiness. In other words, Rakis's sacred spear could not be strengthened. Guns and bullets were also unsuitable. They were inferior to rifles in terms of firepower and range, but they were easier to carry. Without much effort, the young man made the pistol more powerful, but the test results disappointed him. In the end, it turned out that the pistol could only be improved slightly, and after firing, it fell apart. However, this was not a problem. It was possible to create multiple pistols for a single shot. The next step was for Zhongyum to announce to his knights that they would now begin pistol shooting training. At that time, Dongguan asked the young man if he could participate in the expedition to fulfill his friend's last wish. Zhongyum agreed, even though it was very dangerous, but he set a condition. Dongguan had to carry the fluffy creature on his shoulder. Soon, the expedition consisting of Elia, Zhongyum, Dongguan, and the fluffy creature descended into the mine. Soon, Solin's sensitive nose detected the monster's approach. The furry creature's sensitive nose detected the monster's approach. It turned out to be extremely fast. Out of the darkness, a monster ran towards them at incredible speed. A goblin who was once a beautiful man named Gordon. Shedding bitter tears, Dongguan fulfilled his friend's last request with his own hands and shot him with an improved pistol capable of dealing with such a monster. The shot was accurate, and after the goblin's death, a pair of reinforced magic stones remained. A dwarf named Brock took on a very important and responsible task. Now his mind was free of monsters and goblins, and he could live there again. The dwarf wanted to pay tribute to a man named Gordon, who sacrificed his life and turned into a goblin, realizing that only one of them would survive. He left this world, leaving behind warm memories. The huge blue magic stone, which was larger than ordinary crystals, turned out to be a summoning stone. With its help, it was possible to summon guards. Even the dwarf had never seen such a stone before. Brock suggested that everyone try to activate this summoning stone together. I explained that the summoning stone should summon a guardian, and that a guardian is a golem that protects the occupied territory. Simply put, it was a huge doll hiding in the mines and acting as their guardian. The process of activating the stone began. No one appeared before the company. However, there was some noise in the distance, and the ground shook slightly. To be more precise, it was necessary to go towards these sounds and figure it out on the spot. What they saw amazed everyone present. Somewhere in the distant underground, deep in the mine, there was movement accompanied by a bright glow. Soon, the guards approached and appeared before the company. They were 5 golems, whose figures resembled stone cosmonauts. They amazed those present with their gigantic size. People barely reached their knees, and bright blue eyes burned on the faces of these guards. The defenders of the territory were indeed enormous. There were a huge number of magic stones around them. There were very few at the entrance to the mine, but deep inside, the reserves were astonishing. It became clear why this was happening. People began to compete with each other for the stones they found, and eventually killed each other. The Chamber of Commerce was also to blame for this. There are several such occupied territories in America. It was surprising that they were apparently originally intended to increase competition. It turns out that the Chamber of Commerce planned all this, and even placed the number of stones inside the mine with the aim of pitting people against each other. It was terrible and disgusting. But one thing is clear. The Chamber of Commerce was trying to create invaders. Or, as I believed, the Chamber of Commerce was using this method to weed out and select the strong awakened ones, whom they then planned to use for their own purposes to capture the Earth dimension. The gnome Brock handed Gyo a stone and suggested activating it so that we could communicate with the defenders of the mine. The principle of the activation stone was extremely simple. You had to hold the stone in your hand and mentally say what exactly the defenders needed to do. Chong Gyum, holding the activation stone in his hand, gave the order to leave the mine and catch the monsters that were harming people. There was no response. Perhaps the defenders of the mine were unable to leave its confines. The gnome believed that they had not completed the task, not because they did not want to, but because they simply could not do it. They were only allowed to act within the mine. So far, this stone had proved completely useless. Even an ordinary magic crystal would have been more useful to the young man. Dongguan said that Guillaume could take any stones in any quantity, even all of them, because Dongguan would not demand a reward for killing the mine monster. He was happy to see his friend and fulfill his last request. The man would always remember how he got these stones, and he had no desire to do so. He did not want to carry the thought in his heart that he had obtained the stones by killing his friend. It was all a personal tragedy, and he did not want to insult his friend's memory by taking them. If Jian Guillaume took all the magic stones and used them for something useful, Gordon's sacrifice would be noble. The young man accepted the offered reward without hesitation and immediately set about activating his subspace and checking the data. The number of stones turned out to be simply staggering. The young man had never even dreamed that there would be more than 100,000 of them. Dongguan, seizing the moment, began to ask Ilya about the creation of the invaders by the Chamber of Commerce. The elf believed that winning and receiving rewards gave people the feeling that they could become stronger. In this way, the Chamber of Commerce on Earth turned the awakened into invaders. Dongguan said that there are several occupied zones in America where two huge factions are at war. If one of the forces wins and receives rewards, it will be able to invade other places. Zhongyum believed that this could not be allowed to happen. Even if they all worked together now, they would not be able to overcome the situation. The tragedy must be prevented. Zhongyum wanted to try to stop the war. It was a noble desire, but hardly feasible. It seemed quite ridiculous. With a squad of 5 people, dealing with hundreds of thousands of people was no joke. Although Guillaume had incredible abilities, he could hardly cope alone. The young man realized that the man simply did not know him well, and had no idea what abilities he possessed and how many people he could fight evil with. Of course, the numbers were not on Guillaume's side, but each of his assistants was the best of the best, like the Knights of Camelot, who were worth many hundreds of ordinary awakened people. Zhongyum remembered that he needed someone to manage this territory. The only person who came to mind and who would be suitable for the job was already standing in front of him. Therefore, Mr. Park, Dongguan, was invited to join the pact and take care of this place. The pacts had incredible benefits. Not only could one use water and food, but also all other goods without restriction. Dental insurance was also promised soon. Chongyum returned to Korea, where he met with Lieutenant General Yu and told him about the current situation in America. It became clear that this war had to be stopped. There should be no winner between the two warring sides in America. Otherwise, the winner would become an invader. The Chamber of Commerce encouraged competition and offered a large reward to the winner, thus training and creating an invader who, after victory in America, would spread to other countries around the world. The Lieutenant General agreed that it was necessary to intervene in the war, but wanted to hear how Guillaume planned to do so. At that time, Lieutenant Yu had little information about the situation in America. Therefore, in order to plan his actions, he first needed to get an idea of the warring forces. In addition, the Korean military forces had to be prepared no worse than the warring parties. That is, it was necessary to gather information, analyze it, and then prepare the fighters. This was exactly what Lancelot was proposing, and he had a couple of questions for the Lieutenant General. The knight asked the career military man to train him. Although the Lieutenant General had no abilities, he always expressed a clear position and was loyal to his duty. This was very important for knights who wanted to be useful to their lord, even when their attacks could not be significant. Chongyum already foresaw the possibility that the war would soon reach a new level and the knights would become useless, so he created special items. The knights had already learned how to use pistols and other firearms, but now they needed to acquire knowledge of tactics and combat strategy. The Lieutenant General listened to the knight's request and after a while was ready with an answer. To turn the Knights of Camelot into a special rapid response unit, he changed his approach slightly and warned the knights that the training would not be easy. Later, the general shared his plan, explaining the direction the knights' training would take and how best to strengthen their abilities. Soon, the fighters began training, and while his trusted friend and comrade Lancelot was busy, Chongyum focused on other matters. He tested his abilities, but it turned out that nothing had changed except for a slight increase in his health regeneration speed. Travel through portals, the feedback system, and many other activities had been unlocked, but none of them directly helped in battle. Chongyum asked James to help him figure out the firepower. The childish mechanic decided that the young man had come up with another silly request. Chongyum tried to laugh it off and asked if James was satisfied with the living conditions in the subspace. James had a difficult sense of humor. He said that everything was fine, and that he was now creating an automatic machine for grilling. Guillaume asked James to build robots. They should be robots like in movies and comics, ones that look powerful and have lots of missiles. The mechanic explained that even if he had the ability, it didn't mean he could create everything out of thin air. In other words, His power wasn't quite up to such a complex task, but Gyom managed to convince the sloth to at least try. After the robot issue was resolved, the young man and the furry Solon went back to America. The guy was going to come with Park Dongguan, but he was still grieving and couldn't calm down after the death of his friend. With the help of Solon's sensitive nose, they finally managed to find the gnome Brock. He was spending time near Gordon's grave because this man who had sacrificed his life had deeply touched his gnome soul. The young man admitted that he had been climbing around the mine for several hours until he found the gnome, but he realized that he had found him at the wrong time and was ready to come back later. Brock believed that he was too old to mourn the loss of his comrades for long. He was simply sad and a little melancholic. But when a gnome is crafting something, these feelings quickly dissipate, and he gladly agreed to the young man's request to live and work inside the Cheonggyom subspace. James pored over the drawings, inventing and sketching new types of weapons. Working alongside him was Brock the dwarf, who was tasked with bringing these drawings to life. A big guy from the hospital named Sun Hyung-gu also got an invite from Gyom to help out in the war in America. The bully was ready to support the young man in everything, but he had a few questions. If he joined the war, he would have to interact with other awakened ones and representatives of the regions. Hyung-gu believed that few awakened ones would agree to participate in the war in America because the situation in Korea had already stabilized. But monsters still appeared without warning. Near the portals, the young man's abilities helped to deal with the monsters, but the huge number of blind spots required the participation of other awakened ones. Now, they had to choose between defending their region and intervening in the American war. Jonggyum realized that he had rashly decided that the awakened would immediately accept his call and join the troops. After all, many would choose their native land to protect it. Grumela said he had several people in mind who would definitely be able to help Gyum. Jonggyum realized that the task ahead would be much more difficult than he had expected. The current situation in Korea was such that, within a radius of 500 meters from the installed portals, packs automatically destroyed all monsters. Areas outside this radius were controlled on foot by regional representatives, the Awakened, and the Army. Of course, it would be foolish to ask them to help America instead of protecting their own region. The situation in Korea needed to be dealt with, and the country completely liberated. Then, the Awakened would agree to act elsewhere. Perhaps James should be tasked with developing automatic hunter drones. Chonggyom decided to re-examine his skills. He realized that it was impossible to increase the zone, since it corresponded to the transmission range. However, it was possible to create a communication channel and use it to expand the radius of influence. Pax explained that a channel could be devised to receive feedback on products, and expressed his willingness to take on the task with pleasure. Soon, automatic rescue and support numbers were created, and the Awakened began to distribute them to people. But many saw a catch in this, because they understood that nothing in the world is free. And once Pax gained popularity, he would try to take everything back. Perhaps that was true, but it was still better than dying. Now help was available, not only near the portals. They said that Pax provided support outside the portals as well. And that was, of course, just amazing, because monsters appeared periodically. Once upon a time, people's lives were very difficult. At any moment, one of their comrades could be killed. To survive, you had to save yourself, and many sacrificed their lives for others. This was noble, of course, but everyone wanted to survive. Therefore, if help arrived quickly, there would be a chance of rescue. A huge lizard held a man in its teeth, and it was clear that his chances of survival were slim, as were those of the entire group of people. But the man had a phone with an emergency call button in his hand, and he managed to activate the signal at the last moment. A few moments later, a noise of unknown origin caught the girl's attention. Kim Sol appeared at tremendous speed and instantly destroyed the monster with her fists, saving the people. Jonggyum was able to unlock new abilities that significantly sped up and made life easier. Moving between portals now allowed him to go from one portal to another without returning to subspace. Food delivery was expanded, the radius around the portals increased, and it was now possible to leave reviews about it. Pax could now receive automatic location information. This ability could also be used as an emergency call. This is how the rescue button was created. The system determined the location and sent a request to a defender who was free at that moment. The defender received information about the location and headed there to deal with the monster and save the people. The Fluffies also participated in the rescue operation. They worked as navigators, and thus help arrived at the scene of the battle with the monster. Even people who would surely have died in previous situations were now being rescued and receiving medical treatment. James was very skeptical of his new partner and watched him silently for 3 whole days. The gnome Brock worked silently, completely ignoring James and making no attempt to communicate. The mechanic didn't know if the gnome took breaks to sleep and eat, because the little man worked constantly. Did he really enjoy it? Was it possible to do something day and night? James himself lost enthusiasm and interest very quickly. Soon, the young man realized that he needed to return to his roots and once again experience the anticipation he felt while waiting for the results of his inventions. The gnome, Brock, finally finished making what he had planned. It turned out to be an amplifying stone with powerful properties. In the first 3 days after the emergency response system was introduced, thanks to Brock's boundless enthusiasm, many powerful weapons were created. Chongyum came to America to get information about the groups, and this could only be done on the spot. Kyum decided to improve the standard military knife so that it could even fight a 6th-rank creature. However, the knife fell apart and could not withstand the load. The gnome believed that ordinary weapons could not be improved. The strengthening power of the stone was too great, so the weapon had to be special in order to remain intact. A truly unusual weapon could become a special weapon. Pak Dongguan stopped grieving and appeared before the young man with a gift. He handed the boy a weapon found on a raider at the Lysian mine. The Southerners attacked unexpectedly, but the mine guards dealt with them, and Dongguan took the weapon. There was something strange about it, and the man decided to test it in practice. He fired it into the distance. A huge, powerful stream of magical energy struck everyone. But there were no bullets in the weapon at all. It was clear at first glance that this was a weapon of the gnomes, for few creatures are capable of creating such a thing. However, it was strange that the weapon ended up in the hands of the Southerners. Gnomes never harmed others, for they were a people who feared death above all else. They did not participate in wars and did not manufacture weapons. However, perhaps this was forced cooperation, not voluntary. If the Southerners really had such a powerful arsenal, they would soon be able to defeat the Northerners and expand beyond the borders of their country. There was very little time left, and Jung-Yum wanted to find out where the Northern forces were stationed. The young man believed that it was necessary to unite with the Northerners, so he decided to go and find out for himself. Chicago was a sad picture of a metropolis destroyed by monsters, with its infrastructure destroyed and streets empty. Huge goblins and monsters roamed Chicago. They were angry and hungry, scouring the streets in search of anything to eat. Suddenly, a hand grenade was thrown from behind a wall toward the goblins. It couldn't cause serious damage, but it did manage to stop and delay the goblins. Taking advantage of their confusion, the people took up positions and prepared for battle. In the battle, they used baseball bats and sticks. It was clear that their arsenal was extremely weak. A pack of wolf-like monsters was already rushing to the goblins' aid. They were fast, and the people were unable to cope with them, so an urgent order to retreat was given. But the speed of these monsters was too great, and it soon became clear that not everyone would be able to escape. One of the men tripped on some rocks and fell. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he could no longer escape and prepared to die. The monster's huge jaw was about to close on his body when suddenly the monster was wounded. The creature fell dead, and the same fate befell the rest of them. They all collapsed to the ground. People watched this miracle in amazement, not believing their eyes and realizing that they were still alive. When all the monsters were destroyed, a group of people appeared in the distance, attracting the attention of the residents of Chicago. The strangers approached, and 3 saviors appeared before the people. Jeongyum and 2 knights equipped with powerful firearms. The voice of the ghost knight announced that the people had nothing to fear, even though they were standing in front of skeletons. Knight Mordred addressed the people and said that his master wanted to talk to them.